Chapter 46, Part 2 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Richard and Isabella, Part 2. Markham accompanied the Count back to the drawing-room, where Sir Captain Smilax Dapper had seated himself next to the Signora, and Sir Cherry Bounce was endeavouring to divert the Countess with an account of their journey that evening from London. They both coloured deeply and bowed very politely when Richard entered the apartment.
"Well, as I was saying," continued Sir Cherry, "one of the traces broke at the bottom of the hill, and the horses took to flight. Smilax swore like a trooper, but nothing could swap the face till it rolled slap down into a dry ditch. Dapper then roared like a bull, and Cherry began to cry. Strike me if he didn't," ejaculated the gallant hussar, caressing his moustache. "A countryman who passed by asked him if his mamma knew he was out. Cherry thought that the fellow was in earnest, and assured him that he had her permission to undertake the journey. I never laughed so much in my life. Oh, naughty Dapper, to say that I cried. I mean, that really is too cruel. Well, we got the face lifted out of the ditch, and the swathes mended."
"You are the heroes of an adventure," said the Count.
"I intend to put it into verse. Strike me ugly if I don't," cried the young officer. "And perhaps the Signora will allow me to copy it into her album."
"Oh, I must read it first," said Isabella, laughing. "But since you speak of my album, I must show you the additions I have received to its treasures."
"This is really a beautiful landscape,"
observed Captain Dapper, as he turned over the leaves of the book, which the beautiful Italian presented to him.
"The water flowing over the wheel of the mill is quite natural. Strike me! And may I never know what fair woman's smiles are again if those trees don't seem actually to be growing out of the paper."
"Superb!" ejaculated Sir Cherry Bounce.
"The river literally walks along in the picture. The cows and the sheep are walking in the green fields. Pray, who might have been the artist of this matchless production?"
"That is a secret," said the Signora. "And now read these lines."
"Read them yourself, Bella," said the Count. "No one can do justice to them but you."
Isabella accordingly read the following stanzas in a tone of voice that added a new charm to the words themselves. London. 'Twas midnight, and the beam of Cynthia shone in company with many a lovely star, steeping in silver the huge Babylon, whose countless habitations stretch afar, plain, valley, hill, and river's bank upon, and in whose mighty heart all interests jar. O sovereign city of 1,000 towers, what vice is cradled in thy princely bowers? And if thou wouldst view fair London town aright, survey her from the bridge of Waterloo, and let the hour be at the morning's light, when the sun's earliest rays have struggled through the star-bespangled curtain of the night. And when Aurora's locks are moist with dew, then take thy stand upon that bridge, and see London awake in all her majesty. Then do her greatest features seem to crowd down to the river's brink. Then does she raise from off her brow the everlasting cloud. Thus with her veil the coquette archly plays, and for a moment shows her features, proud to catch the Rembrandt light of the sun's rays. Then may the eye of the beholder dwell on steeple, column, dome, and pinnacle. Yes, he may reckon temple, mart, and tower, the old historic sites, the halls of kings, the seats of art, the fortalice of power. The ships that waft our commerce on their wings, all these commingle in that dawning, and each into one common focus brings some separate moral of life's senses so true as all those objects form one point of view. The ceaseless hum of the huge Babylon has known no silence for 1,000 years. Still does her tide of human life flow on. Still is she racked with sorrows, hopes, and fears. Still the sun sets. Still morning dawns upon hearts full of anguish, eyeballs dimmed with tears. Still do the millions toil to bless the few, and hideous want stalks all her pathways through.
"Beautiful, very beautiful!" exclaimed Captain Dapper. "Strike me if I've ever heard more beautiful poetry. Almost as good as your lines on the sea serpent. Was the poem written by the same person that painted the landscape?"
"The very same," answered Isabella. "His initials are in the corner."
"R.M. Who can that be?"
exclaimed Dapper. "Robert Montgomery, perhaps," said Isabella, smiling with a charmingly arch expression of countenance.
"No, Richard Markham!"
cried Sir Cherry. And then he and his friend, the hussar captain, were excessively annoyed to think that they had been extolling to the skies the performance of an individual who had frightened one out of his wits and boxed the ears of the other. Thus passed the evening, but Markham was reserved and melancholy. It was in vain that Isabella exerted herself to instill confidence into his mind, by means of those 1,000 little attentions and manifestations of preference which lovers know so well how to exhibit, but which those around perceive not. Richard was firm in those resolutions which he deemed consistent with propriety and honour, and he deeply regretted the explanation and its consequences into which the enthusiasm of the moment had that evening led him. At length the hour for retiring to rest arrived. Richard repaired to his chamber, but not to sleep. His mind was too much harassed by the events of the evening, the plans which he had pursued and those which he intended to pursue, the love which he bore to Isabel, and the stern opposition which might be anticipated from her father, the persecution to which he was subject at the hands of the Resurrection Man, and the trail of evil fortune which appeared constantly to attend upon him. All of these he thought, and his painful meditations defied the advance of slumber. The window of his bedchamber overlooked the garden at the back of the house, from which direction a strange and alarming noise suddenly broke in upon his reflections. He listened, and all was quiet. He therefore felt convinced that his terror was unfounded. A few moments elapsed, and he was again alarmed by a sound which seemed like the jarring of an unfastened shutter. A certain uneasiness now took possession of him, and he was determined to ascertain whether all was safe about the premises. He leapt from his bed, raised the window, and looked forth. The night was now pitch dark, and he could distinguish nothing. Not even were the outlines of the trees in the garden discernible amidst that profound and dense obscurity. Markham held his breath, and the whispering of voices met his ears. He could not, however, distinguish a word they uttered. A low, hissing, continuous murmur, the nature of which it was impossible to mistake, convinced him that some persons were talking together immediately beneath his window. In a few moments the jarring of a door or shutter, which he had heard before, was repeated, and then the whispering ceased. By this time his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness, and he could now faintly discern the outlines of 3 human forms standing together at the back of the house. He could not, however, distinguish the precise nature of their present employment. It was nevertheless evident to him that they were not there with any honest intention in view, and he resolved to adopt immediate measures to defeat their burglarious schemes. He hastily threw on his clothes, struck a light, and issued from his room. Cautiously advancing along a passage was the Count, only half dressed, with a pistol in each hand and a cutlass under his arm.
"This is fortunate," whispered the Count. "I was a-coming to alarm you. There are thieves breaking in. You and I can manage them. It is of no use to call a bouncer or Dapper. Take this cutlass and let us descend gently. Here come the men-servants."
The Count hurried downstairs, followed by Markham and the 3 male domestics of the household. A noise was heard in the pantry, which was situate at the back of the house on the same level with the hall.
"There's the darky, blow the glim and missile,"
cried a hoarse, gruff voice, as the Count, Richard, and the servants approached the pantry.
"There are 5 of them. It's no use."
The Count rushed forward and burst open the door of the pantry, closely followed by Markham, holding the candle. 2 of the burglars made a desperate push down the kitchen stairs and escaped. The third was captured in an attempt to follow his companion. The light of the candle fell upon the villain's countenance, which was literally ghastly with a mingled expression of rage and alarm. Richard shuddered, for the captured burglar was no other than the Resurrection Man.
"Wretch!"
exclaimed Markham, recovering his self-command. "The law will at length reach you."
"What, do you know this fellow?"
demanded the Count, somewhat surprised by the observation.
"Know me?"
cried the Resurrection Man.
"Of course he does. But supposing someone was to tell you a piece of valuable information, Count, about a matter closely concerning yourself and family, would you be inclined to be merciful?"
"Of what nature is that information? It must be very valuable indeed if you think that I will enter into any compromise with such as you."
"Pledge me your word that you will let me go scot-free, and I will tell you something that concerns the peace and happiness, perhaps the honour of your daughter."
"Miscreant!" cried Markham. "Profane not that lady by even alluding to her."
"Stay, curse the fellow's impudence," said the Count. "Perhaps he may really have something worth communicating. At all events, I will try him. Now then, my man, what is it that you have to say? If your statement be worth hearing, I swear that I will neither molest you nor suffer you to be molested."
"Hold, Count!" exclaimed Markham. "Make no rash vow. You know not what a wretch—"
"Silence, my dear friend," said the Count authoritatively. "I will hear the man, let him be who or what he may."
"And you do well to hear me, sir,"
continued the Resurrection Man.
"You harbour a villain in your house, and that villain is now before you. He boasts of having secured the affections of your daughter, and hopes to gull you into allowing him to marry her."
"Miscreant! Murderer!"
exclaimed Markham, no longer able to contain his indignation.
"Pollute not innocence itself by these allusions to a lady whose spotless mind—"
"Hush!" said the Count. "Let us hear patiently all this man has to say. I can soon judge whether he be speaking the truth, and if he deceives me, I will show him no mercy."
"But, Count, allow me one word. I myself will unfold—"
"Excuse me, Markham," interrupted the Italian noble with dignified firmness. "I will hear this man first. Proceed."
"The villain I allude to is, of course, that Markham," continued the Resurrection Man. "It was him, too, that induced me and my pals, the Cracksman and the Buffer, to make this attempt upon your house tonight."
"What foul, what hideous calumny is this?"
almost screamed the distracted Markham, as this totally unexpected and unfounded accusation met his ears. The Count himself was shocked at this announcement, for he suddenly recollected Richard's moody, embarrassed, and thoughtful manner the whole evening, and his sudden intention of departing the next day. "Go on," said the Count.
"I met that man,"
continued the body snatcher, pointing contemptuously towards Markham,
"a little more than a fortnight ago in this neighbourhood. He was walking with your daughter, and it was in consequence of certain little arrangements with me that he went back to London next day. I am well acquainted with all his movements."
"And you sought my life in a manner the most base—"
began Markham, unable to restrain his feelings.
"Silence, Markham!"
exclaimed the Count, still more authoritatively than before.
"Your time to speak will come. We planned this work while he was in London," continued the Resurrection Man, "and this very evening he told me over the garden wall that all was right."
"Merciful God!" cried the Count. "This is but too true." "Yes, I certainly spoke to him," said Richard, and from the garden, too."
"Mr. Markham, this continued interruption is indecent," exclaimed the Count emphatically, while a cold perspiration burst out upon his forehead. for he had recalled to mind the incident respecting the garden.
"I have a little more to add, Count," said the Resurrection Man. "This Markham told me that you had plenty of plate and money always in the house, and as he has lost nearly all his property, he should not be displeased at an opportunity of getting a hold of a little swag. It was agreed that we should meet in London to arrange the business, and so we did meet at the Dark House in Brick Lane, where we settled the affair along with the cracksman and the buffer who have just made off. This is all I have to say, unless it is that me and your friend Markham first got acquainted in Newgate."
"Newgate?" ejaculated the Count with a thrill of horror.
"Yes, Newgate, where he was waiting to be tried for forgery, for which he got 2 years in the Compter, and that's all. Let him deny it if he can."
Scarcely were these terrible words uttered by the Resurrection Man when a loud, long, and piercing scream was heard coming from the direction of the staircase. Then some object instantly fell with violence upon the marble floor of the hall. "Isabella! Isabella!" ejaculated Markham, turning hastily round to hurry to her assistance.
"Stop her, sir. Seek not my daughter,"
cried the Count in a stern voice as he caught Richard's arm and held him back.
"Let not a soul stir until my return."
There was a noble and dignified air of command about Count Alteroni as he uttered these words, which could not escape the notice of Richard Markham, even amidst the crushing and overwhelming circumstances that surrounded him. The Count took the candle from Markham's hand and hastened to the aid of his daughter, who, half-dressed, was lying upon the cold marble of the hall. He hastened to raise her, and at that moment the Countess appeared upon the stairs, followed by a lady's maid bearing a lamp. The Count reassured her in respect to the safety of the house, consigned Isabella to her care, and then returned to the pantry, where his presence was awaited in silence.
"Have you anything more to say?"
demanded the Count of the Resurrection Man.
"Nothing. Have I not said enough?"
And he glanced with fiendish triumph towards Markham.
"Now, sir," said the Count, turning to Richard, "is the statement of this man easy to be refuted?"
"Alas, I am compelled to admit that I am the victim of the most extraordinary circumstantial evidence ever known to fix guilt upon an innocent man. I was a prisoner in Newgate and the Compter, but—"
"Say no more. God forgive me that I should have allowed such a man to become the friend of my wife and daughter."
The Count uttered these words in a tone of intense agony. "Count Alteroni, allow me one word of explanation," said Richard. "Only cast your eyes over this paper, and you will be convinced of my innocence." Markham handed the document signed by Talbot, alias Pocock, to the Count, but the nobleman tossed it indignantly on the floor.
"You have confessed that you have been an inmate of the felons' jails. What explanation can you give that will wipe away so foul a stain? Depart, begone, defile not my house longer with your presence."
Vainly did Markham endeavour to obtain a hearing. The Count silenced him with an air of command and an imposing dignity of manner that struck him with awe. Never did the Italian nobleman appear more really noble than when he was thus performing that which he considered to be an imperious duty. His fine form was drawn up to its full height, his chest expanded, his cheeks were flushed, and his eyes flashed fire. Yes, even beneath his dark complexion was the rich Italian blood seen mantling his countenance.
"Go, sir. Hasten your departure. Stay not another minute here. A man accused of forgery, condemned to an infamous punishment, a liberated felon, a freed convict in my family dwelling. Holy God, I can scarcely constrain myself within the bounds of common patience when I think of the indignity that myself, my wife, and my innocent daughter have endured."
With these words, the Count pushed Markham rudely from the pantry and ordered a servant to conduct him to the front door. The blood of the young man boiled in his veins at this ignominious treatment, and yet he dared not rebel against it. The Resurrection Man took his departure at the same time by the garden at the back of the house. As Markham turned down the shrubbery, a window on the 3rd floor of the Count's dwelling was thrown open, and the voices of Sir Cherry Bounce and the Honourable Captain Dapper were heard loading him with abuse. Bowed down to the earth by the weight of the misfortune which had just fallen upon his head, crushed by unjust and unfounded suspicions, and sinking beneath a sense of shame and degradation, which all his innocence did not deprive of a single pang, Markham dragged himself away from the house in which he had passed so many happy hours, and where he left behind him all that he held dear in this life. He seated himself upon a milestone at a little distance from the Count's mansion, to which he turned his eyes to take a last farewell of the place where Isabella resided. Lights were moving about in several rooms. Perhaps she was ill. Most assuredly she had heard the dread accusations which had issued from the lips of the Resurrection Man against her lover, and she would happily believe them all. So thought Richard. Human language cannot convey an adequate idea of the heart-rending misery which the poor oppressed young man endured as he sat by the roadside and pondered upon all that had just occurred. Shame upon shame, degradation upon degradation, mountain upon mountain rolled on his breast, as if he were a modern Titan to crush him and keep him down, never more to rise. This was now his fate. At length, afraid of being left alone with his own thoughts, which seemed to urge him to end his earthly woes in the blood of a suicide, he rose from the cold stone and turned one last sorrowful and lingering glance towards the mansion in the distance, and then hurried along the road to Richmond as if he were pursued by bloodhounds. And not more fearful nor appalling would those bloodhounds have been than the horrible and excruciating thoughts which haunted him upon his way, and of which he could not divest himself, so that at length a species of delirium seized upon him as he ran furiously onward, the mark of Cain appearing to burn like a red-hot iron upon his brow, and a terrible voice thundering in his ear, "Free the convict!" End of chapter 46, part 2, recorded by Dave Wills.
Chapter 47 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 47. Eliza Sydney. The reader will remember that the events already related have brought us up to the close of 1838. Thus 3 years had elapsed since the memorable trial which resulted in the condemnation of Eliza Sydney to an imprisonment of 24 long months in Newgate, and a year had passed since her release from that dread abode. We therefore return to her again in December 1838, about the same time that those incidents occurred which we detailed in the last few chapters. Probably to the surprise of the reader, we again find Eliza Sydney the mistress of the beautiful villa at Upper Clapton. Yes, on the evening when we once more introduce ourselves to her, she was sitting alone in the drawing-room of that house, reading by the side of a cheerful fire. She was now 28 years of age, and although somewhat more inclining to embonpoint than when we first described her, she was still a lovely and fascinating woman. That slightly increased roundness of form had given her charms, a voluptuousness the most ravishing and seductive, but the effects of which upon the beholder were tempered by the dignity that reigned upon her high and noble brow, and the chaste expression of her melting hazel eyes. She was one of those fine creatures, one of those splendid specimens of the female sex, which are alone seen in the cold climates of the north, for it appears to be a rule in nature that the flowers of our species expand into the most luscious loveliness in the least genial latitudes. There was a soft melancholy in the expression of her countenance, which might have been mistaken for languor, and which gave an additional charm to her appearance, for it was easy to perceive her mind was now at ease, that delicate shade of sadness being the indelible effect of the adventures of the past. Her mind was at ease, because she was pure in heart and virtuous in intention, because she knew that she had erred innocently when she lent herself to the fraud for which she had suffered, because she possessed a competency that secured her against care for the present and fear for the future, and because she dwelt in that strict solitude and retirement which she loved, and which was congenial to a soul that had seen enough of the world to learn to dread its cruel artifices and deceptive ways. We said that it was evening when we again introduced Eliza to the readers. A cold wind whistled without, and a huge Christmas log burnt at the back of the grate, giving an air of supreme comfort to that furnished room. The French porcelain timepiece upon the mantel proclaimed the hour of 8. Scarcely had the silvery chime ceased when Louisa entered the room in great haste and excitement. "Oh, ma'am, who do you think is here?" she cried, closing the door carefully behind her. "It's impossible for me to guess, Louisa," said Eliza, smiling. "Mr. Stevens!" exclaimed the servant, "and he earnestly implores to see you." "Mr. Stevens!" echoed Eliza. "Impossible!" "It is him, flesh and blood, but so pale, so ghostly pale, and so altered." "Mr. Stevens!" repeated Eliza. "You must be mistaken. You must be dreaming. For you are aware that, in accordance with his sentence, he must be very, very far from England." "He is here. He is in London. He is at your door," said Louisa emphatically, "and as far as I could see by the light of the candle that I had with me when I answered his knock, he is in rags and tatters." "And he wishes to see me?" said Eliza, musing. "Yes, ma'am." There was a pause of a few moments. "I will see him," exclaimed Eliza, in a decided tone, after some consideration. "He may be in want, in distress, and I cannot forget that he proclaimed my innocence in the dock of the Old Bailey." Louisa left the room, and in another minute the convict Stevens stood in the presence of Eliza Sydney. Altered? He was indeed altered. His eyes were sunken and lustreless, his cheeks wan and hollow, his hair prematurely tinged with grey, and his form thin and emaciated. He was, moreover, clad in rags, absolute rags. "My God!" ejaculated Eliza, "in what a condition do you return to your native land?" "And Heaven alone knows what sacrifices I have made and what hardships I have undergone to come back," said Stevens in a hollow voice. "You are pardoned, then?" "Oh no, crimes like mine are not so readily forgiven. I escaped." "Escaped!" exclaimed Eliza. "And are you not afraid of being recaptured?" "I must run that risk," replied Stevens sorrowfully. "But give me food. I am hungry. I am starving." The unhappy man sank upon a chair as he uttered these words, and Eliza summoned Louisa to bring refreshments. The servant placed a tray laden with provisions upon the table and retired. Stevens then fell ravenously upon the food thus set before him, while tears stood in Eliza's eyes when she thought that the miserable wretch had once commanded in that house where he now craved a morsel of bread. At length the convict terminated his meal. "I had eaten nothing," he said, "since yesterday afternoon, when I spent my last penny to procure a roll. Last night I slept in a shed near the docks, a large stone for my pillow. All this day I have been wandering about the most obscure and wretched neighbourhoods of London, not knowing whither to go, and afraid to be seen by any one who may recognise me. Recognise me," he added in a strange satirical manner, "that would perhaps be difficult." Then, sinking his voice almost to a whisper, he said in a tonic of profound and touching melancholy, "Do you not find me much, very much altered?" "You have doubtless suffered deeply," said Eliza, wiping away the tears from her eyes, for at that moment she remembered not the injury brought by that man upon herself. She saw and knew of naught save the misery of the hapless being before her. "You weep, Eliza," exclaimed Stevens. "You weep for me, who am unworthy even of your notice." "Forget the past. I prefer dwelling upon the kindness rather than the injuries I have experienced at your hands." "Excellent woman!" cried the convict, deeply affected. "Oh, you know not what I have endured, what dangers I have incurred, what hardships I have undergone, what privations I have experienced. compelled to work my passage back to England as a common sailor, a prey to the brutality of a tyrannical and drunken captain, exposed to all the inclemencies of the weather. No tongue can tell what I have gone through. But I will not weary you with my complaints. Rather, let me hear how you yourself have fared." "My tale is short," answered Eliza. "The 2 years in Newgate passed away. God knows how they passed away, but they did pass. Of that I will say no more, save that the most powerful interest was exerted to obtain a mitigation of my sentence, but in vain. The Secretary of State assured the Earl of Warrington that he could not interfere in the very lenient judgment awarded by the court relative to myself. One more circumstance I must mention. Every 3 months, when the prison regulations allowed the admission of the friends of those confined, a lady visited me, and though that lady be the mistress of the Earl of Warrington, I would rejoice to call her sister." "Oh, how rejoiced I am to know that you were not without friends!" exclaimed Stevens. "The Earl of Warrington sent me by this lady assurances of his forgiveness, and even of his intention to befriend me, for the sake of my dear departed mother. But oh, who could have anticipated the noble, the generous conduct pursued toward me by that nobleman? The day of my liberation dawned. Mrs. Arlington came in the Earl's private travelling carriage, and received me at the door of the prison. The carriage rolled away, and when I had recovered from the first emotions of joy at leaving that horrible place, I found we were proceeding along the Hackney road. I cast a glance of surprise at Mrs. Arlington. She only smiled, and would not gratify my curiosity. At length we came in sight of the villa, and my astonishment increased. Still Mrs. Arlington only smiled. In a few minutes more the carriage entered the enclosure, and drove up to this door. Mrs. Arlington seemed to enjoy my surprise, and yet tears glistened in her eyes. Oh, the admirable woman! They were tears of joy at the grateful task which the Earl had imposed upon her. The front door opened, and Louisa ran forward and welcomed me. Mrs. Arlington took my hand, and led me into the dining room. The furniture was all entirely new. She conducted me all over the house. Every room was similarly renovated. At length I felt exhausted with pleasure, hope, and alarm, and sank upon the sofa of this apartment. "My dear Eliza," said Mrs. Arlington, "all that you survey is yours. The very house itself is your own property. The Earl of Warrington has purchased it for you, and his solicitor, Mr. Pakenham, will call upon you to–morrow with the title deeds." I fainted through excess of happiness and gratitude. "How noble!" exclaimed Stevens. "I knew that the Earl of Warrington had purchased this estate, for I had already mortgaged it to its full value previous to that fatal epoch when all my hopes failed. My brother, who resided in Liverpool, left England 6 months after my departure, and went out to settle in New South Wales. He told me that the person who had lent me the money upon this property had disposed of it to the Earl. My brother's object was to settle at Sydney, and procure one to be allotted to him as his servant. I should then have been free. But alas! Scarcely had he set foot in the island when he was seized with a malignant fever which proved fatal." "Misfortunes never come singly," said Eliza. Then, after a pause, she added, "Neither do blessings. And if I have been greatly afflicted, I have also enjoyed some happiness. In reference to my own narrative, I must add that Mr. Pakenham called on the following day, as Mrs. Arlington had promised, and he placed the deeds in my hand. I desired him to retain them in his care for me. He then informed me that the Earl of Warrington had purchased for me an annuity of £400 a year. Oh, such generosity overwhelmed me! I begged to be allowed to hasten and throw myself at the feet of that excellent nobleman. But Mr. Pakenham intimated that his lordship was averse to an interview. In a word, he made me understand that I might never hope to thank my benefactor to his face, and that a letter expressing my feelings would be equally unwelcome. The good lawyer, however, tranquillized my mind on one point. The Earl has no aversion to me, entertains no animosity against me, but he cannot bear to contemplate the offspring of the woman whom he himself loved so madly. Thus you are happy and blessed with kind friends, and I am an outcast," said Stevens, in a tone of bitter remorse. "Oh, what would I give to be able to recall the past! Blessed, however, be that strange and unaccountable curiosity which led me into this neighbourhood to–night. I say, blessed be it, since it has been the unexpected means for me to hear and know that you at least are happy. Oh, conceive my astonishment when, on approaching the villa, I inquired of a peasant, 'Who dwells here now?' and he replied, 'Miss Sidney.' I could not mistake that announcement. I was already prepared by it for the narrative which you had given me of the Earl of Warrington's generosity." "Without him, what should I be at this moment?" said Eliza. "He has been more than a friend to me. His kindness was rather that of a father or a brother. And that angel Mrs. Arlington, who visited me in prison, who poured consolation into my soul, and sustained me with hopes that have been more than realized. Oh, how deep a debt of gratitude do I owe her also! She did not conceal from me her true position in reference to the Earl of Warrington. She detailed to me the narrative of her sorrows, and I learnt that George Montague was the base deceiver who first taught her to stray from the paths of virtue." "George Montague!" exclaimed Stevens. "What has become of that man? He is artful, talented, designing, and might perhaps be able to serve me if he would." "He has assumed, I am told, the name of Greenwood, and dwells in a magnificent house in Spring Gardens. This I learnt from Mrs. Arlington, who called here a few days ago. She also informed me that Montague had circulated a report amongst his acquaintances that the death of a distant relation had put him in possession of considerable property, and rendered the assumption of the name of Greenwood an indispensable condition of its enjoyment." "And thus has Montague risen," said Stevens, "while I am humbled to the dust. His intrigues and machinations have enriched him, and the story of the death of a wealthy relation is no doubt the apology for the sudden display of the treasures he has been amassing for the last 4 or 5 years. Have you seen him lately?" "He called here a few days after my release from imprisonment," said Eliza, with a light blush. "But I did not choose to see him. I love solitude. I prefer retirement." "And my visit has most disagreeably intruded upon your privacy," observed Stevens. "I could have wished to have seen you in a more prosperous state, for your own sake," answered Eliza. "But, as I observed just now, I would rather remember the kindnesses I have received at your hand than the miseries which have resulted from your guilty deception. If with my modest and limited means I can assist you, speak. What do you propose to do?" "My object is to proceed to America, where I may be enabled to obtain an honest livelihood by my mercantile experience and knowledge. Every moment that I prolong my stay in England is fraught with increased peril to my safety; for were I captured, I should be sent back to that far–off clime where so many of my fellow–countrymen endure inconceivable miseries, and where my lot would become terrible indeed." "I will assist you in your object," said Eliza. "Mr. Pakenham, who acts as my banker, has £100 of mine in his hands. To–morrow I will draw that amount, and if it would be of any service towards the accomplishment of your plans—" "Oh, Eliza, how can I sufficiently express my gratitude?" interrupted Stevens, joy and hope animating his careworn countenance and firing his sunken eyes. "Do not thank me," said Eliza. "I shall be happy if I can efface one wrinkle from the brow of a fellow–creature. For your present necessities take this," and she handed him her purse. "To–morrow evening I shall expect you to call again, and I will then provide you with the means to seek your fortune in another quarter of the world." Stephen shed tears as he received the purse from the fair hand of that noble–hearted woman. He then took his departure, with a heart far more light than when he had knocked humbly and timidly at the door of that villa an hour before. Chapter 47.
Chapter 48, Part 1 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 48, Part 1. Mr. Greenwood's Visitors. Mr. Greenwood was seated in his study the morning after the event which occupied the last chapter. He was dressed en négligé. A French velvet skull-cap, embroidered with gold, sat upon his curled and perfumed hair. A sumptuous brocade silk dressing-gown was confined around the waist by a gold cord with large tassels hanging almost to his feet. His shirt collar was turned down over a plain broad black ribbon, the bow of which was fastened with a diamond brooch of immense value, and on his fingers were costly rings, sparkling with the tones of corresponding kind and worth. On the writing-table an elegant French watch, attached to a long gold chain, lay amidst a pile of letters, just as if it had been carelessly tossed there. A cheque, partly filled out for 1,000 guineas, several banknotes, and some loose gold were lying on an open writing-desk, and at one end of the table, in seeming confusion, a number of visiting cards, bearing the names of eminent capitalists, wealthy merchants, peers, and members of Parliament. All this pell-mell assemblage of proofs of wealth and tokens of high acquaintance was only apparent and not real. It was a portion of Mr. Greenwood's system, one of the principles of the art which he practised in deceiving the world. He knew none of the capitalists and few of the aristocrats whose cards lay upon his table, and his own hand had arranged the manner in which the watch, the cheque-book, and the money were tossing about. Never did a coquette practise a particular glance, attitude, or mannerism more seriously than did Mr. Greenwood. These little artifices, which, however trifling they may appear, produced an immense effect upon those with whom he had to deal, and who visited him in that study. Everything he did was the result of a calculation, and had an aim. Every word he spoke, however rapid the utterance, was duly weighed and measured. And yet, at this time, the man who thus carried his knowledge of human nature even to the most ridiculous niceties was only in his 28th year. How perverted were great talents, how misapplied so extraordinary quickness of apprehension in this instance! Mr. Greenwood contemplated the arrangements of his writing-table with calm satisfaction, and a smile of triumph curled his lip as he thought of the position to which such little artifices as those had helped to raise him. He despised the world, he laughed at society, and he cared not for the law. He walked boldly up to the extreme verge where personal security ceased and peril began, but he never overstepped the boundary. He had plundered many. He had enriched himself with the wealth of others. He had built his own fortunes upon the ruins of his fellow men's hopes and prospects. But still he had so contrived all his schemes that the law could never reach him, and if one of his victims accused him of villainy, he had a plausible explanation to offer for his conduct. If a person said to him, "Your schemes have involved me in utter ruin and deprived me of every penny I possessed," he would unblushingly reply, "What does the man mean? He forgets that I suffered far more than he did, and that where he lost hundreds, I lost thousands. It is impossible to control speculations. Some turn up well, some badly, and this man might as well blame the keeper of a lottery office because his ticket did not turn up a prize, as attempt to throw any odium upon me." And this language would prove satisfactory and seem straightforward to all bystanders, save the poor victim himself, who nevertheless would be struck dumb by the other's assurance. Greenwood had commenced his ways of intrigue and pursuits of duplicity in the city, where he was known as George Montague. The moment he had obtained a considerable fortune, he repaired to the West End, added the name of Greenwood to his other appellations, and thus commenced, as it were, a new existence in a new sphere. He possessed the great advantage of exercising a complete control over all his feelings, passions, and inclinations, save with respect to women. In this point of view he was completely sensualist, a heartless voluptuary. He would spare neither expense nor trouble to gratify his amorous desires, where he formed a predilection, and if in any case he would run a risk of involving himself in the complexities of civil or criminal law,
the peril would be encountered in an attempt to satisfy his lustful cravings. There are many men of this stamp in the world, especially in great cities, and more especially in London. Mr. Greenwood, having completed the arrangements of his study in the manner described, rang the bell. His French valet Lafleur made his appearance in answer to the summons. Mr. Greenwood then threw himself negligently into the armchair at his writing-table and proceeded to issue his instructions to his dependent.
Lafleur, the Count Alteroni will call this morning. When he has been here about 10 minutes, bring me in this letter.
He handed his valet a letter, sealed and addressed to himself.
At about 12 o'clock, Lord Tremorden will call. Let him remain quietly for a quarter of an hour with me, and then come in and say, "The Duke of Portsmouth has sent round, sir, to know whether he can positively rely upon your company to dine this evening."
"Do you understand?"
"Perfectly, sir,"
answered Lafleur, without the slightest variation of countenance, for he was too politic and too finished a valet to attempt to criticize his master's proceedings by means of even a look.
"So far, so good," resumed Mr. Greenwood. "Sir Rupert Harborough will call this morning, and you will tell him that I am not at home."
"Yes, sir."
"Lady Cecilia Harborough will call at 1 precisely. You will conduct her to the drawing-room."
"Yes, sir."
"And all the time she is here, I shall not be at home to a soul."
"No, sir."
"At 4 o'clock I shall go out in the cab. You can then pay a visit to Upper Clapton, and ascertain, by any indirect means you can light upon, whether Miss Sidney still inhabits the villa, and whether she still pursues the same retired and secluded mode of existence as when you last made inquiries in that quarter."
"Yes, sir."
"And you can ride round by Holloway and find out, also by indirect inquiries, remember, whether Mr. Markham is at home, and any other particulars relative to him which you can glean. I have already told you that I have the deepest interest in being acquainted with all that young man does, his minutest actions even."
"I will attend to your orders, sir."
"Tonight you will dress yourself in mean attire and repair to a low public house on Saffron Hill, known by the name of the Boozing Ken by the thieves and reprobates of that district. You will inquire for a man who frequents that house, and who is called Tom the Cracksman. No one knows him by any other name. You will tell him who your master is, and that I wish to see him upon very particular business. He must be here tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. Give him this £5 note as an earnest of good intentions. And now, take these duplicates and that bank-note for £500, and just go yourself to the pawnbroker's in the Strand, and redeem the diamonds mentioned in these tickets. You will have time before anyone comes."
"Yes, sir."
"And should Lord Tremorden happen to be here when you return, hand me the packet, which you will have wrapped up in white paper, saying, 'With the Duke's compliments, sir.'"
"Yes, sir." Thus ended the morning's instructions. The valet took the letter which Mr. Greenwood had written to himself, the duplicates and the bank-notes, and retired. In half an hour he returned with a small purple morocco case containing a complete set of diamonds, worth at least 1,200 guineas. He again withdrew and returned in a few minutes, but this time it was to usher in Count Alteroni. Mr. Greenwood received the Italian noble with more than usual affability and apparent friendship.
"I am delighted to inform you, my dear Count," he said,
when they were both seated,
"that our enterprise is progressing well. I yesterday received a letter from a certain capitalist to whom I applied relative to the loan of £200,000, which I informed you it was necessary to raise to carry out our undertaking, in addition to the capital which you and I have both subscribed, and I have no doubt that I shall succeed in this point. Indeed, he is to send me his decision this very morning."
"Then I hope that at length the company is definitively formed," said the Count.
"Definitely,"
answered Mr. Greenwood. "And the deed by which you guarantee to me the safety of the money I have embarked, let the event be what it may," said the Count.
"That will be ready tomorrow evening. Can you dine with me tomorrow and terminate that portion of the business after dinner? My solicitor will send the deed hither by one of his clerks at 8:30.
"With pleasure," said the Count,
evidently pleased at this arrangement.
"There has been some delay," said Mr. Greenwood, "but really the fault has not existed with me."
"You will excuse my anxiety in this respect. Indeed, I have probably pressed you more than I ought for the completion of that security. But you will remember that I have embarked my all in this enterprise."
"Do not attempt an apology. You have acted as a man of prudence and caution. You will find that I shall behave as a man of business."
"I am perfectly satisfied," said the Count. "I should not have advanced my money unless I had been so perfectly satisfied with your representations. For, unless events turn up in my favour in my own country, I must forever expect to remain an exile from Castelcicala. And that good fortune will shine upon me from that quarter, I can scarcely expect. My liberal principles have offended the Grand Duke and the old nobility of that estate, and now that the aristocracy there has gained the ascendancy and is likely to retain it, I can hope for nothing. I would gladly have aided the popular cause and obtained for the people of Castelcicala a constitution, but the idea of representative principles is odious to those now in power.
I believe that you were a staunch adherent of the Prince of Castelcicala, who is the nephew of the reigning Grand Duke and the heir apparent to the throne," said Mr. Greenwood.
"You have been rightly informed, but if the Pope and the kings of Naples and Sardinia support the aristocracy of Castelcicala, that prince will be excluded from his inheritance, and a foreigner will be placed upon the Grand Ducal throne. In this case, the prince will be an exile until his death, without even a pension to support him, so irritated are the old aristocracy against him.
I believe that Castelcicala is a fine state."
"A beautiful country, extensive, well cultivated, and productive. It contains 2 millions of inhabitants. The capital, Montoni, is a magnificent city of 100,000 souls. The revenues of the Grand Duke are 200,000 pounds sterling a year, and yet he is not contented. He does not study his people's happiness."
"And where at the present moment is that gallant prince who has thus risked his accession to the throne for the welfare of his fellow countrymen?"
inquired Greenwood. "That remains a secret," answered the Count. "His partisans alone know."
"Of course I would not attempt to intrude upon matters so sacred," said Greenwood, "were I not deeply interested in yourself, whom I know to be one of his most staunch adherents."
At that moment the door opened, and the Fleur entered, bearing a letter, which he handed to Mr. Greenwood. He then retired.
"Will you excuse me?" said Greenwood to the Count.
Then, opening the letter, he appeared to read it with attention. At the expiration of a few moments, he said,
"This letter is from my capitalist. He gives me both good and bad news. He would advance the loan, but he cannot command the necessary amount for 3 months."
"Then there will be 3 months more delay," exclaimed the Count in a tone of vexation.
3 months? And what is that? A mere nothing," cried Mr. Greenwood. "You can satisfy yourself to my friend's sincerity."
With these words he handed to the Count the letter which he had written to himself in a feigned hand, and to which he had affixed a fictitious name and address. The Count read the letter and was satisfied. He then rose to depart. "Tomorrow evening, at 7 o'clock punctually, I shall do myself the pleasure of waiting upon you. In a few days, you remember, I and my family are coming up to town to pass some time with Lord Tremordyn."
"And I shall then be bold and presumptuous enough," said Greenwood, "to endeavour to render myself acceptable to the Signora Isabella."
"By the by," exclaimed the Count, "I forgot to inform you of the villainy of that Richard Markham, whom I received into the bosom of my family and treated as a son or a brother."
"His villainy!"
ejaculated Greenwood in a tone of unfeigned surprise. "Villainy the most atrocious," cried the Count. "He is a man branded with the infamy of a felon's jail."
"Impossible!"
said Greenwood, this time affecting the astonishment expressed by his countenance. "It is, alas, too true. The night before last he invited thieves to break into my dwelling, and to those miscreants, and he boasted of his intentions to win the favour of my daughter."
"Oh, no, no," said Mr. Greenwood emphatically. "You must be misinformed."
"On the contrary, I have received evidence only too corroborative of what I tell you. But when I come tomorrow evening, I will give you the detail." The Count then took his departure.
"Thank God," said Mr. Greenwood to himself the moment the door had closed behind the Italian nobleman. "I have succeeded in pulling off that bothering Count for 3 good months. Much may be done in the meantime, and if I can secure his daughter, all will be well. I can then pension him off for £150 a year, and retain possession of his capital. But this deed he demands, the deed of guarantee, he presses for that. I must give him the security to show my goodwill, and then neutralize that concession on my part in the manner already resolved upon. How strange was the account he gave me of Richard Markham! That unhappy young man appears to be a victim of the most wonderful combination of suspicious circumstances ever known, for guilty he could not be. Oh, no, impossible."
Mr. Greenwood's meditations were interrupted by the entrance of Lord Tremordyn. This nobleman was a short, stout, good-tempered man. Being a large landholder, he exercised considerable influence in his county, of which he was the Lord Lieutenant, and he boasted that he could return 6 members to Parliament in spite of the Reform Bill. His wife was, moreover, allied to one of the richest and most important families in the hierarchy of aristocracy, and thus Lord Tremordyn, with no talent, no knowledge, no acquirements to recommend him, but with certain political tenets which he inherited along with the family estate, and which he possessed for no other reason than because they were those of his ancestors. Lord Tremordyn, we say, was a very great man in the House of Lords. He seldom spoke, it is true, but then he voted, and dictated to others how to vote, and in this existed his power. When he did speak, he uttered an awful amount of nonsense. But the reporters were very kind, and so his speeches read well. Indeed, he did not know them again when he perused them in print in the morning after their delivery. Moreover, his wife was a blue stocking, and dabbled a little in politics, and she occasionally furnished her noble husband with a few hints which might have been valuable had he clothed them in language a little intelligible. For the rest, Lord Tremordyn was a most hospitable man, was fond of his bottle, and fancied himself a sporting character, because he kept hounds and horses, and generally employed an agent to make up a book for him at races, whereby he was most amazingly plundered.
"My dear lord," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, conducting his noble visitor to a seat, "I'm delighted to see your lordship look so well. So, you have parted with electricity. I heard of it yesterday at Tattershall's." "Yes, at a good price I had for him. By the way, my dear Greenwood, I must not forget to thank you for the hock you sent me. It is superb. I'm delighted that your lordship is pleased with it. Have you seen Sir Rupert Harborough lately? My scapegoat son-in-law. I wish I had never seen him at all," ejaculated his lordship. "He is ever head and ears in debt again, and I swear most solemnly that I will do nothing more for him, not to the amount of a penny piece. Cecilia, too, has quarrelled with her mother, and even if she had not, Lady Tremordyn is the last woman on earth to advance them a shilling." "It is a pity, a great pity," said Mr. Greenwood, apparently musing. Then, after a brief pause, he added, "You never can guess, my dear lord, why I wish to see your lordship so particularly this morning. About the match between electricity and galvanism? The odds are 3 to 4. "That was not exactly my business," said Mr. Greenwood with a bland smile. "The fact is, the representation of Rottenborough will be vacant in a few weeks. I know positively that the present member intends to accept the Chiltern Hundreds." "I have received a similar invitation," observed his lordship. "At present the matter is a profound secret." "Yes, a profound secret, known only to the member's friends, and me and my friends, and you and your friends," added the nobleman, seriously meaning what he said, without any attempt at irony or satire. Of course, there will be an election in February, shortly after the Houses meet," continued Greenwood. I was going to observe to your lordship that I should be most happy to offer myself as a candidate." "You, Greenwood? What, are you a politician?" "Not so profound or so well versed as your lordship, but I flatter myself that, aided by your lordship's advice, Lady Tremordyn would never consent to it, and by Lady Tremordyn's suggestions it would never do. She will have a mark of rank and family, and excuse me, Greenwood, although you are no doubt rich enough for a lord, and well educated and clever, and so on, the juice of it is that we don't know who the devil you are." An excellent family, my dear lord," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, and although nothing equal to your own, which I know to be the most ancient in England, or Scotland, or Ireland either, or Scotland, or Ireland, or even Europe, still—" "No, it cannot be done, Greenwood. It cannot be done," interrupted the nobleman. "I would do anything to oblige you, but—" At that moment the door opened, and Lafleur entered the study. "If you please, sir," said the French valet, "the Duke of Portsmouth has sent round to know whether he can positively rely upon your company to dinner this evening." "My best compliments to his Grace, Lafleur," said Mr. Greenwood, affecting to meditate upon this message for a moment, "and I will do myself the honour of waiting on his Grace at the usual hour." "Very good, sir," and Lafleur retired. "Well, after all," resumed Lord Tremordyn, who had not lost a word of this message and the answer, "I think I might undertake to arrange the Rottenborough business for you. You have high acquaintances, and they often do more good than high connections, so we will consider that matter settled." "I'm deeply obliged to your lordship," said Greenwood, with the calmness of a man who has never entertained a fear of being ultimately unable to carry his point. "You will see that I shall imitate in the lower house your lordship's admirable conduct in the upper, to the very best of my ability." "Of course, you will always support the measures I support, and oppose those which I may oppose?" "Oh, that is a matter of course. What will become of society? Where should we be if the Commons did not obey the great landholders who allow them to be returned?"
"Ah, what indeed?" said the nobleman, shaking his head ominously. "But really, Greenwood, I wasn't at all aware that you were half so clever a politician as I see you are."
"Your lordship does me honour. I know how to value your lordship's good opinion,"
said Greenwood in a meek and submissive manner. Then, after a moment's silence, he added,
"By the by, I understand that our mutual friend Alteroni and his amiable wife and beautiful daughter are going to pass the first few weeks of the new year with your lordship and Lady Tremordyn."
"Yes, we shall be very gay. The Signora must pick up a husband amongst the young nobles or scions of great families whom she will meet this winter in London."
"Do you not know, my lord," said Greenwood,
sinking his voice to a mysterious whisper,
"that Count Alteroni detests gaiety? Are you not aware that he and the ladies have accepted your kind invitation under the impression that they will enjoy the pleasing society of your lordship and Lady Tremordyn, and a few select friends only?"
"I'm glad you have told me that," exclaimed the nobleman. "We will have no gaiety at all."
"The Count has honoured me with his utmost confidence and his sincere friendship," said Greenwood.
"Oh, of course, you will be welcome on all occasions. Do not wait for invitations. I give you a general one."
"I am more than ever indebted to your lordship."
After a little more conversation in the same strain, the nobleman took his leave, more pleased with Mr. Greenwood than ever. This gentleman, the moment he was alone, threw himself into his chair and smiled complacently.
"Gained all my points," he said, musing. "I shall be a member of Parliament. The fair Isabella will stand no chance of captivating some wealthy and titled individual who might woo and win her, and I have obtained a general invitation to Lord Tremordyn's dwelling. I alone shall therefore have an opportunity of paying court to this Italian beauty."
End of Chapter 48, Part 1. Recorded by Dave Wills. Chapter 48, Part 2 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 48, Part 2. Mr. Greenwood's Visitors. The French valet entered the room.
Lady Cecilia Arbor is in the drawing-room, sir.
Mr. Greenwood thrust the morocco case containing the diamonds into the pocket of his dressing-gown and then proceeded to the apartment where the lady was waiting. Lady Cecilia Harborough was about 22 and very beautiful. Her hair was auburn, her eyes blue, and her features regular. Her figure was good, but she was very slightly made, a perfect sylph in symmetry and model. Nursed amidst fashionable pleasure and aristocratic dissipation, she was without those principles which are the very basis of virtue. If she were true and faithful to her husband, it was only because she had not been strongly tempted to prove otherwise. If she had never indulged in an intrigue, it was simply because one to her taste had never come in her way. Her passions were strong, her disposition decidedly sensual. Thus was it that she had become an easy prey to Sir Rupert Harborough, and when she had discovered that she was in a way to become a mother in consequence of that amour, she only repented her conduct through dread of shame, and not for the mere fact of having deviated from the path of virtue. Her disgrace was concealed by a patched-up marriage with her seducer, a trip to the Continent, and the death of the child at its birth, and thus there was no scandal in society attached to the name of Lady Cecilia Harborough. Mr. Greenwood had not made her wait many moments when he entered the drawing-room. Lady Cecilia rose, and hastening towards him said,
"Oh, Mr. Greenwood, what can you think of me after the imprudent step I have taken in coming alone and unattended?" "I can only think, Lady Cecilia," said Greenwood, handling her to a seat and taking a chair near her, "that you have done me an honour, the extent of which I can fully appreciate. But why insist upon this visit to you? Why could you not have called upon me?" inquired the lady impatiently. "Your ladyship wishes to consult with me upon financial affairs, and every capitalist receives visits and does not pay them, when they refer to business only. Thank you for this apology for my conduct. I fancy that I was guilty of every great imprudence. You have reassured me upon that head." And a smile played upon the fair patrician's lips. "In what manner can I be of service to your ladyship? You perceive that I will save you the trouble of even introducing a disagreeable subject." "Well, Mr. Greenwood," said Lady Cecilia, with that easy familiarity which is always shown to those who are confidants in cases of pecuniary embarrassment, "you are well aware of Sir Rupert's unfortunate situation, and of course his position is also mine. We are literally without the means of paying the common weekly bills of the house and the servants' wages. I have quarrelled with my mother, and my father will not advance another sixpence. Your ladyship is well aware that Sir Rupert Harborough has no security to offer, and if he had, I would scarcely advance money to him, since I know that your ladyship seldom profits by any funds which he may possess." "Oh, that is true, Mr. Greenwood," ejaculated Lady Cecilia emphatically. "Would you believe it? Even my very diamonds are gone. Sir Rupert has made away with them. In plain terms, he pawned them." "He did. But that is such a horrid avowal to make, when one thinks that it is generally supposed that the poor alone have recourse to such means, and that we, in the upper class, do not even know what is meant by a pawnbroker's." "Oh, how false is that idea! How erroneous is that impression!" "It is indeed," said Greenwood. "The jewels of half the high-born ladies in London have been deposited at different times in the hands of the very pawnbroker where yours were." Lady Cecilia stared at Mr. Greenwood in profound astonishment. Then, as a sudden idea seemed to flash across her brain, she added, "But Sir Rupert must have told you of this?" "He did. Do you know," continued the lady, "that I have actually lost the receipts or duplicates, or whatever you call them, which the pawnbroker gave when Harborough sent the diamonds by a trusty servant of ours?" "Those duplicates Sir Rupert Harborough handed over to me," said Greenwood. "I lent him £100 upon them yesterday morning." "Oh, how ungrateful he is! How unworthy of one particle of affection!"
exclaimed Lady Cecilia.
He knew how distressed, literally distressed I was for ready money, and he never offered me a guinea."
"Are you so distressed as that?" inquired Mr. Greenwood, drawing his chair closer to that of his fair visitor.
"Why should I conceal anything from you when I come to consult you upon my embarrassments?" said Lady Cecilia,
tears starting into her eyes.
"I am literally disgraced. I cannot go to court, nor appear at any grand reunion for the want of my jewels, and I am indebted to old Lady Marlborough to the amount of £200 which she lent me. Yesterday she wrote for the 6th time for the money, and actually observed in her letter that she considered my conduct unladylike in the extreme. If I do not pay her this day, I shall be ruined, exposed, ashamed to show my face in any society whatever." "You would, therefore, make any sacrifice to relieve yourself from these embarrassments?"
said Greenwood interrogatively.
"Oh, any sacrifice. To obtain about 800 or £1,000, to redeem my jewels and pay my most pressing debts, Lady Marlborough's, for instance. I would do anything."
"You would make any sacrifice? You would do anything, Lady Cecilia?" repeated Greenwood emphatically. "That is saying a great deal, and an impertinent coxcomb like me, for instance, might perhaps construe your words literally and be most presumptuous in his demands."
"My God, Mr. Greenwood, what do you mean?" exclaimed the lady, a slight flush appearing up her cheeks. "My case is so very desperate. I have no security to offer at present, and yet I require money. Money I must have. Tell me to throw myself into the Thames a year hence, so that I have money today, and I would willingly subscribe to the contract. I could even sell myself to the evil one, like Dr. Faustus. I am so bewildered, and so truly wretched."
"Since you have verged into the regions of romance and mentioned improbabilities or impossibilities," said Mr. Greenwood, "suppose another strange case. Suppose that a man threw himself at your feet, declared his love, sought yours in return, and proffered you his fortune as a proof of the sincerity of his heart."
"Such generous and noble-minded lovers are not so easily found nowadays," returned Lady Cecilia. "But if I must respond to your question, I am almost inclined to think that I should not prove very cruel to the tender swain who would present himself in so truly romantic a manner."
Greenwood caught hold of Lady Cecilia's hand, fell at her feet, and presented her with the purple morocco case containing the diamonds.
"Heavens!"
she exclaimed, half inclined to suppose that this proceeding was a mere jest.
"What do you mean, Mr. Greenwood? Surely you were not supposing a case in which you yourself were to be the principal actor?"
"Permit me to lay my heart and fortune at your feet," said Greenwood. "Nay, you cannot repulse me now. You accepted the alternative. Your own words have rendered me thus bold, thus presumptuous."
"Ah, Mr. Greenwood!"
exclaimed the fair patrician lady, abandoning her left hand to this bold admirer, and receiving the case of diamonds with the right.
"You have spread a snare for me, and I have fallen into the tangled meshes."
"You can have no compunction. You can entertain no remorse in transferring your affections from a man who neglects you to one who will study your happiness in every way."
"But, merciful heavens, you would not have me leave my husband altogether?" "Oh, I could not bear the eclat of an elopement. No, never, never."
"Nor would I counsel such a proceeding," said Greenwood, who was himself astonished at the ease with which he had obtained this victory. "You must sustain appearances in society. But when we can meet, and when we are together, oh, then we can be to each other as if we alone existed in the world, as if we could indulge in all the joys and sweets of love, without fear and without peril."
"Yes, I will be yours upon these terms. I will be yours," murmured Cecilia. "And remember, you must be faithful towards me, and you must never forget the sacrifice I make and the risk I run in thus responding to your attachment. But above all things, do not think ill of me. Do not despise me. I want something to love, and someone to love me. And you sympathize with my distress. You feel for my unhappiness. You offer me your consolations. Oh, yes, it is you whom I must love, and you will love me."
"Forever," answered the libertine, and he caught that frail but beauteous lady in his arms. An hour elapsed. Lady Cecilia had taken her departure, richer in purse, but poorer in honour, and Greenwood had returned to his study. The flush of triumph was upon his brow, and the smile of satisfaction was upon his lip. Lafleur entered the room.
"While you were engaged, sir," said the valet, "Sir Rupert Aberger called. He was most anxious to see you. I assured him that you were not at home. He said he would call again in an hour."
"You can then admit him." The valet bowed and withdrew. Mr. Greenwood then wrote several letters connected with the various schemes which he had in hand. His occupation was interrupted by the entrance of Sir Rupert Harborough. With what ease and assurance, with what unblushing confidence did the libertine receive the man whose wife he had drawn into the snares of infamy and dishonour.
"You really must excuse my perseverance in seeing you this day,"
said Sir Rupert, who perceived by Greenwood's attire that he had not been out of the house that morning.
"I really don't know which way to turn. I was particularly engaged when you called just now," said Greenwood, "and you are aware that one's valet always answers not at home in such cases." "Oh, deuce take ceremony!" exclaimed Sir Rupert. "See if you can do anything to assist me. Lord Tremorden has literally cut me, and Lady Tremorden is as stingy as the devil. Besides, she and Lady Cecilia have quarrelled, so there's no hope in that quarter." "I really cannot assist you further at present," observed Greenwood. "In a short time I shall be able to let you into a good thing, as I told you a little while ago. But for the moment—" "Come, Greenwood," interrupted the baronet, "do not refuse me. I will give you a post obit of the old lord. He is sure to leave me something handsome at his death." "Yes, but he may settle it upon your wife in such a manner that you will not be able to touch it. Suppose that Lady Cecilia will join me in the security. Insufficient still, Lord Tremorden may bequeath her ladyship merely a life interest, without power to touch the capital." "Well, what the devil can I do?" exclaimed the baronet, almost distracted. "Point out some means, lay down some plan, do anything you like, but don't refuse some assistance."
Mr. Greenwood reflected for some minutes, and this time his thoughtful manner was not affected. It struck him that he might effect a certain arrangement in this instance, by which he might get the baronet completely in his power, and lay out some money at an enormous interest at the same time.
"You see," said Mr. Greenwood, "you have not an atom of security to offer me."
None, answered Sir Rupert.
"I know of none. If you will not have the post obit, the only means I can think of at the moment," pursued Mr. Greenwood, "is this. Get me Lord Treborden's acceptance to a bill of £1,500 at 3 months. I will lend you 1,000 upon it without an instant's delay." "Lord Treborden's acceptance? Are you bad, Greenwood?" "No, perfectly sane and serious. Of course I shall not call upon him to ask if it be his acceptance. Neither shall I put the bill into circulation. It will be in my desk until it is due. And then, if you cannot pay it—"
"What then?" said the baronet in a subdued tone, as if he breathed with difficulty.
"Why, you must get it renewed, that's all," replied Mr. Greenwood. I understand you, exclaimed Sir Rupert Harborough. "It shall be done. When can I see you again?" "I shall not stir out for another hour. Then I shall return this afternoon."
And the baronet departed to forge the name of Lord Tremorden to a bill of exchange for £1,500.
"I shall hold him in iron chains," said Greenwood to himself when he was again alone. "This bill will hang constantly over his head. Should he detect my intrigue with his wife, he will not dare to open his mouth, and when I'm tired of that amour, and care no more for the beautiful Cecilia, I can obtain payment of the entire amount with interest from Lord Tremorden himself, for his lordship will never allow his son-in-law to be ruined and lost for £1,500 or £1,600.
Again the study door opened, and again did Lafleur make his appearance.
"A person who declines to give his name," said the valet, "solicits our interview for a few minutes. What sort of a looking person is he?"
"Very pale and sallow,
about a middle-height, genteel in appearance, respectably clad, and I should say about 40 years of age." "I do not recollect such a person. Show him up."
Lafleur withdrew, and presently introduced Stevens. For a few moments Greenwood surveyed him in a manner as if he were trying to recollect to whom that pale and altered countenance belonged. For although Stevens had made considerable improvement in his attire, thanks to the contents of Eliza's purse, he still retained upon his features the traces of great suffering, mental and bodily. "You do not know me," he said with a sickly smile.
"Stevens, is it possible?"
exclaimed Greenwood, in an accent of the most profound surprise. "Yes, it is. No wonder that you did not immediately recognize me. Were I not fearfully altered, I should not dare thus to venture abroad by daylight."
"I understand. You have escaped?"
"I have returned from transportation. That is the exact truth. Had it not been for an angel in human shape, I should have died last night of starvation. That generous being who relieved me was Eliza Sidney."
"Eliza Sidney?" cried Greenwood. "She received you with kindness?"
"She gave me food and money to obtain clothes and lodgings. She moreover promised to supply me with the means to reach America. I am to return to her this evening and receive a certain sum for that purpose."
"And she told you that I was residing here?"
said Greenwood inquiringly. "Yes. I thought that you might be enabled to assist me in my object of commencing the world anew in another quarter of the globe. I shall arrive there with but little money and no friends. Perhaps you can procure me letters of introduction to merchants in New York."
"I think I can assist you,"
said Greenwood, musing upon a scheme which he was revolving in his mind, and which was as yet only a few minutes old.
"Yes, I think I can. But would it not be better for you to take out a few £100 in your pocket? How can you begin any business in the States without capital?"
"Show me the way to procure these few hundreds," said Stevens, "and I would hold myself ever your debtor."
"And perhaps you would not be very particular as to the way in which you obtain such a sum?"
demanded Greenwood, surveying the returned convict in a peculiar manner. "My condition is too desperate to allow me to stick at trifles," answered Stevens, not shrinking from a glance which seemed to penetrate into his soul.
"We understand each other,"
said Greenwood.
"I have money, and you want money. You are a returned transport, and in my power. I can serve and save you, or I can ruin and crush you forever."
"You speak candidly, at all events," observed Stevens somewhat bitterly. "Try promises first, and should they fail, essay threats."
"I merely wished you to comprehend your true position with regard to me," said Greenwood coolly.
"And now I understand it but too well. You require of me some service of a certain nature, no matter what. In a word, I agree to the bargain."
"The business regards Eliza Sidney," proceeded Greenwood.
"Eliza Sidney?" exclaimed Stevens in dismay.
"Yes, I love her, and she detests me. I must therefore gratify two passions at the same moment, vengeance and desire."
"Impossible," cried Stevens. "You can never accomplish your schemes through my agency."
"Very good."
And Mr. Greenwood moved towards the bell. "What would you do?" demanded Stevens in alarm.
"Summon my servants to hand a returned convict over to justice," answered Greenwood coolly.
"Villain, you could not do it."
"I will do it."
And Greenwood placed his hand upon the bell rope. "Oh, no, no, that must not be. Speak, I will do your bidding." Mr. Greenwood returned to his seat.
"I must possess Eliza Sidney, and you must be the instrument," he said in his usual calm and measured tone. "You are to return to her this evening?"
"I am, but I implore you—"
"Silence! This evening I am engaged, and tomorrow evening also. The day after tomorrow I shall be at liberty. You will invent some excuse which will enable you to postpone your departure, and you will contrive to pass the evening after tomorrow with Eliza Sidney. Can you do this?"
"I can, no doubt. But again I beg—"
"No more of this nonsense. You will adopt some means to get her faithful servant Louisa out of the way, and you will open the front door of the villa to me at midnight on the evening appointed."
"You never can effect your purpose. Were you to introduce yourself to her chamber, she would sooner die herself or slay you than submit to your purpose."
"She must sleep
profoundly," said Greenwood, sinking his voice almost to a whisper and regarding his companion in a significant manner. "My God, "What an atrocity!" ejaculated Stevens, with horror depicted upon his countenance.
"Perhaps you prefer to return to the horrors of transportation, the miseries of Norfolk Island?"
said Greenwood satirically. "No, death sooner," cried Stevens, striking the palm of his right hand against his forehead. Greenwood approached him and whispered for some time in his ear. Stephen listened in silence, and when the libertine had done, he signified a reluctant assent by means of a slight nod.
"You understand how you are to act?"
said Greenwood aloud. "Perfectly," answered Stevens. He then took his departure. Scarcely had he left the house when Sir Rupert Harborough returned. The baronet was deadly pale and trembled violently. Greenwood affected not to observe his emotions, but received the bill of exchange which the baronet handed to him, and with as much coolness as if he were concluding a perfectly legitimate transaction. Having read the document, he handed a pen to the baronet to endorse it. Sir Rupert affixed his name to the back of the forged instrument with a species of desperate resolution. Mr. Greenwood consigned the bill to his desk, and then wrote a cheque for £1,000, which he handed to the baronet. Thus terminated this transaction. When the baronet had taken his departure, Mr. Greenwood summoned Lafleur and said,
"You need not institute any inquiries relative to Miss Sidney at Upper Clapton. My orders relative to Mr. Markham remain unchanged, and mind that the fellow known as Tom the Cracksman is here tomorrow evening at 9 o'clock."
Mr. Greenwood, having thus concluded his morning's business, partook of an elegant luncheon, and then proceeded to dress for his afternoon's ride in the park. End of chapter 48. Read by Dave Wills.
Chapter 49 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 49. The Document. The more civilization progresses, and the more refined becomes the human intellect, so does human iniquity increase. It is true that heinous and appalling crimes are less frequent, but every kind of social, domestic, political, and commercial intrigue grows more into vogue. Human ingenuity is more continually on the rack to discover the means of defrauding a neighbour or cheating the world. The sacred name of religion is called in to aid and further the nefarious devices of the schemer. Hypocrisy is the cloak which conceals modern acts of turpitude, as dark nights were trusted to for the concealment of the bloody deeds of old. Mere brute force is now less frequently resorted to, but the refinements of education or the exercise of duplicity are the engines chiefly used for the purposes of plunder. The steel engraver's art and the skill of the calligrapher are mighty implements of modern misdeed. Years and years are expended in calculating the chances of cards and dice. Education, manners, and goal looks are essential to the formation of the adventurers of the present day. The bankruptcy court itself is a frequent avenue to the temple of fortune, and in order to suit this new and refined system of things, the degrees of vices themselves are qualified by different names, so that he who gambles at a gaming table is a scamp, and he who propagates a lie upon the exchange and gambles accordingly, and with success, is a respectable financier. Chicanery, upon a small scale and in a miserable dark office, is a degradation, but the delicate and elaborate chicanery of politics, by which a statesman is enabled to outwit parties or deceive whole nations, is a masterpiece of human talent. To utter a falsehood in private life, to suit a private end, is to cut oneself off from all honourable society, but to lie day and night in a public journal, to lie habitually and boldly in print, to lie in a manner the most shameless and barefaced in the editorial columns of a newspaper, is not only admissible but conventional, and a proof of skill, tact, and talent. Thus is modern society constituted. Let him deny the truth of the picture who can. London is filled with Mr. Greenwoods. They are to be found in numbers at the West End. Do not for one moment believe, reader, that our portrait of this character is exaggerated. In pursuing the thread of a narrative like this, there will naturally be found much to alarm, to astonish, and to shock. But however appalling the picture, it teaches lessons which none can regret to learn. The chart that would describe the course to virtue must point out and lay bare the shoals, the quicksands, and the rocks of vice, which render the passage perilous and full of terrors. With these few remarks we pursue our history. At 7 o'clock in the evening of the day following the one on which we have seen Mr. Greenwood conducting his multifarious schemes and transactions with the precision of a minister of state, Count Alteroni arrived at that gentleman's house in Spring Gardens. He was shown into the elegantly furnished drawing-room, where Mr. Greenwood received him. The Count was, however, the only one of all the financier's visitors who did not seem dazzled by the proofs of wealth and luxury that prevailed around. The Italian nobleman remarked these indications of great riches, and considered them the guarantees of Mr. Greenwood's prosperous position in the world. But, apart from this view of the splendour and sumptuousness of the mansion, he neither appeared astonished nor struck with admiration. The truth was that Mr. Greenwood's abode, with all its magnificent decorations and ornaments, its costly furniture, and its brilliant display of plate, was a mere hovel compared to the Count's own palace at Montoni, the capital city of Castelcicala. Mr. Greenwood and the Count had not exchanged many words ere dinner was announced. The banquet, although only provided for the founder of the feast and his one guest, was of a most magnificent description, every luxury which London could produce appearing upon the table. At 8:30, the clerk of Mr. Greenwood's solicitor arrived, and was introduced into the dining-room. He had brought with him a deed by which Greenwood bound himself to be answerable to Count Alteroni for the sum of £15,000, which the latter had placed in the hands of the former for the purpose of speculation in a certain steam-packet company. Greenwood, recognising his responsibility towards the Count to the above extent, whether the company should succeed or not, it having been originally agreed that he, Greenwood, should incur all risks, he had undertaken the sole direction of the enterprise. This deed was signed by George M. Greenwood, witnessed by the attorney's clerk, and handed to Count Alteroni. The clerk then withdrew. Mr. Greenwood ordered a bottle of the very best Burgundy to be opened, and drank a bumper to the health of the Signora Isabella. Scarcely was this toast disposed of, when Lafleur entered the room and said, "A courier with dispatches from your correspondents in Paris, sir, has just arrived, and requests to see you instantly. I have shown him into the study." "Very good," exclaimed Greenwood, suddenly assuming a business air. "Will you excuse me, Count, for a few minutes?" "I shall take my leave, since you are likely to be much occupied," said the nobleman. "On the contrary, pray remain. I insist upon it. "I shall not be long with this messenger," cried Mr. Greenwood, "and we must empty another bottle before I allow you to take your departure." The Count suffered himself to be overruled, and Mr. Greenwood repaired to his study, well knowing that, instead of a courier from Paris, he should there find Tom the Cracksman. Nor was he mistaken. That individual was sitting very comfortably in an arm-chair near the fire, gazing around him and wondering, amongst other things, where the master of the house kept his strong-box. "You are known, I believe," said Greenwood, carefully closing the door, "as the Cracksman?" "That's my title, sir, for want of a better," answered the villain. "You are, perhaps, astonished that I have sent for you here," continued Greenwood, "but I wish a certain service performed this very night, and for which I will pay you liberally." "What's the nature of the service?" demanded the Cracksman, darting a keen and penetrating glance at Greenwood. "A highway robbery," coolly answered this individual. "Well, that's plainer now," said the Cracksman. "But first, tell me how you come to know of me, and where I was to be seen, because how can I tell but what this is all a plant of yours to get me into trouble?" "I will answer you candidly and fairly. A few years ago, when I first entered on a London life, I determined to make myself acquainted with all the ways of the metropolis, high or low, virtuous or vicious. I disguised myself on several occasions in very mean clothes, and visited all the flash houses and patter cribs, amongst others the boozing ken in Great Saffron Hill. There you were pointed out to me, and your skill, your audacity, and your extraordinary luck in eluding the police were vaunted by the landlord of that place in no measured terms." "Well, this is singular, blow me if it ain't," cried the Cracksman. "Another person found me out just in the same way this very morning, only and he wants a little private job done for him, but that's for to-morrow night. Howsomever, I never blab to one of what I have done or am going to do for another. You to-night, him to-morrow night. Arter all, the landlord's a fool to talk so free. How'd he know you weren't a trap in disguise?" "Because I told him that my object was merely to see life in all its shapes, and I was then so very young I could scarcely have been considered dangerous. However, I have occasionally indulged in such rambles, even very lately, and only a few weeks ago I looked in at the boozing ken dressed as a poor countryman. There I saw you again, and I overheard you say to a friend of yours, whom you called the Buffer, that you were generally there every evening to see what was going on." "All right," cried the Cracksman. "Now, what's the robbery, and what's the reward?" "Are you man enough to do it alone?" "I'm man enow to try it on, but if so be the chap is stronger than me." "He is a tall, powerful person, and by no means likely to surrender without a desperate resistance." "Well, all that can be arranged," said the Cracksman coolly. "Not knowing what you wanted with me, I brought two of my pals along with me, and they're out in the street, or in the alley leading to the park. If there'd been anything wrong on your part, they would either have rescued me, or marked you and your ass for future punishment. I'm glad that you have your companions so near. Of course they will assist you?" "In anything. The Resurrection Man and the Buffer will stick to me like bricks." "Very good. I will now explain to you what I want done. Between 11 and 12 o'clock a gentleman will leave London for Richmond. He will be in his own cabriolet, with a tiger, only 12 years old, behind. The cab is light blue, the wheels streaked with white. This is peculiar, and cannot be mistaken. The horse is a tall bay, with silver-mounted harness. This gentleman must be stopped, and everything his pockets contain, everything, mind, must be brought to me. Whatever money there may be about him shall be yours, and I will add 50 guineas to the amount. But all that you find about his person, save the money, must be handed over to me." "I understand," said the cracksman. "Does he carry pistols?" "I should imagine not." "Never mind, the resurrection man has got a couple of barkers. But supposing he shouldn't come at all, what then?" "You shall have 20 guineas for your loss of time. Here are 10 as an earnest." "That's business," said the cracksman. "Any more instructions?" "No. I need scarcely say that no unnecessary violence is to be used." "Leave all that to me. You will sit up and wait for me?" "Yes. Give a low single knock at the door, and the same servant who sought you out last night and let you in just now will admit you again." The cracksman gave a significant nod and took his departure. Mr. Greenwood returned to the dining-room where he had left the Count. "My news from Paris is of the most satisfactory nature," he observed. "My correspondents in that city, moreover, promise me their best support in our new enterprise." "I am delighted to hear that your letters have pleased you," said the Count. The two gentlemen then broached another bottle of Burgundy, and Mr. Greenwood conversed with even more sprightliness than usual. Indeed, the Count fancied that he had never found his host so agreeable and entertaining. At 11 o'clock precisely, the Count's cabriolet was announced, and the nobleman took his departure, with the conviction that, under his present circumstances, Mr. Greenwood was the most eligible suitor for the hand of Isabella that was likely to present himself. As soon as the Count had taken his departure, Mr. Greenwood rang for his slippers and dressing-gown, drew close to the cheerful fire that burnt in the grate, and ordered Lafleur to make him a tumbler of the best pineapple rum punch. This exhilarating beverage and a fragrant Havana cigar enabled Mr. Greenwood to pass the time away in a most comfortable and soul-soothing manner. And it was thus that he mused as he watched the pale blee transparent smoke of his cigar wreathing upwards to the ceiling. "I began the world without a shilling, and at an age when I had no experience in the devious ways of society, and what am I now? The possessor of £60,000. A few years ago I slept in coffee-houses, paying 8d. a night for my bed. I breakfasted for 3d. halfpenny, dined for 10d., and supped for 2d. Now the luxuries of the 4 quarters of the world tempt my palate at every meal. At the outset of my career my transactions were petty rogueries. Now I play my false cards to produce me thousands at a stake. I once purchased my coat for 12 shillings in Holywell Street. There is not now a tailor at the West End who will not give credit to George Greenwood. My wealth purchases me every kind of pleasure. I can afford to bestow 1,000 guineas upon the woman who, daughter of a peer and wife of a baronet, throws herself into my arms. One single scheme produces me 10 times that amount. And Isabella, beauteous Isabella, shall be my wife. I shall receive no dowry with her, it is true, because I have obtained all her father's fortune in advance. But I shall be proud to introduce a lovely wife, the daughter of a count, and descended from a long line of ancestry in that fashionable sphere to which I must henceforth belong. I shall be a member of Parliament. Lord Tremorden can easily obtain for use a baronetcy in due time, and then the peerage is not a height too difficult to aspire to. Oh, if with a coronet upon my brow and Isabella by my side, I can drive in my chariot too." Lafleur entered the room at this moment, and handed a letter to his master. Greenwood opened it, and read as follows: I have done your bidding in every particular up to the present moment. Louisa set off this afternoon for Birmingham, having received a letter stating that her only sister is at the point of death in that town. You will of course understand by whom that letter was written. I have, moreover, invented an excuse relative to the date of the departure of the New York packets from Liverpool, by which means I am enabled to remain in London without exciting the suspicions of Eliza. I shall pass to-morrow evening with her. You may rely upon being admitted at midnight. Greenwood full well understood the meaning of this note without a signature, and its contents tended to augment the happiness which the success of his schemes infused into his breast. Hour after hour passed away. At length midnight sounded, and all the servants, save Lafleur, were dismissed to their sleeping apartments. The cigars, the rum punch, and the pleasurable reflections into which the financier plunged, made the time elapse rapidly. 1 o'clock struck, and he had not found a single moment tedious. He was not anxious, nor a prey to suspense, as other men would have been. He felt certain that his wishes would be accomplished, and he was therefore as composed as if he had already been assured of their success. The clock struck 2, and a low knock was heard at the front door. Lafleur answered the summons, and in a few moments introduced the cracksman to the room where his master was sitting. "All right, sir," said that worthy, the moment Lafleur had withdrawn. "And no violence, I hope?" cried Greenwood. "Not a bit," returned the cracksman. "We was as gentle as lambs. We only pitched the small boy into a dry ditch that was by the side of the road, and as for the gentleman, I just tapped him over the head with the butt of a pistol to keep him quiet, but I did it myself to make sure it wasn't done too hard." "You surely have not murdered him," said Greenwood, his whole countenance suddenly convulsed with horror. "Don't be afeard, he was only stunned, you may take my word for that," returned the cracksman coolly. "But here's all the paper we found in his pocket, and as for his purse, it had but a few pounds in it." Mr. Greenwood received the papers from the hands of the cracksman, and observed with a glance that amongst them was the document which he had given a few hours previously to guarantee the safety of the £15,000 placed in his hands by Count Alteroni. "You are sure," he said, with some uneasiness depicted upon his countenance, "that there is no danger to be apprehended from the blow?" "Danger be damned!" cried the cracksman. "I know from experience exactly what kind of blow will stun, or break a limb, or kill outright. I'll forfeit my reputation if there's any harm in that there whack which I gave to-night." "We must hope that you are right in your conjecture," said Greenwood. Then, taking his purse from his pocket, he counted down 42 sovereigns upon the table, adding, "That will make up the 50 guineas promised." The cracksman consigned the money to his fob, then took leave of his employer, hoping that he should have his custom in future. The moment he was gone, Greenwood thrust the document, which he had thus got back by a crime of an infamous nature, into the fire. When it was completely consumed, he proceeded to examine the other papers. These consisted chiefly of letters written in cipher, addressed to Count Alteroni, and bearing the postmark of Montoni, Castelcicala. The rest were notes and memoranda of no consequence whatever. Mr. Greenwood, being unable to unriddle the letters written in cipher, and considering that they were upon political subjects with which he had little or no interest, consigned the entire packet of papers to the flames. He then retired to rest, and slept as soundly as if his entire day had been passed in virtuous deeds. At about 10 o'clock in the morning he received the following letter from Richmond. My dear Mr. Greenwood, as I was on my way home last evening, I was suddenly attacked by 3 villains in a dark and lonely part of the road. One of the miscreants stunned me with the blow of a pistol, and threw the little jockey into a ditch. Fortunately, we are neither of us seriously injured. The robbers plundered me of everything I had about my person, my purse containing 34 sovereigns, and all of my papers, amongst which was the security I had received from your hands a few hours before. You will perhaps have another drawn. I do not think it is worth while to make any disturbance relative to the matter, as, in consequence of the darkness of the night, I should be totally unable to recognise the miscreants. Yours faithfully, Alteroni. Thank heavens there is no danger in that quarter, exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, when he had perused this letter. He is not hurt, and he will not adopt any means to detect the culprits. As for having another document drawn up, I can take my time about that, and he will not dare press me for it as he did for the first. Besides, he will consider my honourable intentions in the matter fully proved, by having given the one which he has lost. Thus have I obtained £15,000 without much trouble. Thus have I thrown dust into the eyes of this count, and still do I retain his confidence. And his lovely daughter, the beautiful Isabella, with her large black eyes, her raven hair, her sweet red lips, and her sylph-like form, she shall be mine. I shall lead her to the altar, that charming Italian virgin, whose very looks are heavens. Everything progresses well. Success attends all my plans, and tonight, he added, tonight will ensure me the gratification of my desires and my vengeance with regard to that haughty one of the villa. End of chapter 49. Recording by Steve Chilvers, Norwich, England.
Chapter 50 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 50. The Drugged Wineglass. Return we once more to the villa at Upper Clapton. Eliza Sydney's household consisted only of Louisa and a peasant girl of about 15. She no longer kept horses and dogs, as she was compelled by Stevens to do during the time of her disguise, previously to her imprisonment. She therefore required 10 male retainers, save an old gardener who lived in one of the outhouses. A fictitious letter had caused the faithful Louisa to set out on a long journey, and thus the principal obstacle to the atrocious scheme of the conspirators against Eliza's peace and honour was removed. At 10 o'clock on the evening fixed for the perpetration of the foul deed, the servant girl carried the supper tray to the dining room, where Eliza and Stevens were seated. The domestic spread the table with the materials for the most sociable of all meals, and, having placed 2 decanters upon the hospitable board, withdrew. The countenance of Stevens was particularly calm, considering the part he had undertaken to play towards the woman whose loveliness alone was sufficient to disarm the hand of enmity, and obtain the friendship of the most lawless. She had, moreover, already suffered so much through him. She had extended towards him the hand of forgiveness and succour in his dire need, and she possessed the most generous, the most noble, and the most confiding of dispositions. Oh, should not all these considerations have moved that man in her favour? He had received from Eliza the £100 which she had promised him. With that sum he might have found his way to America, and still had a considerable balance in his pocket, but he determined to add to it the £200 more which Greenwood had promised him. Although calm, he was very thoughtful. "You seem unhappy," said Eliza, observing the pensive air of her guest. "Surely you cannot regret your approaching departure from a land where your safety is so fearfully compromised. And yet the land of which you speak is the one of my birth, and when once I have left it, I may reckon upon being destined to see it never again." "Yes, it is hard to bid an eternal adieu to one's native country. And yet," continued Eliza, "there is but little to wed the sensitive mind to England. Since my release, I have passed nearly all my time in reading, and I am shocked to perceive, from the information I have gleaned, that England is the only civilized country in the world where death from starvation, literal starvation, is common. Indeed, it is an event of such frequent occurrence that it actually ceases to create astonishment, and almost fails to excite dismay. There must be something radically wrong in that system of society where all the wealth is in the hands of a few, and all the misery is shared by millions." "You would, then, quit England without much regret?" said Stevens. "For myself," answered Eliza, "I abhor a country in which poverty and destitution prevail to such an extent, while there is so much to spare in the hands of the favored few. I sometimes look forth from the window and survey that mighty city which stretches over plain, hill, and valley, and which is ever extending its mighty arms, as if in time it would embrace the entire island. I gaze upon it at that hour in the morning when the eternal cloud is raised for a little space from its brow, and as I mark the thousand spires which point up into the cool, clear sky, I tremble, I feel oppressed as with a weight, when I reflect upon the hideous misery, the agonizing woe, the appalling sorrow that want entails upon the sons and daughters of toil in that vast Babylon." "And do you not suppose that the same destitution prevails in the other great cities of Europe?" "Certainly not. Were a person to die of actual starvation in Paris, the entire population would rise up in dismay. With all our immense and cumbersome machinery of poor laws, there is more real wretchedness in these islands than in any other country upon the face of the earth, not even excepting the myriads who dwell upon the rivers of China." "The topic is calculated to distress you because you enter so deeply and feelingly into it," said Stevens. "Take a glass of wine. It will compose you." Stevens filled 2 glasses with port wine, and almost at the same moment he exclaimed, "What a bad light the lamp gives this evening!" Then, in a feigned attempt to raise the wick, he turned the screw the wrong way and extinguished the light. "How awkward I am!" he cried, and while Eliza hastened to relight the lamp, he poured a few drops from the phial into one of the glasses of wine. The lamp was lighted once more, and Eliza had resumed her seat. Stephen handed her the fatal glass. "May all health and happiness attend you," he said, "and may God reward you for your generosity towards me." The words did not stick in his throat as he gave them utterance. "And may you prosper in another clime!" exclaimed Eliza, in a tone which proved that the wish came from the bottom of her heart. And then she drank a portion of the wine in her glass. The countenance of Stevens did not change as Eliza imbibed the soporific fluid. He contemplated her beauteous face with as much calmness as if he had just administered to her a potion calculated to embellish her charms, and add to her health and happiness. "Either my taste deceives me," said Eliza, placing the half-emptied glass upon the table, "or this wine has some defect which I cannot understand." "No, it is excellent," returned Stevens. "I drink so little that I scarcely know the proper taste," observed Eliza. "The pure spring water is my favorite beverage." "It is considered an unlucky omen to leave unfinished the glass in which you pledge the health of one who is about to traverse the ocean," said Stevens. "In that case," answered Eliza with a smile, "I will relieve your superstitious fears," and she drained her glass. Half an hour passed in conversation, and Eliza felt an irresistible drowsiness coming over her. She endeavored to rally against it, but in vain, and at length she would have fallen from her chair fast asleep, had not Stevens rushed forward and caught her. He then rang the bell for the servant. "Your mistress is unwell. She has been complaining all the evening, and now she has fallen into a profound sleep. I will assist you to convey her upstairs to her chamber." Stevens and the servant carried the entranced lady to the boudoir. Having placed her upon the bed, Stevens left the servant to undress her, and hastily descended to the hall. He opened the front door with caution, and whistled. two men emerged from the total darkness without, and glided into the hall. Stevens conducted them into the back parlour, and gave them the key to lock themselves in. He himself then returned to the dining room, where he tranquilly awaited the arrival of Mr. Greenwood. Midnight was proclaimed at length. A low knock at the front door fell upon Stevens's ears. He hastened to obey the summons, and admitted Greenwood into the house. They repaired to the dining room together. "Your wishes have been obeyed in all respects," said Stevens. "Eliza is in your power. The servant has retired to her own room. Give me my reward, for I am in a hurry to leave a dwelling to which my presence will have brought so much misery." And yet this man did not seem appalled nor horror-struck at the infernal nature of the crime for which he was thus demanded the recompense. "You will await me here 5 minutes," said Greenwood, and he left the room. At the expiration of that interval he returned, the fire of triumph and lust flashing from his eyes. "It is all well. You have not deceived me," he observed in a tone of joy and exultation. "I have seen her, buried in a profound sleep, stretched like a beauteous statue in her voluptuous bed. The light of a lamp plays upon her naked bosom. The atmosphere of her chamber is soft, warm, and perfumed. Such charms are worth the kingdom's purchase. She is mine, she is mine. Here is your reward." Greenwood handed a banknote to his accomplice, or rather instrument in this atrocious proceeding, and Stevens then took his departure. But as he passed through the hall, he thrust a letter addressed to Eliza Sydney beneath the carpet that covered the stairs. The moment Greenwood was alone, he paced the dining room for a few minutes, to feast his imagination with the pleasures of love and triumph which he now beheld within his reach. "Yes, she is mine," he said. "She is mine. No power on earth can now save her. Oh, how will I triumph over the proud and haughty beauty, when to-morrow she wakes and finds herself in my arms! She will thrust her hand beneath the pillow for her long, sharp dagger. It will not be there. She will extend her arm towards the bell-rope. It will be cut. And then she may rave, and weep, and reproach, and pray. I shall smile at her grief. Her eyes will be more beautiful when seen through her tears. I shall compel her then to crave to be my mistress, she who refused to be my wife. Oh, what a triumph is within my reach!" He paused, filled a tumbler half full of wine, and drank the contents at a draught. "Now for my victory, now for the fruits of my intrigue," he resumed. "But let me wait one moment longer. Let me ask myself whether it can be really true that the lovely Eliza Sydney will shortly bless my arms, that she is at this moment in my power. It is, and I shall now no longer delay the enjoyment of that terrestrial paradise." With these words he left the dining room, and crossed the hall towards the staircase. He was now about to ascend to the boudoir. His foot was on the first step, when he was rudely seized from behind, and instantly gagged with a pocket-handkerchief. Turning his head partially round, in a vain effort to escape from the powerful grasp in which he found himself, he encountered, by the light of the lamp that hung in the hall, the glance of the cracksman. "The deuce!" exclaimed the burglar in a low and subdued tone. "This is a rum go! Working for you last night, and against you to-night. But never mind, we must fulfil our agreement, let it be what it will. I can, however, tell you for your satisfaction that we don't mean to hurt you. So come along quiet, and all will be right." "What's the meaning of this, Tom?" said the cracksman's companion, who was no other than the Resurrection Man. "You don't mean to say that you know this fellow?" "He's the one that we did the job for last night on the Richmond road," answered the cracksman. "And he's got plenty of tin," added the Resurrection Man significantly. "We can perhaps make a better bargain with him than what Stevens has promised us for the night's business." "Yes, but we can't talk here," returned the cracksman. "So come along. I've got my plan all cut and dry." Greenwood conveyed several intimations by means of signs that he wished to speak, but the two ruffians hurried him out of the house. They conducted him across the fields to an empty barn at a distance of about a mile from the villa. During the journey thither they conversed together in a flash language altogether unintelligible to their captive, who was still gagged. A difference of opinion evidently seemed to subsist between the two men, relative to the plan which they should pursue with regard to Greenwood, but they at length appeared to agree upon the point. With regard to Greenwood himself, he was a prey to a variety of painful feelings: disappointment in his designs upon Eliza at the moment when he appeared to stand upon the threshold of success, bitter malignity against Stevens who had thus duped him, and alarm at the uncertainty of the fate which might await him in the hands of the villains in whose power he thus strangely found himself. The night was pitch dark, but the moment the two ruffians with their captive entered the barn, a lantern in the hands of the cracksman was suddenly made to throw a bright light forwards. That light fell upon the countenance of Stevens, who was standing in the middle of the shed. "All right," said the cracksman. "We pinioned the bird without trouble, and he ain't a strange one, neither." "What? Do you mean that you know him?" demanded Stevens. "That's neither here nor there," replied the cracksman. "We don't tell secrets out of school, 'cause if we did there'd be no reliance put in us, and we does a great many pretty little jobs now and then for the swell folks. But here is your bird, delivered at this very spot according to agreement." "Well and good," said Stevens. "Tie him a hand and foot." The cracksman and a resurrection man instantly obeyed this command. They threw Greenwood upon a truss of straw, and fastened his hands together, and then his feet, with strong cord. "Here is your reward," said Stevens, as soon as this was accomplished. "I have now no more need of your services." He handed them some money as he thus spoke, and, having counted it, the two villains bade him good night and left the barn, which was now enveloped in total darkness. "Montague Greenwood," said Stevens, as soon as he was alone with his prisoner, "your design upon Eliza Sydney was too atrocious for even a man who has been knocked about in the world, as I have, to permit. You dazzled me with the promise of a reward which my necessities did not permit me to refuse, and moreover secured my cooperation by means of menaces. But I was determined to defeat your treacherous designs, to avenge myself for the threats which you uttered against me, and to obtain the recompense you had promised me, at the same time. How well I have succeeded you now know. The whole of yesterday morning did I wander amongst the sinks of iniquity and haunts of crime in Clerkenwell and neighbourhood of Saffron Hill, and accident led me into a low public house, where I encountered two men who agreed to do my bidding. I tell you all this to convince you that never for a moment was I villain enough, bad though I may be, to pander to infamy of so deep a dye as that which you meditated. I have taken measures to acquaint the noble-hearted woman whose ruin you aimed at, with the entire history of this transaction, so that she may be upon her guard in future. With reference to you, here I shall leave you. In a few hours the labourers of the farm will no doubt discover you, and you will be restored to liberty when Eliza has awakened from her torpor, and I shall be far beyond the danger of pursuit." Stephen ceased, and taking a long rope from the corner of the barn where he had concealed it, he fastened it to the cord which already confined the hands and feet of Greenwood. He then attached the ends firmly to one of the upright beams of the barn, so as to prevent the captive from crawling away from the place. This precaution being adopted, Stevens took his departure. It would be impossible to describe the rage, vexation, and disappointment which filled the breast of Greenwood while Stevens addressed him in the manner described, and then bound him with the cord. Yet during this latter process he lay perfectly quiet, well aware that any attempt at escape on his part would at that moment be totally unavailing. 5 minutes elapsed after Stevens had left the barn, and Greenwood was marvelling within himself how long he should have to remain in that unpleasant position, bound with cords and gagged in such a way that he could only breathe through his nostrils, when a sound of footsteps fell upon his ear, and the light of the cracksman's lantern again flashed through the barn. "Well, sir," said the cracksman, "your friend is gone now, and we can have a word or two together. You see, we couldn't help you afore, 'cause we was obliged to fill our agreement with the man which hired us for the evening. Now it is just likely that you may have to remain here for some hours, if so be we don't let you loose. So tell us what you'll give us for cutting them cords." The cracksman removed the gag from Greenwood's mouth as he uttered these words. "I will give you my purse," exclaimed the discomfited financier, "if you will release me this moment. It contains 10 or 15 guineas." "Thank ye kindly," said the cracksman dryly. "We've got that already. We helped ourselves to it as we came across the fields. Don't you see, we always make it a rule to have the plucking of all pigeons which we're hired to snare. You told us we might take all we found on the swell in the sky blue cab, and that man with the sallow complexion that hired us to do this here business tonight said, 'I will give you £20, and you can help yourselves to all you find about the gentleman you to operate on.' Call upon me tomorrow, and I will give you another £20 to free me from these bonds," said Greenwood. "That's only the price of a good corpse," said the Resurrection Man. "Make it 30. "Yes, make it 30, added the cracksman. "Well, I will give you 30 guineas," cried Greenwood. "Only delay not another instant. My limbs are stiffening with the cold and with the confinement of these accursed cords." "Let it be 30 then," said the cracksman. "Here, Tony," he added, turning towards his companion, "hold this here light while I cut the cords. And while I think of it, Mr. Greenwood, I shan't call upon you for the money, but you'll send it to the landlord of the boozing ken where your servant came and found me. Mind it's there by tomorrow night, or else you'll repent it. That's all. Blowed if we haven't had 2 good nights' work on it, Tony. But my eye, wasn't I surprised yesterday when the man with the sallow face, which hired us for tonight, told me that we was to come to that there villa yonder, and I found out as how it was the same that I'd cracked 3 year ago, along with Bill Bolter and Dick Fleurer. After all, there's been some curious things about all these matters, particular our having to tackle tonight the very gentleman which we served last night." "Come, don't talk so much, Tom," said the Resurrection Man, "but let's make haste and be off." "There, it's done," exclaimed the cracksman. "The cords is all cut. You can get up, sir." Greenwood arose from the straw upon which he had been lying, and stretched his limbs with as much pleasure as if he had just recovered from a severe cramp. Then he reiterated his promise to the 2 men relative to the reward to be paid for the service just rendered him, and, having inquired of them which was the nearest way to the West End, he set out upon his long and lonely walk home, depressed, disappointing, and hesitating between plans of vengeance against Stevens and fears of exposure in his own vile and defeated machinations with regard to the beautiful Eliza Sydney. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 51. Diana and Eliza. On the morning following the events just narrated, Mrs. Arlington was seated at breakfast in a sweet little parlour of the splendid mansion which the Earl of Warrington had taken and fitted up for her in Dover Street, Piccadilly. It was about 11 o'clock, and the enchantress was attired in a delicious déshabillé, with her little feet upon an ottoman near the fender, and her fine form reclining in a luxurious large arm-chair. She divided her attention between her chocolate and the columns of the Morning Herald. She invariably prolonged the morning's repast as much as possible, limply because it served to while away the time until the hour for dressing arrived. Then visits received filled up the interval till 3 or 4 o'clock, when the carriage came round to the door. A drive in the park, or shopping, according to the state of the weather, occupied the time until 6 or 7. Then another toilet in preparation for dinner. In the evening a tête-à-tête with the Earl of Warrington, who had, perhaps, arrived in time for dinner, or a visit to a theatre, the opera, or a concert, and to bed at midnight, or frequently much later. Such was the routine of the enchantress's existence. The Earl of Warrington behaved most liberally towards her. On the first day of every month he enclosed her a cheque upon his banker for 200 guineas. He supplied her cellar with wine, and frequently made her the most splendid presents of jewellery, plate, cashmeres, etc. The furniture for her mansion had cost £1,500, and all the bills were paid in her name. She was not extravagant, as women in her situation usually are, and therefore, so far from incurring debts, she saved money. We cannot say that the Earl of Warrington positively loved her. His first affections in life had experienced such a blight that he might almost be said to have been interred in the grave of defeated hopes and aspirations. He could therefore never love again, but he liked Mrs. Arlington, and he had every reason to believe that she was faithful to him. He was charmed with her conversation and her manners. He saw in her a woman who gave herself no airs, but, on the contrary, exerted herself in every way to please him. She never attempted to excite his jealousy, nor affected gusts of passion merely for the sake of asserting her independence or of proving the hold which she possessed over him. And in her society he forgot the cares of politics, in which he was profoundly interested, and all those other little annoyances, real or imaginary, to which every one in this world is subject, be his condition never so prosperous. And Diana was faithful to him. She was a woman naturally inclined to virtue. Circumstances had made her what she was. She looked upon the Earl of Warrington as a benefactor, and although she did not actually love him more than he loved her, she liked him upon pretty nearly the same principles that he liked her. Her vanity was flattered by having captivated and being able to retain a handsome man, whose wealth and high rank rendered him an object of desire on the part of all ladies situated as was Diana. She moreover found him an agreeable companion, kind and indulgent, and thus their liaison continued upon a basis which nothing appeared to threaten, not even to weaken. They never spoke of love in reference to their connection. The Earl was never upon his knees at the feet of his mistress, nor did he repeat vows of constancy and fidelity every time he saw her. She acted on the same principle towards him. There was a great amount of real friendship and good feeling between those two, but not an atom of mawkish sentimentality. The Earl could trust Diana. He consulted her upon many of his plans and proceedings, whether in regard to his political career or the management of his estate, and she invariably tendered him the advice which appeared most consistent with his interests. He therefore placed the fullest confidence in her, and hence have we seen her carrying out all his generous plans with reference to Eliza Sydney. But to continue. Mrs. Arlington was seated at breakfast, as we have before stated, when a servant entered and informed her that Miss Sydney requested a few minutes' conversation with her. Diana immediately ordered Eliza to be admitted. "Pardon this early and unceremonious visit, my dear friend," said Elsa, affectionately grasping the hand that was stretched out to welcome her. "I am always at home to you, Eliza," answered the enchantress. "But how pale you are! Come, sit down here, close by me, and tell me in what way I can be of service to you." "My dear friend," continued Eliza, "I have a secret to reveal to you, and a deed of infamy to narrate." "Oh, you alarm me, Eliza! Has any harm happened to yourself?" "No, thank heavens. The compunction of one man saved me from disgrace and ruin. But read this, it will explain all." With these words, Eliza handed to Mrs. Arlington the letter which Stevens had thrust under the stair carpet at the villa on the preceding evening. Diana perused the letter with attention, and a flush of indignation animated her fine countenance, and she thus made herself acquainted with the atrocious plot contrived by Greenwood against the honour of Eliza Sydney. "Such is the villainy of George Montague!" cried Diana at the termination of the perusal of that letter. "Forgive me, dearest friend," said Eliza, taking the hand of Mrs. Arlington and pressing it between her own. "Forgive me if I have kept back one secret of my life from your knowledge. That George Montague, I once loved him." "You!" exclaimed Mrs. Arlington in surprise. "Yes, Diana, I once loved that man, before the fatal exposure which led to my imprisonment, but he behaved like a villain. He endeavoured to take advantage of my affection, and I smothered the feeling in my bosom." "Oh, you did well thus to triumph over a passion which would have been fatal to your happiness, for never would your hopes have been fulfilled, with honour to yourself," added Mrs. Arlington, sinking her voice almost to a whisper. "Alas, you are right. I stood upon the brink of a precipice. I escaped. But Montague, or Greenwood, whichever he may choose to call himself, pursues me with a view of accomplishing my dishonour. The crimes of that man are unlimited, and his perseverance is unwearied," said Diana. "What plan can I adopt," demanded Eliza, "to escape his machinations? What system can I pursue to avoid his persecution? Conceive my affright, when upon waking this morning I remembered that I had not retired to bed last evening of my own accord, that I could think of nothing that had occurred since supper time. Then I found that the bell rope in my sleeping room was cut, and that a weapon which I have been in the habit of keeping beneath my pillow ever since I first dwelt in the villa had disappeared. Oh, I was alarmed, I shuddered, although it was broad daylight, and everything was calm and silent around. At length I summoned the servant, and she entered, bearing a letter which she had discovered a few moments before beneath the stair carpet. The letter is the one you read ere now, and it explained all. Tell me, Diana, how am I to avoid the persecution and combat the intrigues of this man?" "Alas, my dear friend," replied Mrs. Arlington, after a few minutes' consideration, "I know of no effectual method save that of leaving London." "And if I leave London, I will leave England," said Miss Sidney; "but I can do nothing without the consent of him to whom I am under such deep obligations." "You mean the Earl of Warrington," observed Mrs. Arlington. "I admire the sentiment of gratitude which animates you. The Earl will do all he can to forward your views and contribute to your happiness. You shall pass the day with me, Eliza. Here, at least, you are safe, and I will immediately write a note to the Earl, and request him to call upon me without delay. His lordship will be perhaps annoyed. Fear nothing, Eliza. I will see the Earl in another room, and let not this disinclination to meet you on his part cause you pain. You well know the motive of his conduct, the memory of your mother. I am well aware he can have no antipathy towards me on my own account," interrupted Eliza, "else he could not have acted toward me in a way which claims all my gratitude." Mrs. Arlington dispatched the note to Lord Warrington, and then hastened to dress to receive him. In an hour the Earl arrived. He and Mrs. Arlington were then closeted together for a considerable time. It was 4 o'clock when the nobleman took his departure, and Diana returned to the room where she had left Eliza Sidney. "The Earl of Warrington," said the enchantress, whose countenance was animated with joy, "has listened with attention to the tale of atrocity which I have related to him in respect to George Montague Greenwood. His lordship and myself, for he does me the honour to consult me, have debated upon the best means of ensuring your tranquillity and safety, and we have decided that you had better quit England for a time. The perseverance of that bold, bad man, backed by his wealth, may succeed in effecting your ruin, you yourself remaining innocent of guilty participation. The Earl has recommended Italy as the country most likely to please you, and the more so because he himself possesses a charming villa in the state of Castelcicala." "How kind of his lordship!" exclaimed Eliza, tears of gratitude starting into her eyes. "Some years ago," continued Diana, "the Earl set out upon a continental tour, and passed 2 years at Montoni, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala. So charmed was he with that delightful city that he purchased a small estate in the suburbs, with the idea of spending the summer from time to time amidst Italian scenery and beneath an Italian sky. The idea has, however, been displaced by others arising from new occupations and fresh interests, and for a long period has the villa at Montoni remained uninhabited, save by an old porter and his wife. The house is situate upon the banks of the river which flows through Montoni, and commands the most delicious views. That villa is to be your residence so long as it may be agreeable, and the Earl will make arrangements with his London bankers so that your income may be regularly paid you by their agents at Montoni. His lordship has moreover instructed me to supply you with the necessary funds for your travelling expenses." "Oh, my dearest friend, how can I ever testify my gratitude?" "Not a word, not a word," interrupted Mrs. Arlington, playfully closing Eliza's lips with her hand. "The Earl conceives that he is performing a duty, sacred to the memory of his deceased uncle, in thus caring for you who are the offspring of that uncle's daughter. And on my part, Eliza, on my part, it is a pleasure to do you a service. But I have not yet finished. The Earl has gone straight to Richmond to call upon a certain Count Alteroni, a noble exile from the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala, with whom it appears the Earl was acquainted in Italy. His object is to obtain for you a few letters of introduction to some of the best families of Montoni, so that you may not want society." "I shall live in so retired a manner," said Eliza, "that this additional act of kindness was scarcely necessary. The Earl will have his own way, and perhaps those letters may prove useful to you. Who can tell?" exclaimed Mrs. Arlington. "But I must observe that I cannot think of parting with you any more until you leave England altogether. In 3 or 4 days the necessary preparations for your journey will be completed. Meantime, you must remain here as my guest. The Earl himself recommended this step. That is," added Mrs. Arlington, "if my house be agreeable to you, and my society—" "Oh, how can you entertain a doubt on that head?" cried Eliza, embracing Diana with the most grateful fervour. "Ah, it is but a few hours since I said how happy I should be to call you by the endearing name of sister." "And would you not blush, Eliza, to call me your sister?" said Mrs. Arlington in a tone deeply affected. "Blush to call you my sister!" exclaimed Miss Sidney, as if she repelled the idea with indignation. "Oh no, never, never! You are the most noble-hearted of women, and as such I love, I revere you." "We will then be sisters in heart, although not in blood," said Diana, warmly returning her friend's embrace, "and perhaps our affection towards each other will be more sincere than that existing between many who are really the offspring of the same parents." Mrs. Arlington gave directions to her servant that she was not at home to a soul, save the Earl of Warrington; and the ride in the park, the shopping, the theatre in the evening, all were sacrificed by Diana to the pleasure of Eliza's society. Miss Sidney dispatched a note to the villa at Upper Clapton, announcing her intention of staying a few days with Mrs. Arlington. In the evening, Louisa, who had just returned from the journey on which the fictitious letter written by Stevens had sent her, made her appearance in Dover Street, with clothes, etc., for her mistress, and she then received instructions relative to the intended departure for the Continent. End of Chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London, Chapter 52, The Bed of Sickness. Return we to the dwelling of Richard Markham on the same day that Eliza Sidney sought her friend Mrs. Arlington, as related in the preceding chapter. Richard awoke as from a long and painful dream. He opened his eyes and gazed vacantly around him. He was in his own bed, and Whittingham was seated by his side. "The Lord be praised!" ejaculated the faithful old domestic, and conceiving it necessary to quote Scripture upon the occasion of this happy recovery, he uttered in a loud and solemn voice the first sentence which presented itself to his memory. "My tongue is the pen of a ready writer." "How long have I been ill, Whittingham?" demanded our hero in a faint tone. "4 blessed days have yon been devoided of your sensations, Master Richard," was the reply, "and most disastrous was my fears that you would never be effervescent no more. I have sustained my vigils by day and my diaries by night at your bedside, Master Richard, and I may say, without mitigating against truth, that I haven't had my garments off my back since you was first brought home." "Indeed, Whittingham, I am deeply indebted to you, my good friend," said Richard, pressing the faithful old domestic's hand. "But have I really been so very ill?" "Ill!" exclaimed Whittingham. "For these 4 days you have never opened your eyes, save in delirium, until this moment. But you have been a-ravaging in your dreams, and sobbing and moaning so. I suppose, Master Richard, you haven't the most remotest idea of how you come home again?" "Not in the least, Whittingham. All I recollect was running along the Richmond Road in the middle of the night, with a whirlwind in my brain." "And you must have fallen down from sheer fatigue," interrupted the butler, "for 2 drovers picked you up and took you to a cottage close by. The people at the cottage searched your pockets and found your card, so they sent off a messenger to your own house, and I went in a post-shay and fetched you home." "And have I been ill for 4 whole days?" cried Markham. "Yes, but you don't know yet what has happened during that period," said the butler, with a solemn shake of the head. "Tell me all the news, Whittingham. Let me know what has passed during my illness." "I'll repeat to you, aragolically, all that's incurred," resumed Whittingham, preparing to enumerate the various incidents upon his fingers. "In the first place, let me see, yes,
It was the first incurrence of any consequence. The old sow littered. That I only go to first. Then come a terrible a typhoon, I mean, and down tumbled the eastern stack of chimblies. That's only go to second. Third, the young watercress gal was confined with an unlegitimated child, and so I told her mother never to let her call here again, as we didn't encourage immoral characters. That I only go to third. Next, there are poor Ben Halliday, who wouldn't pay the pavement rate at Holloway, 'cause he hasn't got any pavement before his house. Sold up, stick and stock, and so I gave him a couple of guineas. And he go to fourth. And last of all, a gentleman's livery servant, not that villain Yorkminster's, or is it whatever his name was, come with an horse and shay and left your portmanteau without saying a word. That's any—"
"My portmanteau!" exclaimed Richard, whose countenance was now suddenly animated with a ray of hope. "And have you unpacked it?"
"Not yet. I haven't had no time."
"Bring it to the bedside, place it upon a couple of chairs, and open it at once," said Markham hastily. "Bestir yourself, good Whittingham. I am anxious to see if there be any note, any letter, any—" While Richard uttered these words with a considerable degree of impatience, the butler dragged the portmanteau from beneath the bed, where he had deposited it, and placed it close to his master's right hand. It was speedily opened, unpacked, and examined throughout. The clothes and linen were unfolded, and Richard's eyes followed the investigation with the most painful curiosity. But there was no letter, no note from any inmate of the Count's abode. A sudden reminiscence entered his mind. Was the document signed at the dark house among his papers? He recollected having handed it to the Count, but he could not call to mind what had afterwards become of it. A moment's examination convinced him that it had not been returned to him. At first he was grievously annoyed by this circumstance. In another minute he was pleased, for it struck him that after all its contents might have been perused by the Count and his family when the excitement of that fatal night had worn off. But how to wipe away the dread suspicion raised by the Resurrection Man relative to the burglary? Oh, that was the most painful, and yet the most necessary task of all. Markham sat back upon his pillow and was lost in thought, when a low knock was heard at the door of his chamber. Whittingham answered it, and introduced Mr. Munro. The old man was the very picture of care and wretchedness. The mark of famine was, moreover, upon his sunken cheeks. His eyes were dead and lustreless. His neck, his wrists, and his hands scorned nothing but skin and bone. In spite of the cleanliness of his person, the threadbare shabbiness of his clothes could not escape the eye of even the most superficial observer. Markham had not seen him for some months, and now, forgetting his own malady and his own cares, he felt shocked at the dreadful alteration wrought upon the old man's person during that interval. On his part, Mr. Munro was no less surprised to find Richard upon a bed of sickness. "My dear sir," said Markham, "you are ill, you are suffering, and you do not come to me to—"
"What? You have penetrated my secret, Richard," exclaimed the old man bitterly. "Well, I will conceal the truth no longer. Yes, myself and my poor daughter, we are dying by inches."
"My God! And you were too proud to come to me? Oh, how sincerely, how eagerly would I have offered you the half of all I possess!"
"How could I come to you, Richard?"
interrupted the old man, bursting into tears,
"when I had already ruined you."
"No, not you," said Markham. "You were the victim of a scoundrel, and in acting for the best you lost all."
"God knows how truly you speak," cried the old man fervently. "But tell me, what ails you, and how long have you been upon a bed of sickness?"
"A day or two. It is nothing. Never mind me. I am now well, at all events much better. Let us talk of yourself and your own affairs."
"My fate, Richard, is a melancholy one. My destiny is sad, indeed. From the pinnacle of wealth and prosperity, I have been dashed down to the lowest abyss of destitution and misery. But it's not for myself that I complain. It's not for myself that I suffer. I am by this time inured to every kind of disappointment and privation. But my daughter, my poor Eleanor, oh, my God, it was for her sake that I came to you this morning, to implore the wherewith to purchase a loaf of bread.
Merciful heavens, Mr. Munro, are you reduced to this? Cried Richard, horror-struck at the piteous tale thus conveyed to him in a few words.
It is true, we are starving,
answered the old man, sinking into a chair and sobbing bitterly. Whittingham walked towards the window and wiped his eyes more than once.
I am glad you came to me at last, said Markham. I will assist you to the utmost of my power. I will never let you want again. That villain Montague! How many hearts has he already broken? How many more will he yet break? He is the cause of all this deep, deep misery, observed Munro. But not alone by me is his name mentioned with loathing and horror. Others have doubtless been, and will yet be, his victims. I have learnt, by the merest accident, that he has changed his name, and is now pursuing at the West End the same course he so successfully practised in the city.
Changed his name? Ejaculated Markham. And what does he call himself now?
Greenwood,
answered Mr. Munro.
Greenwood? George Montague and Greenwood, one and the same person?
Cried Richard, suddenly recalling to mind the name of the individual to whom the Count had entrusted his capital.
You talk of new victims? I know one whose ruin is perhaps by this time consummated. Quick, Whittingham, give me writing materials. I will send a warning, although I'm afraid it is already too late.
While Whittingham was arranging his master's portfolio upon the coverlid of the bed, Markham reflected upon the best means of communicating to Count Alteroni the character of the man to whom he had confided his fortune, and whom he thought of favourably as a suitor for his daughter's hand. Anonymous letters were detestable to the honourable and open disposition of Richard, and he hesitated at the idea of sending a note direct from himself, fearing that it might be thrown into the fire the moment its signature should be perceived, and thus fail in its proposed aim. To call upon the Count was impossible. To send Mr. Munro was disagreeable. To communicate the important intelligence was imperiously necessary. But how was it to be conveyed? An idea struck across his brain in this perplexity. He would write to the Countess, and trust to the natural curiosity of the female disposition to ensure the perusal of his letter. He accordingly penned the ensuing epistle. Madam, although calumniated in the presence of Count Alteroni, without being permitted to justify myself, and although ruined in your estimation, without the freedom of explanation, believe me, I have still the welfare of your family most sincerely at heart. As a proof of this assertion, allow me to inform you that the Mr. Greenwood, to whom Count Alteroni has entrusted his capital, is an adventurer and a villain. I, on several occasions, casually mentioned to you that I was plundered of all my property before I became of an age entitled to enjoy it. My guardian, Mr. Munro, employed a certain Mr. Allen to speculate for him, and this Mr. Allen was mercilessly robbed of all he possessed, and all he could raise, and all his friends who backed him could provide him with, by a miscreant by the name of Montague. These particulars, which I never mentioned to you before, I now deem it requisite to acquaint you with. Madam, that same George Montague is your Mr. Greenwood. I remain, madam, your obedient servant, Richard Markham. This letter was dispatched that same evening to Richmond. End of chapter 52. Recorded by Dave Wills. Chapter 53 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 53. Accusations and Explanations.
It was 7 o'clock in the evening. Count Alteroni was sipping his claret. The Countess was sitting in a pensive and melancholy mood, apparently occupied with some embroidery or other fancy work, but in reality bent only upon her own painful reflections. The air of this charming girl was languishing and sorrowful, and from time to time a tear started into her large black eye. That crystal drop upon the jet fringe of her eyelid seemed like the dew hanging on the ebony frame of a window. The delicate hue of the rose, which usually coloured her cheeks, and appeared, as it were, beneath the complexion of a faint bistre, which denoted her Italian origin, had fled, and her sweet vermilion lips were no longer wreathed in smiles.
"Isabella, my love," said the Count, "you are thoughtful this evening. What a silly girl you are to oppose that tyrannical little will of your own to my anxious hopes and wishes for your welfare, especially as I must know so much better than you what is for your good and what is not."
"I think," answered Isabella with a deep sigh, "that I oppose no tyrannical will to your lordship's commands."
"Lordship's commands?"
repeated the Count somewhat angrily.
"Have I not ordered our rank and station to be forgotten here in England? And as for commands, Isabella," added the nobleman, softening, "I have merely expressed my wish that you should give Mr. Greenwood an opportunity of proving his disinterested affection and securing your esteem, especially on the occasion of our approaching visit to our friends the Tremordens."
"My dear papa," answered the Signora, "I have faithfully promised you that if Mr. Greenwood should gain my affections, he shall not sue in vain for my hand."
"That is a species of compromise which I do not understand," exclaimed the Count. "Have you any particular aversion to him?"
"I have no aversion, but I certainly have no love," replied Isabella firmly. "And where there is not love, dear father, you would not have me wed."
"Oh, as for love," said the Count,
evading a direct reply to this query,
"time invariably thaws away those sterner resolves and objections which young ladies sometimes choose to entertain in opposition to the wishes of their parents."
"My lord, I have no power over volition," exclaimed Isabella, with difficulty restraining her tears.
"This is very provoking, Isabella, very," said the Count, drinking his claret with rapidity. "This man is in every way worthy of you, rich, genteel, and good-looking. As for his rank, it is true that he has no title, but of what avail to us are rank and title, exiled as we are from our native land?"
"Oh, my dear father," cried Isabella, wiping her eyes, "do not fancy so ill of me as to suppose that I languish for rank or care for honour. No, let me either possess that title, which is a reflection of your own when in Castelcicala, or let me be plain Signora Isabella in a foreign land. Pomp and banishment, pride and exile are monstrous incongruities."
"That is spoken like my own dear daughter," exclaimed the Count. "The sorrows of my own lot are mitigated by the philosophy and firmness with which you and your dear mother support our change of fortunes. And alas, I see but little chance of another reaction in our favour. Oh, my dear country, shall I ever see thee more? Wilt thou one day recognize those who really love thee?"
A profound silence ensued. Neither of the ladies chose to interrupt the meditations of the patriot, and he himself rose and paced the room with agitated steps.
"And it is this despair, when I contemplate my future prospects," continued the nobleman after a long pause, "that induces me to wish to see you speedily settled and provided for. My dearest Isabella, what other motive can I have but your good?"
"Oh, I know it, my dear father," cried the charming girl, and it is that conviction which makes me wretched when I think how reluctant I am to obey you in this instance. But do not grieve yourself, my dear father, and do not be angry with me. I will be as civil and friendly as I can to this Mr. Greenwood, and if The beautiful Italian could say no more. Her heart was full almost to bursting, and throwing herself into her mother's arms, she wept bitterly. The Count, who was passionately attached to his daughter, was deeply affected and greatly shocked by this demonstration of her feelings. He had flattered himself that her repugnance to Mr. Greenwood was far from being deeply rooted, and was merely the result of a young girl's fears and anxieties when she found that she was not romantically attached to her suitor. But he little suspected that she cherished a sincere and tender passion for another, a passion which she might essay in vain to conquer.
"Bella, my darling," he exclaimed, "do not give way to grief. You cannot think that I would sacrifice you to gold, mere gold? No, never, never. Console yourself. You shall never be dragged a victim to the altar."
"My dearest father," cried Isabella, turning towards the Count and embracing him fondly, "God, who reads all my actions, knows that I would make any sacrifice to please you, to spare you one pang, to forward your views. Oh, believe me, I am too well aware of the deep responsibility under which I exist towards my parents, too deeply imbued with gratitude for all your kindness towards me, not to be prepared to obey your wishes."
"I will extract no sacrifice, dearest girl," said the Count. "Compose yourself, and do not weep."
At that moment a loud double knock at the front door resounded through the house, and scarcely had Isabella recovered her self-possession when Mr. Greenwood was announced.
"Ladies, excuse this late visit,"
said the financier, sailing into the room with his countenance wreathed into the blandest smiles.
"But the truth is, I had business in the neighbourhood, and I could not possibly pass without stopping for a few moments at a mansion where there are such attractions."
These last words were addressed pointedly to Isabella, who only replied to the compliment by a cold bow.
"Count,"
said Mr. Greenwood, now turning towards the nobleman,
"I have not seen you since our adventure upon the highway, but I was delighted to learn that you had received no injury."
"My only regret is that I did not shoot the villains," answered the Count. "Have you had another deed prepared to replace the one stolen from me on that occasion?"
"I have given my solicitors the necessary instructions," answered Mr. Greenwood. "In a few days—"
"Everything with you is in a few days, Greenwood," interrupted the Count somewhat pointedly. "That deed would not occupy one day to engross. Now that the copy is at your attorney's office, and it would have been a mark of goodwill on your part."
"Pray do not blame me,"
exclaimed the financier, smiling so as to display his very white teeth, of which he seemed not a little proud.
"I believe that for a man who has so much business upon his hands, and the interests of so many to watch and care for, I am as punctual to my appointments as most people."
"I do not speak of want of punctuality in keeping appointments," said the nobleman, "but I allude to the neglect of a matter which to you may appear trivial, but which to me is of importance."
"Oh, my dear Count, we will repair this little error the day after tomorrow, or the next day," answered Mr. Greenwood. "I wish that everybody was as regular and as punctual with me as I endeavour to be with others, and that punctuality on my part, my dear sir, has been the origin of my fortune. I do not like to speak of myself, ladies. I hate egotism, but really," he added with another smile, "when one is attacked, you know."
At that moment a domestic entered the room and handed a letter to the Countess, who immediately opened it, glanced towards the signature, and exclaimed almost involuntarily, "From Richard Markham."
"Richard Markham?"
cried Mr. Greenwood.
"I thought I understood you that gentleman had ceased to visit or correspond with you."
"So I said, and so I shall maintain," exclaimed the Count. "My dear, we will return that letter without reading it."
"But I have already commenced the perusal of it,"
said the Countess, without taking her eyes off the paper. "Then read no more," cried the Count angrily.
"Excuse me, I shall read it all,"
answered the Countess significantly.
"and so will you."
"What means this?" ejaculated the Count. "Have I lost all authority in my own house? Madame, I command you."
"There, I have finished it, and I implore you to read it yourself. Its contents are highly important, and do not in any way relate to certain recent events. Indeed, he has purposely avoided anything which may appear obtrusive, either in the shape of explanation or apology."
The Count took the letter with a very ill grace, and requested Mr. Greenwood's permission to read it. This was, of course, awarded, and the nobleman commenced the perusal. He had not, however, read many lines before he gave a convulsive start and looked mistrustfully upon Mr. Greenwood, who noticed his emotion, and hastily ran his eye over the remainder of the letter's contents. He then folded up the letter and appeared to be absorbed in deep thought for several moments. Mr. Greenwood saw that the note bore some allusion to himself, and prepared his mind for any explanation or any storm. The Countess sat pale and unhappy, in deep meditation, and the eyes of Isabella wandered anxiously from one to the other. At length the Count, in a tone which showed with how much difficulty he suppressed an outbreak of his irritated feelings, turned abruptly towards Mr. Greenwood, exclaiming, "Pray, sir, how long is it since you were acquainted with one George Montague?" Mr. Greenwood was not taken at all aback. This was a question to which he was always liable, and for which he was constantly prepared. He accordingly answered, with his usual smile of complacence, in the following manner.
"Oh, my dear sir, I presume you're acquainted with the fact that my name was once Montague, since you ask me that question. I may also suppose that someone has communicated that circumstance to you with a desire to prejudice me in your opinion. But I can assure you that I have not changed my name for any sinister purpose. My only motive was the request of an old lady who left me a considerable property some time ago upon that condition."
"And you can also explain, perhaps, the nature of your dealings with a certain Mr. Allen?" demanded the Count, staggered at the assurance with which Mr. Greenwood met an accusation that the nobleman imagined would have overwhelmed him with confusion.
My dear sir,"
replied the financier, very far from betraying any embarrassment whatever he might have felt.
"I can explain that in every other action of my life. I was myself misled. I was duped. I was involved in an enterprise which entailed ruin upon myself and all connected with me. I suffered along with the others, and gave up all to the creditors. I have, however, been enabled to build up my fortunes again by means of the property left me, and a series of successful operations. All people in commercial and financial affairs are liable to disappointment and embarrassment. The most cautious may over-speculate or miscalculate, and how can I be blamed more than another?"
"I will admit that a particular enterprise may fail," said the Count, "but the writer of this letter explained to me on one or two occasions enough to enable me to comprehend the whole machinery of fraud which you put into motion to obtain money from the public, and though he never mentioned any names until today in his letter, I might—"
"Every man has his enemies,"
said Mr. Greenwood calmly.
"I cannot hope to be without mine. They may assert what they choose. Upright and impartial men never listen to one-sided statements. But perhaps the writer of that letter—"
"He is the Mr. Markham of whom I have often spoken to you, and concerning whom you were always asking me questions. I could not conceive," proceeded the Count, "why you were so curious to pry into his affairs, especially as when I mentioned you to him by the name of Greenwood, he did not seem to know anything about you. But I can now well understand why you should wish to know something of a man whom you ruined."
"I ruined?
cried Mr. Greenwood, now excited for the first time since the commencement of this dialogue, and speaking with an air of unfeigned astonishment.
There must be some mistake in this. I never had any dealings with him in my life, which could either cause his ruin or establish his prosperity.
You took very good care, it would appear, not to do the latter, said the Count. But probably Mr. Markham's letter will explain to you that which you appear to have forgotten. Count Alteroni handed the letter to Mr. Greenwood, who perused its contents with intense interest and anxiety. The Count, the Countess, and the Signora watched his countenance as he read it. Proficient in the art of duplicity as he was, skilled in all the wiles of hypocrisy and deceit, he could not conceal his emotions now. There was something in that letter which chased the colour from his cheeks and convulsed his whole frame with extreme agony.
"This is indeed singular,"
he murmured, turning the letter over and over in his hand.
"Who would have suspected that Alan was merely an agent? Who could have foreseen where that blow was to strike? Strange, unaccountable concatenation of unfortunate circumstances."
"Is the writer of that letter correct in his statement?" demanded the Count imperiously.
"The information given to you by Mr. Markham relative to the losses experienced by a certain Mr. Allen is correct,"
returned Mr. Greenwood, apparently labouring under considerable excitement.
"But I take my God to witness that until this moment I was unaware that either Mr. Monroe or Mr. Markham were in the remotest way connected with that affair. And I also solemnly protest that I would have given worlds sooner than have been the means of injuring either of them."
"You admit, then, that you defrauded the people who at that time had placed their funds in your hands?" said the Count.
"I admit nothing of the kind,"
returned the financier, now recovering his presence of mind.
"I admit nothing so base as your insinuation implies."
"Then wherefore were you so agitated when you perused that letter from Mr. Richard Markham?"
"Count Alteroni, I am not aware that I owe you any explanation of my own private feelings. It is true I was agitated, and I am still deeply grieved to think that my want of judgment and foresight in a certain speculation should have resulted in the ruin of those I wish well. But I suffered as well as they. I lost as many thousands as they did,"
continued Mr. Greenwood, passing once more into that system of plausible, specious, and deceptive reasoning which lulled so many suspicions and closed the eyes of so many persons with regard to his real character.
"And although I have done nothing for which I can be blamed by the world, I may still reproach myself when I find that others whom I care for have suffered by my speculations."
The Count was staggered at this expression, an honourable manifestation of feeling on the part of one whom he had a few minutes ago begun to look upon as a selfish adventurer, callous to all humane emotions and philanthropic sentiments. Mr. Greenwood continued,
"When that unfortunate speculation of mine took place, I was not so experienced in the sinuosities of the commercial and financial worlds as I am now. I lost my all, and poverty stared me in the face."
Mr. Greenwood's voice faltered, although he was now once more uttering a tissue of falsehoods.
"But by dint of some good fortune and much hard toil and unwearied application to business, I retrieved my circumstances. Now, answer me candidly, Count Alteroni. Is there anything dishonourable in my career? Will you judge a man upon an ex parte statement? Is not one story very good until another be told? Why, if all persons viewed their affairs constantly in the same light, would there be any business for the civil tribunals? Do not plaintiff and defendant invariably survey the point at issue between them under discrepant aspects? If they did not, wherefore do they go to law? You may allow Mr. Markham and Mr. Monroe to entertain their views. You will also permit me to enjoy mine."
"Mr. Greenwood," said the Count, "I am afraid I have been too severe, nay, even rude in my observations. You will forgive me.
"My dear sir, say not another word," ejaculated the financier, chuckling inwardly at the triumphant victory which he had thus gained over the suspicions of the Italian nobleman. At that moment a servant entered the room and informed Count Alterone that the Earl of Warrington was in the drawing-room and requested an interview, at which his lordship would not detain the Count above 10 minutes. The Count, having desired Mr. Greenwood not to depart until his return, and apologizing for his temporary absence, proceeded to the drawing-room, where the Earl of Warrington awaited him. The Earl rose when the Count entered the apartment, and that proud, wealthy, and high-born English peer wore an air of profound respect and deference as he returned the salutation of the Italian exile. "Your lordship," said the Earl, "will, I hope, pardon this intrusion at so unseemly an hour?"
"The Earl of Warrington is always a welcome," interrupted Count Alterone, "and if I cannot give him so princely a reception in England as I was proud to do in Italy, it is my means, not my will, which is the cause."
"My lord, I beseech you not to allude to any discrepancy in that respect. A discrepancy which I can regret for your lordship only, and not for myself," said the Earl. "Indeed, I am so far selfish on the present occasion that I am come to ask a favour."
"Name of the matter in which my poor services can avail your lordship," returned the Count, "and I pledge myself in advance to meet your wishes."
"My lord," said the Earl of Warrington, "I must inform your lordship that I am somewhat interested in a cousin of mine of the name of Eliza Sidney. This lady loved a man who was unworthy of her, a wretch whose pursuits are villainy, and who enriches himself at the expense of the unwary and confiding. The heartless scoundrel to whom I allude, and the full measure of whose infamy was only expressed to me this day, has endeavoured to possess himself of the person of Eliza in a manner the most atrocious and cowardly. My lord, he employed a confederate to administer soporific drugs to her, but Providence moved that confederate's heart and frustrated the damnable scheme."
"And can such conduct go unpunished in this land of excellent laws and unerring justice?" inquired the Count.
"Ah, my lord," replied the Earl, "this man is possessed of great wealth, and consequently of great influence. For in England money is power. Moreover, the complete chain of evidence is wanting. And then exposure to the female in such a case is almost equal to a stigma and to shame. To continue my brief tale, my lord, this man with the demoned heart is one who will persecute my cousin Eliza to the very death. A lady of my acquaintance, who can also tell a tale of the unequalled villainy of this George Montague Greenwood."
"What?" ejaculated the Count. "Do I hear aright, or do my ears deceive me? What name did you give the miscreant who administered opiate drugs to a woman with the foulest of motives?"
"George Montague Greenwood,"
repeated the Earl. "Oh, God!" ejaculated the Count, sinking back in his chair and covering his face with his hands. "I thank thee, for thou hast intervened ere it was too late to prevent that fearful sacrifice of my daughter."
"Pardon me, my lord," exclaimed the Earl, "if I have awakened any disagreeable reminiscences or produced impressions."
"Your lordship has done me an infinite service in fully opening my eyes to the villainy of a man whose damnable sophistry glosses over his crimes with so deceptive a varnish that the sight is dazzled when contemplating his conduct." As the Count uttered these words, he wrung the hands of the English peer with the most friendly and grateful warmth. "Another time, my lord," continued the Italian noble, "I will explain to you the cause of my present emotions. You will then perceive how confirmed a miscreant is this Greenwood. In the meantime, tell me, how can I aid your lordship?"
"I was about to inform you, my lord," continued the Earl of Warrington, "that Miss Sidney, alarmed and appalled at the persecution of this man, who seems to spare neither expense nor crime to accomplish any purpose upon which he has once set his mind, has determined to sojourn for a time upon the continent. Your lordship is aware that I possess a humble villa in the suburbs of Montoni.
A beautiful residence, on the contrary, said the Count, and where, he added with a sigh, in happier times I have partaken of your hospitality.
Yes, your lordship has honoured me with your society at that retreat, said the Earl, with a low and deferential bow. It is to that villa that I now propose to dispatch my cousin, in order that she may escape the persecutions and the plots of this vile Greenwood. The object of my present visit is to solicit your lordship for a few letters of introduction for Miss Sidney to some of those families in Montoni with whom she may experience the charms of profitable and intellectual society.
With much pleasure, answered the Count. When does Mrs. Sidney propose to leave England?
The day after tomorrow, my lord.
Tomorrow evening your lordship shall receive the letters which Mrs. Sidney requires. They will, of course, be unsealed, both in observance of the rules of etiquette and on account of the custom-house officers in the continental states. But your lordship will take care that they may not be opened in England.
I comprehend you, my lord. The incognito which your lordship chooses to preserve in this country shall not be disturbed by any indiscretion on the part of myself or of those connected with me.
The Earl of Warrington then took his leave. The moment he had departed, the Count rang the bell and said to the servant who answered the summons,
"Request Mr. Greenwood to favour me with his company into this room here."
In another minute the financier was introduced into the saloon, which the Count was pacing with uneven and agitated steps.
"Mr. Greenwood," said the Italian nobleman, "I think you recollect the subject of our conversation when I was called away by the visit of the Earl of Warrington?"
"Perfectly,"
answered the financier, who perceived that there was again something wrong.
"I remember that you made many accusations against me, all of which I most satisfactorily explained, insomuch that you very handsomely apologized for the severity of your language."
"Then, sir," continued the Count, with difficulty restraining his impatience, while Mr. Greenwood thus delivered himself,
"if you be really such an honourable and such an injured man as you would represent, and if you be really grieved when you hear that a fellow creature has been ruined by the failure of your speculations, have the kindness to return to me the money which I have confided to you, and I shall be inclined to think of you as you choose to think of yourself. To tell the truth, I am already sick of the uncertainty of speculation, and I would rather withdraw from the enterprise altogether."
"Really, my dear sir," said Mr. Greenwood, "this demand is so very irregular, so exceedingly unbusinesslike."
"We will not place it upon the footing of business, sir," interrupted the Count emphatically. "We will place it upon the basis of honour."
"Honour and business with me, my dear sir, are synonymous," said the financier with a smile.
"So much the better," ejaculated the Count. "I see that we shall not dispute over this matter. The whole is summed up in a few words. Return me the money I have placed in your hands."
"These things cannot be done in a hurry, my dear sir," said Mr. Greenwood,
playing with a very handsome gold guard chain which fastened over his waistcoat.
"Either you have made away with my money, or you have it in your possession still," exclaimed the Count. "If you have it, give me a cheque upon your bank for the amount. If you have placed it out at interest, give me security."
"I must observe to you that the whole proceeding is most irregular," said Mr. Greenwood, "and the business requires mature reflection. Moreover, all my funds are locked up for the moment."
"Then how would you carry out the enterprise for which I embarked my capital?" demanded the Count.
"You must be aware," replied the financier, "that capitalists like me always lay out their cash to the greatest advantage, and make use of bills and negotiable paper of various descriptions. Thus I could build a dozen steam packets in a few weeks, and pay for them all without actually encroaching upon my capital."
"I understand you, sir," said the Count, "and in order to meet your convenience, I am ready to receive the securities you mention, payable at early dates instead of specie."
"Oh, well, that alters the question," cried Mr. Greenwood.
an idea apparently striking him at that moment.
"I am acquainted with one of the richest bankers in London, intimately acquainted with him. Would you have any objection for him to take my place in respect to you, and become the holder of your capital, say, for a period of 6 months?"
"Who is the banker?" asked the Count.
"James Tomlinson,"
answered the financier. "I know that name well. Are you serious in your proposal?"
"Call on me tomorrow at 12 o'clock, and we will proceed together to Mr. Tomlinson's banking house in the city. I will have the whole affair arranged for you in the course of an hour after our arrival at his establishment."
"I rely upon your word, Mr. Greenwood," returned the Count. The financier then took his departure. End of chapter 53. Recorded by Dave Wills. Chapter 54 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 54. The Banker. The native of London is as proud of the city as if it were his own property. He can afford to be called a Cockney for having been born within the sound of Bow Bells, for there are merchant princes and the peers and monopolists of the commerce of the world who bear the nickname as well as he. And well may the Londoner be proud of his city in numerous respects. It is the richest and the most powerful that the world has ever seen. The dingy back parlours in Lombard Street, the upstairs business rooms in Cheapside, and the warehouses with shutters half up the windows in Wood Street and its neighbourhood are the mysterious places in which the springs of the finance and trade of a mighty empire are set in motion. Half a dozen men in the city can command in an hour more wealth than either Rome or Babylon had to boast of at the respective periods of their greatest prosperity. And neither Rome nor Babylon possessed drapers who cleared their 50,000 a year by selling gowns and shawls, nor sugar bakers with $1 million in hard cash, nor grocers with a plum in each hand, nor brewers to whom the rise or fall of 1 halfpenny per pot in the price of beer makes the difference of £40,000 per annum. Rome, Babylon, Thebes, and Carthage could all have been purchased by the East India Company, with perhaps a mortgage on the India docks. But the reader must not imagine that all which glitters is gold. Amongst the most splendid establishments in London, and those most wealthy in appearance, there are some in a hopeless state of insolvency. To one of these we shall now introduce those who may choose to accompany us thither. The well-known banking house of James Tomlinson was situated in Lombard Street. The establishment was not extensive, nor were there a great many clerks, because it did little agency business for country banks, but was chiefly a house of deposit. It enjoyed a high reputation, and was considered as safe as the presumed wealth, integrity, and experience of its proprietor were likely to render it. It was moreover believed that the father of James Tomlinson was a sleeping partner, and as the old gentleman had retired from the business of oilman with an immense fortune, the bank was presumed to possess every guarantee of stability. It had existed for upwards of 60 years, having been founded and most successfully carried on by an uncle of James Tomlinson. James himself had originally entered the establishment as a clerk, whence he rose to be a partner, and finally found himself at the head of the concern at his uncle's death. James Tomlinson was not an extravagant man, but he was not possessed of the ability and experience for which the world gave him credit. In the year 1826, and at the age of 40, he found himself at the head of a flourishing and respectable establishment. He was, indeed, the sole proprietor, for his father was in reality totally unconnected with it as a partner. James was intimately acquainted with the mechanical routine of the bank business, but he was deficient in those powers of combination and faculties of foresight which were necessary to enable him to lay out to the best advantage the moneys deposited in his hands. With good intentions he lacked talent,
He was an excellent head clerk or junior partner, but he was totally unfitted for supreme management. Thus was it that in 2 or 3 years he experienced serious reverses, and although he carefully concealed the failure of his operations from all human eyes, the very safety of his establishment was seriously compromised. The French Revolution of 1830 ruined a Paris house to which Tomlinson had advanced a considerable sum, and this blow consummated the insolvency of his bank. He was then compelled to make a confidant of his cashier, an old and faithful servant of his uncle, and of frugal habits and kind but eccentric disposition. Michael Martin was this individual's name. He was of very repulsive appearance, stooping in his gait, blear-eyed and dirty in person. He took vast quantities of snuff, but as much lodged upon his shirt-frill and waistcoat as was thrust up his nose. Thus his linen was invariably filthy in the extreme. His dress was a suit of seedy black, and the right thigh of his trousers was brown and grimy, with the marks of snuff, for upon that part of his attire did he invariably wipe his finger and thumb, after taking a pinch of his brown rapee. Such was the individual who Tomlinson took into his confidence when the affairs of the bank grew desperate. Old Martin was as close and reserved as if he were both deaf and dumb, and he was, moreover, possessed of a peculiar craftiness and cunning which admirably fitted him for the part he was now to enact. Although it was next to impossible to retrieve the affairs of the bank, so great was the deficiency, still Michael Martin assured his master that it was quite probable that they might be enabled to carry on the establishment for a length of time, perhaps even many years. The chances that the drafts upon the bank would not equal the deposits being in their favour. Thus was this insolvent and ruined establishment carried on, with seeming respectability and success, by the perseverance of Tomlinson and the skill and craft of old Martin. We shall now introduce our readers into the parlour of the bank at 10 o'clock in the morning, after the incidents related in the preceding chapter. James Tomlinson had just arrived, and was standing before the fire, glancing over the City article of the Times. He was a fine, tall, good-looking man, plainly dressed, and without the slightest affectation either in manner or attire. The bluntness and apparent straightforwardness of his character had won and secured him many friends amongst a class of men who regard frankness of disposition and plainness of demeanour as qualities indicative of solidity of position and regular habits of business. Then he was always at his post, always to be seen, and hence unlimited confidence was placed in him. Having glanced over the newspaper which he held in his hand, he rang the bell. A clerk responded to the summons.
"Is Mr. Martin come yet?"
"Yes, sir."
"Tell him to step this way."
The clerk withdrew, and the old cashier entered the room, the door of which he carefully closed.
"Good morning, Michael," said the banker. "What news?"
"Worse and worse," answered the old man, with a species of savage grunt. "We have had a sad time of it for the last 3 months."
"For the last 7 or 8 years, you may say,"
observed Tomlinson, with a sigh. And then his countenance suddenly wore an expression of ineffable despair, as effervescent as it was poignant. "At first the work was easy enough," said Michael. "A little combination and tact enabled us to struggle on. But latterly the concern has fallen into so desperate a condition that I really fear when I come in the morning that it will never last through the day."
My God, what a life!"
exclaimed Tomlinson.
"And there are hundreds and thousands who pass up the street every day, and who say within themselves,
'How I wish I was James Tomlinson.'
Heavens, I would that I were a beggar in the street, a sweeper of a crossing, a pauper in a workhouse."
"Come, this is folly," interrupted the old cashier impatiently. "We must go on to the end."
"What is the state of your book this morning?"
demanded the banker, putting the question with evident alarm, almost amounting to horror. £3,400, 18 shillings in specie, 1,635 in notes," answered the cashier.
"Is that all?" ejaculated Tomlinson. "And this morning we have to pay Greenwood the £2,000 he lent me 6 weeks ago."
"We can't part with the money," said the cashier rudely.
Greenwood knows the circumstances of the bank and must give time. You know what Greenwood is, Michael, exclaimed the banker. If we are not punctual with him, he will never lend us another shilling, and what should we have done without him on several occasions? I know all that, but look at the interest he makes you pay, muttered the cashier. And look at the risk he runs, added the banker. He finds it worth his while. I calculated the other day that we paid him £3,000 last year for interest only. We can't go on much longer at that rate. I had almost said that the sooner it ends the better, cried Tomlinson. What low trickery, what meanness, what abominable craft have we been compelled to resort to? Oh, if that affair with the Treasury 3 years ago had only turned up well, if we could have secured the operation, we should have achieved all our losses, enormous as they are. We should have built up the fortunes of the establishment upon a more solid foundation than ever. It was indeed a misfortune, observed the cashier, taking a huge pinch of snuff. And how the Chancellor of the Exchequer obtained his information about me at the 11th hour, after all previous inquiries were known to be satisfactory, continued Tomlinson, I never could conjecture. At that time the secret was confined to you and me and my father, to whom I communicated it. You remember in that letter which I wrote to him soliciting the £50,000, which sum saved the bank at that period, observed Michael. Never shall I forget the day when I called at the Treasury for the decision of the government relative to my proposal, returned Tomlinson. The functionary who received me said in so pointed a manner, Mr. Tomlinson, you have not dealt candidly with us relative to your true position. Your secret is known to us, but rest assured that although we decline any negotiation with you, we will not betray you. This announcement came upon me like a thunderstroke. I was literally paralysed. The functionary added with a sort of triumphant and yet mysterious smile, There is not a secret connected with the true position of any individual of any consequence in the city which escapes our knowledge. The government, sir, is omniscient. God alone can divine the sources of this intimate acquaintance with things locked up, as it were, in one's own bosom, added the banker thoughtfully. And this is not the only case in which such secrets have been discovered by the government, said the old cashier, again regaling his nose with a copious pinch of snuff. Yes, I myself have heard of other instances, observed the banker with a shudder. I have known great firms expend large sums of money to obtain particular information from Paris, Frankfurt, and Madrid by means of couriers, and this information has been dispatched by letter to their agents at Liverpool and Manchester and elsewhere to answer certain commercial or financial purposes. Well, that information has been known to government within a few hours, and the government broker has bought or sold stock accordingly. But how could the government obtain that information? Demanded Martin. Some treachery? No, impossible. The government has gleaned its knowledge when every human precaution against treachery and fraud was adopted. Look at my own case, continued Tomlinson. You, my father, and myself alone knew my secret. On you I can reckon as a man can reckon upon his own self. My father was incapable of betraying me, and I, of course, should not have divulged my own ruin. And yet the secret became known to the government. I shudder, Michael, oh, I shudder when I think that we dwell in a country which vaunts its freedom, yet where there exists the secret, dark, and mysterious element of the most hideous despotism. At this moment a clerk entered and informed the cashier that he was wanted in the public office. As soon as Michael had disappeared, the banker walked up and down his parlour, a prey to the most maddening reflections. There were but £5,000 left in the safe. 2,000 were to be paid to Greenwood, and every minute a cheque or 2 or 3 cheques might be presented which would crush the bank at one blow. £180,000 of liability, murmured Tomlinson to himself, and £5,000 to meet it. Ah, little thought those who passed by the banking-house at that moment what heartfelt, horrible tortures were endured by the master of the establishment in his own parlour. At length Martin returned,
His countenance never revealed any emotions, but he took snuff wholesale, and that was a fearful omen.
"Well,"
said Tomlinson, in a hoarse and hollow voice.
"Alderman Phipps just drawn for £1,200, and Colonel Brown for 800,
replied the cashier.
2,000 gone in a minute,
ejaculated the banker.
"Shall I pay any more?"
asked the cashier.
"Yes, pay up to the last farthing,"
answered Tomlinson.
"An accident, a chance may save us as oft times before, and yet methinks, Michael, that we never stood so near the verge of ruin as we do to-day."
"Never," said the old man coldly.
"And is there no expedient by which we can raise a few thousands, or even a few hundreds for immediate wants?"
"None that I know of," returned Martin, taking more snuff. At that moment Mr. Greenwood was announced, and Michael withdrew from the parlour.
"You have called for your £2,000,
said the banker, after the usual interchange of civilities.
"Yes, I require that sum particularly this morning,"
replied the financier.
"for I am pledged to pay 15,000 at 12 o'clock to Count Alteroni."
"This is very unfortunate," observed Tomlinson. "I am literally in this position. Take the money, and I must stop payment the next moment."
"That is disagreeable, no doubt," said Greenwood. "But the Count is urgent, and I cannot put him off."
"My God!" cried Tomlinson. "What can I do, Greenwood? My good friend, I know you are rich. I know you can raise any amount you choose. Pray, do not push me this morning."
"What am I to do, my dear fellow?" said the financier. "I must satisfy this Count, and I really cannot manage without the 2,000. I could let you have them again in a fortnight."
"A fortnight!"
ejaculated the banker, clenching his fist.
"Tomorrow it might be too late. Can you suggest no plan? Can you devise no scheme?"
"Let me keep these £2,000 for 6 weeks longer, a month longer, and ask me
what you will. I am desperate. I will do anything you bid me."
"Tell me how I can satisfy this ravenous Italian," said Greenwood, "and I will let you keep the money for 6 months."
"You say you have to settle with this Count for £15,000?
inquired the banker. Greenwood nodded an affirmative.
"And does he require it all in hard cash?"
"No, he will take the security of any responsible person, or apparently responsible person,"
added the financier with a significant smile.
"Payable in 6 months."
Tomlinson appeared to reflect profoundly. His reverie was interrupted by the entrance of old Martin, taking snuff more vehemently than ever. The cashier whispered something in the banker's ear, and then again retired.
750 more gone," cried Tomlinson. "And now, Greenwood, there remains in the safe but a fraction more than your £2,000. Dictate your own terms."
This was precisely the point to which the financier was anxious to arrive.
"Listen," he said, playing with his watch-chain. "This Count Alteroni will accept you as his debtor instead of me. Take the responsibility off me onto your own shoulders, and I make you a present of the £2,000.
"What?"
ejaculated Tomlinson.
"Incur a liability of 15,000 to this Count? Greenwood, you can never be serious."
"I was never more serious in my life," returned the financier coolly. "If you fail before the 6 months have elapsed, 15,000 more or less on your books will be nothing. If you contrive to carry on the establishment until the expiration of that period, I will help you out of the dilemma."
"You are not reasonable. You are anxious to crush me at once," cried Tomlinson. "Well, be it so, Mr. Greenwood. Take your £2,000.
"And leave you to put up a notice on your doors, eh?"
said Greenwood, still playing with his watch-chain.
"Ah, my God, has it come to this?"
exclaimed the banker.
"Ruin, disgrace, and beggary, all in one day. But better than to submit to such terms as those which you dictate."
With these words he rang the bell violently. Old Martin immediately made his appearance.
"Mr. Martin," said Tomlinson, affecting a calmness which he was far from feeling, "bring £2,000 for Mr. Greenwood."
"It can't be done," growled Michael, taking a huge pinch of snuff.
"Can't be done?"
ejaculated the banker.
"No,"
answered the old man doggedly.
"Just paid away 465 more. There isn't 2,000 in the safe."
Tomlinson walked once up the room. Then, turning to Greenwood, he said,
"I will accept your proposal, Mr. Martin," he added, addressing the cashier, "you can retire. I will settle this matter with Mr. Greenwood." The old man withdrew. "When, where, and how is this business to be arranged?" demanded Tomlinson, after a short pause.
"The Count is to call at my house at 12. I have left a note to request him to come on hither."
"You had, then, already arranged this matter in your mind?" said the banker ironically.
"Certainly," answered Greenwood with his usual coolness. "I knew you would relieve me of this obligation, because I shall be enabled in return to afford you that assistance of which you stand so much in need."
"I must throw myself upon your generosity," said Tomlinson. "It is now 12. The Count will soon be here." Half an hour passed away, and the Italian nobleman made his appearance.
"You see that I've kept my word, Count," exclaimed Mr. Greenwood, with an ironical smile of triumph. "Mr. Tomlinson holds in his hands certain funds of mine, which, according to the terms of agreement between us, he is to retain in his possession and use for a period of 6 months and 6 days from the present day, at an interest of 4%. If you, Count Alteroni, will be willing to accept a transfer of £15,000 of such funds in Mr. Tomlinson's hands from my name to your own, the bargain can be completed this moment."
"I cannot hesitate, Mr. Greenwood," said the Count, "to accept a guarantee of such non-stability as the name of Mr. Tomlinson."
"Then all that remains to be done," exclaimed the financier, "is for you to return me my acknowledgment for the amount specified, and for Mr. Tomlinson to give you his in its place. Mr. Tomlinson has already received my written authority for the transfer."
The business was settled as Mr. Greenwood proposed. The Count returned the financier his receipt and accepted one from the banker.
"Now that this is concluded, Count," said Mr. Greenwood,
placing the receipt in his pocket-book,
"I hope that our friendship will continue uninterrupted."
"Pardon me, sir," returned the Count, his features assuming a stern expression. "Although I am bound to admit that you have not wronged me in respect to money, you have dared to talk to me of my daughter, who is innocence and purity itself."
"Count Alteroni," began Mr. Greenwood, "I am not aware—"
"Silence, sir," cried the Italian noble imperatively. "I have but one word more to say. Circumstances have revealed to me your profligate character, and never can I be too thankful that my daughter should have escaped an alliance with a man who bribes his agents to administer opiate drugs to an unprotected female for the vilest of purpose. Mr. Tomlinson," added the Count, "pardon me for having used such a language in your apartment and in your presence." Count Alteroni bowed politely to the banker, and darting a withering glance of mingled contempt and indignation upon the abashed and astounded Greenwood, took his departure.
"He talks of things which are quite new to me,"
said Greenwood, recovering an outward appearance of composure, though inwardly he was chagrined beyond description. Tomlinson made no reply. He was too much occupied with his own affairs to be able to afford attention to those of others. Greenwood shortly took his leave, delighted at having effectually settled his pecuniary obligation with the Count in such a manner that it could never again be the means of molestation in respect to himself, but vexed at the discovery which the Italian nobleman had evidently made in respect to his conduct towards Eliza Sidney. Immediately after Mr. Greenwood had left the bank parlour, old Michael entered. This time he carried his snuff-box open in his left hand, and at every 2 paces he took a copious pinch with the forefinger and thumb of his right. This was a fearful omen, and Tomlinson trembled.
"Well, Michael, well?"
"Not a deposit this morning. Drafts come in like wildfire," said the old cashier. "There is but £100 left in the safe."
£100?
ejaculated the banker, clasping his hands together.
"And is it come to this at length, Michael?"
"Yes," said the cashier gruffly.
"Then let us post a notice at once," cried Tomlinson. "The establishment must be closed without another moment's delay."
"Will you write out the notice of stoppage of payment, or shall I?" inquired Michael.
"Do it yourself, my good old friend. Do it for me,"
said the banker, whose countenance was ashy pale
and whose limbs trembled under him, as if he expected the officers of justice to drag him to a place of execution.
The old cashier seated himself at the table and wrote out the announcement that the bank was unfortunately compelled to suspend its payments. He then read it to the ruined man, who was now pacing the apartment with agitated steps.
"Will that do?"
"Yes," answered the banker, "but in mercy let me leave the house ere that notice be made public."
Tomlinson was about to rush distractedly out of the room when the cashier was summoned into the public department of the establishment. 5 minutes elapsed ere his return. 5 minutes which appeared 5 hours to James Tomlinson. At length the old man came back, and this time he did not carry his snuff-box in his hand. Without uttering a word, he took the notice of stoppage off the table, crushed it in his hand, and threw it into the fire.
"Save once more,"
he murmured, as he watched the paper burning to tinder, and when it was completely consumed, he took a long and hearty pinch of snuff.
"Saved?" echoed Tomlinson. "Do you mean that we're saved again?"
£7,467 just paid in to Dobson and Dobbin's account, answered the cashier coolly and leisurely, as if he himself experienced not the slightest emotion. In another hour there were £15,000 in the safe, and when the bank closed that evening at the usual time, this sum had swollen up to 20,000 and some hundreds. This day was a specimen of the life of James Tomlinson, the banker. Readers, when you pass by the grand commercial and financial establishments of this great metropolis, pause and reflect ere you envy their proprietors. In the parlours and offices of those reputed emporiums of wealth are men whose minds are prey to the most agonizing feelings, the most poignant emotions. There is no situation so full of responsibility as that of a banker, no trust so sacred as that which is confided to him. When he falls, it is not the ruin of one man which is accomplished, it is the ruin of hundreds, perhaps thousands. The effects of that one failure are ramified through a wide section of society. Widows and orphans are reduced to beggary, and those who have been well and tenderly nurtured are driven to the workhouse. And yet the law punishes not the great banker who fails, and who involves thousands in his ruin. The petty trader who breaks for £50 is thrown into prison, and is placed at the tender mercy of the insolvent's court, which perhaps remands him to a debtor's jail for a year, for having contracted debts without a reasonable chance of paying them. But the great banker, who commenced business with £100,000 and who has dissipated £500,000 belonging to others, applies to the bankruptcy court, never sees the inside of a prison at all, and in due time receives a certificate which clears him of all his liabilities and enables him to begin the world anew. The petty trader passes a weary time in jail, and is then merely emancipated from his confinement, but not from his debts. His future exertions are clogged by an impending weight of liability. One system or the other is wrong. Decide, O ye legislators, who vaunt the wisdom of your ancestors, which should be retained, and which abolished, or whether both should be modified. In the course of the evening, the Earl of Warrington called upon Mr. Arlington, with whom he passed a few minutes alone in the drawing-room. When his lordship had taken his departure, Diana returned to Eliza, whom she had left in another apartment, and placing a quantity of letters, folded but unsealed, in her hand, said,
"These are the means of introduction to some of the first families in Montoni. They are written, I am informed, by an Italian nobleman of great influence, and whose name will act like a talisman on your behalf. They are sent unsealed, according to usage, but the Earl has earnestly and positively desired that their contents be not examined in this country. He gave this injunction very seriously," added Diana with a smile, "doubtless because he supposed that he has to deal with 2 daughters of Eve, whose curiosity is invincible. He, however, charged me to deliver this message to you as delicately as possible." "These letters," answered Eliza, glancing over their superscriptions, "are addressed to strangers and not to me, and although I know that they refer to me,
I should not think of penetrating into their contents, either in England or elsewhere. But did you express to the Earl all the gratitude that I feel for his numerous and signal deeds of kindness?" "The Earl is well aware of your grateful feelings," replied Mrs. Arlington. "Can you suppose that I would forget to paint all you experience for what he has already done, and what he will still do for you? He will see you for a moment ere your departure tomorrow, to bid you farewell." "I appreciate that act of condescension on his part," observed Eliza, affected even to tears, "more than all else he has ever done for me." On the following day, Eliza Sidney, accompanied by the faithful Louisa, and attended by an elderly valet who had been for years in the service of the Earl of Warrington, took her departure from London on her way to the Grand Duchy of Castelcicala. End of chapter 54. Recording by Dave Wills.
Chapter 55 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 55. We now come to a sad episode in our history, and yet one in which there is perhaps less romance and more truth than in any other scene yet depicted. We have already warned our reader that he will have to accompany us amidst appalling scenes of vice and wretchedness. We are about to introduce him to one of destitution and suffering, of powerful struggle and unavailing toil, whose details are so very sad that we have been able to find no better heading for our chapter than Miserimma, or Very Miserable Things. The reader will remember that we have brought our narrative in preceding chapters up to the end of 1838. We must now go back for a period of 2 years in order to commence the harrowing details of our present episode. In one of the low, dark rooms of a gloomy house in a court leading out of Golden Lane, St. Luke's, a young girl of 17 sat at work. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening, and a single candle lighted the miserable chamber, which was almost completely denuded of furniture. The cold wind of December whistled through the ill-closed casement and the broken panes, over which the thin paper had been pasted to repel the biting chill. A small deal table, 2 common chairs, and a mattress were all the articles of furniture which this wretched room contained. A door at the end opposite the window opened into another and smaller chamber, and this latter one was furnished with nothing save an old mattress. There were no blankets, no coverlids in either room. The occupants had no other covering at night than their own clothes, and those clothes, God knows they were thin, worn, and scantily enough. Not a spark of fire burned in the grate, and yet that front room in which the young girl was seated was as cold as the nave of a vast cathedral in the depth of winter. The reader has perhaps experienced that icy chill which seems to strike to the very marrow of the bones when entering a huge stone edifice. The cold which prevailed in that room, and in which the young creature was at work with her needle, was more intense, more penetrating, more bitter, more frost-like than even that icy chill. Miserable and cheerless was that chamber. The dull light of the candle only served to render its nakedness the more apparent, without relieving it of any of its gloom, and as the cold draught from the wretched casement caused the flame of the candle to flicker and oscillate, the poor girl was compelled to seat herself between the window and the table to protect her light from the wind. Thus the chilling December blast blew upon the back of the young seamstress, whose clothing was so thin and scant, so very scant. The seamstress was, as we have before said, about 17 years of age. She was very beautiful, and her features, although pale with want and wan with care in long Virgils, were pleasing and agreeable. The cast of her countenance was purely Grecian, the shape of her head eminently classical, and her form was of a perfect and symmetrical mould. Although clothed in the most scanty and wretched manner, she was singularly neat and clean in her appearance, and her air and demeanour were far above her humble occupation and her impoverished condition. She had, indeed, seen better days. Reared in the lap of luxury by fond but too indulgent parents, her education had been of high order, and thus her qualifications were rather calculated to embellish her in prosperity than to prove of use to her in adversity. She had lost her mother at the age of 12, and her father, kind and fond and proud of his only child, had sought to make her shine in that sphere which she had been appeared destined to adorn. But misfortunes came upon them like a thunderbolt, and when poverty, grim poverty, stared them in the face, this poor girl had no resource save her needle. Now and then her father earned a trifle in the city by making out accounts or copying deeds, but sorrow and ill health had almost entirely incapacitated him from labor or occupation of any kind, and his young and affectionate daughter was compelled to toil from sunrise until a late hour in the night to earn even a pittance. One after another, all their little comforts in the shape of furniture and clothing disappeared, and after vainly endeavoring to maintain a humble lodging in a cheap but respectable neighborhood, poverty compelled them to take refuge in that dark, narrow, filthy court leading out of Golden Lane. Such was the sad fate of Mr. Monroe and his daughter Ellen. At the time when we introduced the latter to our readers, her father was absent in the city. He had a little occupation in a counting-house, which was to last 3 days, which kept him hard at work from 9 in the morning till 11 at night, and for which he was to receive a pittance so small we dare not mention its amount. This is how it was. An official assignee belonging to the bankruptcy court had some heavy accounts to make up by a certain day. He was consequently compelled to employ an accountant to aid him. The accountant employed a petty shriver to make out the balance sheet, and the petty shriver employed Monroe to ease him of a portion of the toil. It is therefore plain that Monroe was not to receive much for his 3 days' labor. And so Ellen was compelled to toil and work and toil, to rise early and go to bed late, so late that she had scarcely fallen asleep, worn out with fatigue, when it appeared time to get up again, and thus the roses forsook her cheeks, and her health suffered, and her head ached, and her eyes grew dim, and her limbs were stiff with the chill. And so she worked and toiled and toiled and worked. We said it was about 9 o'clock in the evening. Ellen's fingers were almost paralyzed with cold and labor, and yet the work which she had in her hands must be done that night, else no supper then and no breakfast on the morrow, for on the shelf in that cheerless chamber there was not a morsel of bread. And for 16 hours had the poor girl fasted already, for she had eaten a crust at 5 in the morning, when she had risen from her hard, cold couch in the back chamber. She had left the larger portion of the bread then that remained for her father, and she had assured him that she had a few halfpence to purchase more for herself, but she had therein deceived him. Ah, how noble and generous was that deception, and how very often did that poor girl practice it. Ellen had risen at 5 that morning to embroider a silk shawl with 80 flowers. She had calculated upon finishing it by 8 in the evening, but although she had worked and worked and worked hour after hour without ceasing, save for a moment at long intervals to rest her aching head and stretch her cramped fingers, 8 had struck, and 9 had struck also, and still the blossoms were not all embroidered. It was 9:45 when the last stitch was put into the last flower. But then the poor creature could not rest. Not to her was it allowed to repose after that severe day of toil. She was hungry, she was faint, her stomach was sick for want of food, and at 11 her father would come home hungry, faint, and sick at stomach also. Rising from her chair, every limb stiff, cramped, and aching with cold and weariness, the poor creature put on her modest straw bonnet with a faded ribbon, and her thin wretched shawl, to take home her work. Her employer dwelt upon Finsbury Pavement, and as it was now late, the poor girl was compelled to hasten as fast as her aching limbs would carry her. The shop to which she repaired was brilliant with lamps and gas lights. Articles of great variety and large value were piled in the windows, on the counters, on the shelves. Upwards of 20 young men were busily employed in serving the customers. The proprietor of that establishment was at that moment entertaining a party of friends upstairs at a champagne supper. The young girl walked timidly into the vast magazine of fashions, and with downcast eyes advanced towards an elderly woman who was sitting at a counter at the farther end of the shop. To this female did she present the shawl. "A pretty time of night to come," murmured the shopwoman. "This ought to have been done by 3 or 4 o'clock." "I have worked since 5 this morning without ceasing," answered Ellen, "and I could not finish it before." "Ah, I see," exclaimed the shopwoman, turning the shawl over and examining it critically. "There are 50 or 60 flowers, I see." 80, said Ellen. "I was ordered to embroider that number." "Well, miss, is there so much difference between 60 and 80? "Difference, ma'am!" ejaculated the young girl, the tears starting in her eyes. "The difference is more than 4 hours' work." very likely, miss. And how much do you expect for this?" "I must leave it entirely to you, ma'am." The poor girl spoke so deferentially to this cold-hearted woman in order to make her generous. Oh, poverty renders even the innocence of 17 selfish, mundane, and calculating. "Oh, you leave it to me, do you?" said the woman, turning the shawl over and over and scrutinizing it at all points. But she could not discover a single fault in Ellen's work. "You leave it to me. Well, it isn't so badly done, very tolerably for a girl of your age and inexperience. I presume," she added, thrusting her hand into the till under the counter and drawing forth 6 pence, "I presume that this is sufficient." "Madam," said Ellen, bursting into tears, "I have worked nearly 17 hours at that shawl." She could say no more, her voice was lost in sobs. "Come, come," cried the shopwoman harshly, "no whimpering here. Take up your money if you like it, and if you don't, leave it. Only decide one way or another, and make haste." Ellen took up the 6 pence, wiped her eyes, and hastily turned to leave the shop. "Do you not want any more work?" demanded the shopwoman abruptly. The fact was, the poor girl worked well and did not shirk labor, and the woman knew that it was in the interest of her master to retain that young creature's services. Those words, "Do you not want any more work?" reminded Ellen that she and her father must live, that they could not starve. She accordingly turned towards that uncouth female once more, and received another shawl, to embroider it in the same manner and at the same price. 80 blossoms for 6 pence, 16 hours' work for 6 pence, a farthing and a half per hour. The young girl returned to the dirty court in Golden Lane after purchasing some food, coarse and cheap, on her way home. On the ground floor of a house in the same court dwelt an old woman, one of those old women who are the moral sewers of great towns, the sinks towards which flow all the impurities of the human passions. One of those abominable hags was she who dishonor the sanctity of old age. She had hideous wrinkles upon her face, and as she stretched out her huge, dry, and bony hand, and tapped the young girl upon the shoulder as the latter hurried past her door, the very touch seemed to chill the maiden even through her clothes. Ellen turned abruptly round and shuddered, she scarcely knew why, when she found herself confronting that old hag by the dim lustre of the lights which shone through the windows in the narrow court. That old woman, who was the widow of crime, assumed as pleasant an aspect as her horrible countenance would allow her to put on, and addressed the timid maiden in a strain which the latter scarcely comprehended. All that Ellen could understand was that the old woman suspected how heartily she toiled, and how badly she was paid, and offered to point out a more pleasant and profitable mode of earning money. Without precisely knowing why, Ellen shrank from the contact of that hideous old hag, and trembled at the words which issued from the crone's mouth. "You do not answer me," said the wretch. "Well, well, when you have no bread to eat, no work, no money to pay your rent, and nothing but the workhouse before you, you will think better of it and come to me." Thus saying, the old hag turned abruptly into her own den, the door of which she banged violently. With her heart fluttering like a little bird in its cage, poor Ellen hastened to her own miserable abode. She placed the food upon the table, but would not touch it until her father should return. She longed for a spark of fire, for she was so cold and so wretched, and even in warm weather misery makes one shiver. But that room was as cold as an ice-house, and the unhappiness of that poor girl was a burden almost too heavy for her to bear. She sat down and thought. Oh, how poignant is meditation in such a condition as hers! Her prospects were utterly black and hopeless. When she and her father had first taken those lodgings, she had obtained work from a middle-woman. This middle-woman was one who contracted with great drapery and upholstery firms to do their needlework at certain low rates. The middle-woman had to live, and was therefore compelled to make a decent profit upon the work, so she gave it out to poor creatures like Ellen Munro, and got it done for next to nothing. Thus, for some weeks had Ellen made shirts, with the collars, waistband, and fronts all well stitched, for 4 pence the shirt, and it took her 12 hours, without intermission, to make a shirt, and it cost her a penny for needles and thread and candle. She therefore had 3d. for herself. 12 hours unwearied toil for 3d, 1 farthing an hour. Sometimes she had made dissecting trousers, which were sold to the medical students at the hospitals, and for those she was paid 2d. halfpenny each. It occupied her 8 hours to make 1 pair of those trousers. At length the middle woman had recommended her to the linen draper's establishment on Finsbury Pavement, and there she was told that she might have plenty of work and be well paid. Well paid! At the rate of 1 farthing and a half per hour. Oh, it was mockery, a hideous mockery, to give that young creature gay flowers and blossoms to work, she who was working her own winding sheet. She sat shivering with the cold, awaiting her father's return. Ever and anon the words of that old crone who had addressed her in the court rang in her ears. What could she mean? How could she, stern her own wretchedness herself, and perhaps stern to the wretchedness of others? How could that old hag possess the means of teaching her a pleasant and profitable mode of earning money? The soul of Ellen was purity itself, although she dwelt in that low, obscene, filthy, and disreputable neighbourhood. She seemed like a solitary lily in the midst of a black morass swimming with reptiles. The words of the old woman were therefore unintelligible to that fair young creature of 17, and yet she intuitively reproached herself for pondering upon them. O mysterious influence of an all-wise and all-seeing Providence, that thus furnishes warnings against dangers yet unseen! She tried to avert her thoughts from the contemplation of her own misery, and of the tempting offer made to her by the wrinkled harridan in the adjoining house, and so she busied herself with thinking of the condition of the other lodgers in the same tenement which she and her father inhabited. She then perceived that there were others in the world as wretched and as badly off as herself, but in contradiction to the detestable maxim of Rochefoucauld, she found no consolation in this conviction. In the attics were Irish families, whose children ran all day half naked about the court and lane, paddling with their poor cold bare feet in the puddle or the snow, and apparently thriving in dirt, hunger, and privation. Ellen and her father occupied the 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. On the 1st floor, in the front room, lived 2 families, an elderly man and woman, with their grown-up sons and daughters, and with one of those sons were a wife and young children. 11 souls thus herded together without shame in a room 18 feet wide. These 11 human beings, dwelling in so swine-like manner, existed upon 25 shillings a week, the joint earnings of all of them who were able to work. In the back chamber on the same floor was a tailor, with a paralytic wife and a complete tribe of children. This poor wretch worked for a celebrated clothing mart, and sometimes toiled for 20 hours a day, never less than 17. Sunday included, to earn what? 8 shillings a week. He made mackintoshes at the rate of 1 shilling and 3d. each, and he could make 1 each day, but then he had to find needles and thread, and the cost of these, together with candles, amounted to 9d. a week. He thus had 8 shillings remaining for himself after working like a slave, without recreation or rest, even upon the Sabbath, 17 hours every day. A week contains 168 hours, and he worked 119 hours each week, and earned 8 shillings, a decimal more than 3 farthing an hour. On the ground floor of the house the tenants were no better off. In the front room dwelt a poor costermonger or hawker of fruit, who earned upon an average 7 shillings a week, out of which he was compelled to pay 1 shilling to treat the policeman upon the beat where he took his stand. His wife did a little washing and perhaps earned 18d, and that was all this poor couple with 4 children had to subsist upon. The back room on the ground floor was occupied by the landlady of the house. She paid 12 shillings a week for rent and taxes, and let the various rooms for an aggregate of 21 shillings. She thus had 9 shillings to live upon, supposing that every one of her lodgers paid her, which was never the case. Poor Ellen, in reflecting in this manner upon the condition of her neighbours, found herself surrounded on all sides by misery. Misery was above, misery below. Misery was on the right and on the left. Misery was the genius of that dwelling, and on every other in the court. Misery was the cold and speechless companion of the young girl as she sat in the icy chamber. Misery spread her meal, and made her bed, and was the chambermaid at morning and at night. 11 o'clock struck by St. Luke's Church, and Mr. Monroe returned to his wretched abode. It had begun to rain shortly after Ellen had returned home, and the old man was wet to the skin. "Oh, my dear father," exclaimed the poor girl, "you are wet, and there is not a morsel of fire in the grate." "And I have no money, dearest," returned the heartbroken father, pressing his thin lips upon the forehead of his daughter. "But I am not cold, Nell, I am not cold." Without uttering a word, Ellen hastened out of the room and begged a few sticks from one lodger and a little coal from another. It would shame the affluent great. They did not know how ready are the miserable poor to assist each other. With her delicate taper fingers, with those little white hands which seemed never made to do menial service, the young girl laid the fire, and when she saw the flame blazing cheerfully up the chimney, she turned towards the old man and smiled. She would not for worlds have begged anything for herself, but for her father, oh, she would have submitted to any degradation. And then for a moment a gleam of something like happiness stole upon that hitherto mournful scene, as the father and daughter partook of their very frugal and sparing meal together. As soon as it was concluded, Ellen rose, kissed her parent affectionately, wished him good night, and retired into her own miserable, cold, and naked chamber. She extinguished her candle in a few moments to induce her father to believe that she had sought repose, but when she knew that the old man was asleep, she lighted the candle once more and seated herself upon the old mattress to embroider a few blossoms upon the silk which had been confided to her at the establishment in Finsbury. From the neighbouring houses the sounds of boisterous rivalry fell upon her ears. She was too young and inexperienced to know that this mirth emanated from persons perhaps as miserable as herself, and that they were only drowning care in liquor instead of encountering their miseries face to face. The din of that hilarity and those shouts of laughter therefore made her sad. Presently that noise grew fainter and fainter, and at length it altogether ceased. The clock of St. Luke's Church struck 1, and all was then silent around. The lovely moon rose high in the heavens, the rain had ceased, the night was beautiful, but bitter, bitter cold. Wearied with toil, the young maiden threw down her work, and opening the casement, looked forth from her wretched chamber. The gentle breeze, though bearing on its wing the chill of ice, refreshed her, and as she gazed upwards to the moon, she wondered within herself whether the spirit of her departed mother was permitted to look down upon her from the empyrean palaces on high. Tears, large tears, trickled down her cheeks, and she was too much overcome by her feelings even to pray. While she was thus endeavouring to divert her thoughts from the appalling miseries of earth to the transcendent glories of heaven, she was diverted from her mournful reverie by the sound of a window opening in a neighbouring house, and in a few moments violent sobs fell upon her ears. Those sobs, evidently coming from a female bosom, were so acute, so heart-rending, so full of anguish, that Ellen was herself overcome with grief. At length those indications of extreme woe ceased gradually, and then these words, "Oh, my God, what will become of my starving babes?" fell upon Ellen's ears. She was about to inquire into the cause of that profound affliction, when the voice of a man was heard to exclaim gruffly, "Come, let's have no more of this gammon. We must all go to the workhouse in the morning, that's all." And then the window was closed violently. The workhouse! That word sounded like a fearful knell upon Ellen's ears. Oh, for hours and hours together had that poor girl meditated upon the condition of her father and herself, until she had traced, in imagination, their melancholy career up to the very door of the workhouse, and there she had stopped. She dared think no more, or she would have gone mad, raving mad, for she had heard of the horrors of those asylums for the poor, and she knew that she should be separated from her father on the day when their stern destinies should drive them to that much dreaded refuge, and to part from him, from the parent whom she loved so tenderly, and who loved her so well. No, death was far preferable. The workhouse! How was it that the idea of this fearful home, more dreaded than the prison, less formidable than the grave, had taken so strong a hold upon the poor girl's mind? Because the former tenant of the miserable room which was now hers had passed thence to the workhouse. But ere she went away, she left behind her record of her feelings in anticipation of that removal to the pauper's home. Impelled by an influence in which she could not control, that species of impulse which urges the timid one to gaze upon the corpse of the dead, even while shuddering at the aspect of death, Ellen closed the window and read for the 100th time the following lines, which were pencilled in a neat hand upon the whitewashed wall of the naked chamber. "I had a tender mother once. I had a tender mother once, whose eyes so sad and mild beamed tearfully yet kindly on her little orphan child. A father's care I never knew, but in that mother dear was centred everything to love, to cherish and revere. I loved her with that fervent love which daughters only know, and often o'er my little head her bitter tears would flow. Perhaps she knew that death approached to snatch her from my side, and on one gloomy winter day this tender mother died. They laid her in the pauper's ground and hurried o'er the prayer. It nearly broke my heart to think that they should place her there. And now it seems I see her still within her snowy shroud, and in the dark and silent night my spirit weeps aloud. I know not how the years have passed since my poor mother died, but I too have an orphan girl that grows up by my side. O God, thou knowest I do not crave to eat the bread of sloth. I labour hard both day and night to earn enough for both. But though I starve myself for her, yet hunger wastes her form. My God, and must that darling child soon feed the loathsome worm? 'Tis vain, for I can work no more, my eyes with toil are dim, my fingers seem all paralyzed, and stiff in every limb. And now there is but one resource, the pauper's dreaded doom, to hasten to the workhouse and there find a living tomb. I know that they will separate my darling child from me, and though 'twill break our hearts, yet both must bow to that decree. Henceforth our tears must fail apart, nor flow together more, and from to-day our prayers may not be mingled as before. O God, is this the Christian creed, so merciful and mild? The daughter from the mother snatched, the mother from her child. Ah, we shall never be blessed again till death has closed our eyes, and we meet in the pauper's ground where my poor mother lies. Though sad this chamber, it is bright, to what must be our doom. The portal of the workhouse is the entrance of the tomb. Ellen read these lines till her eyes were dim with tears. She then retired to her wretched couch, and she slept through her sheer fatigue. But dreams of hunger and of cold filled up her slumbers, and yet those dreams were light beside the waking pangs which realized the visions. The young maiden slept for 3 hours, and then arose unrefreshed, and paler than she was on the preceding day. It was dark, the moon had gone down, and some time would yet elapse ere the dawn. Ellen washed herself in water upon which the ice floated, and the cold piercing breeze of the morning whistled through the window upon her fair and delicate form. As soon as she was dressed, she lighted her candle and crept gently into her father's room. The old man slept soundly. Ellen flung his clothes o'er her arm, took his boots up in her hand, and stole noiselessly back to her own chamber. She then brushed those garments and cleaned those boots, all bespattered with thick mud as they were, and this task, so hard for her delicate and diminutive hands, she performed with the most heartfelt satisfaction. As soon as this occupation was finished, she sat down once more to work. Thus that poor girl knew no rest. End of chapter 55. Recording by Judy Guinan.
Chapter 56 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 56. The Road to Ruin. About 2 months after the period when we first introduced Ellen Munro to our readers, the old woman of whom we have before spoken, and who dwelt in the same court as that poor maiden and her father, was sitting at work in her chamber. The old woman was ill-favoured in countenance, and vile in heart. Hers was one of those hardened dispositions which know no pity, no charity, no love, no friendship, no yearning after anything proper to human fellowship. She was poor and wretched, and yet she, in all her misery, had a large easy chair left to sit upon, warm blankets to cover her at night, a Dutch clock to tell her the hour, a cupboard in which to keep her food, a mat whereon to let her feet, and a few turves burning in the grate to keep her warm. The walls of her room were covered with cheap prints, coloured with glaring hues and representing the exploits of celebrated highwaymen and courtesans, scenes upon the stage in which favourite actresses figured,
and execrable imitations of Hogarth's Rake's Progress. The coverlid of her bed was of patchwork, pieces of silk, satin, cotton, and other stuffs, all of different patterns, sizes, and shapes being sewn together. Strange and expressive remnants of a vicious and faded luxury. Upon the chimney-piece there were 2 or 3 scent bottles, which for years had contained no perfume, and in the cupboard was a champagne bottle, in which the hag now kept her gin. The pillow of her couch was stuffed neither with wool nor feathers, but with well-worn silk stockings, tattered lace collars, faded ribbons, a piece of a muff and a boa, the velvet off a bonnet, and old kid gloves. And more singular than all the other features of her room, the old hag had a huge Bible with silver clasps upon a shelf. This horrible woman was darning old stockings and stooping over her work, when a low knock at the door of her chamber fell upon her ear. That knock was not imperative and commanding, but gentle and timid, and therefore the old woman did not hurry herself to say, "Come in." Even after the door had opened and the visitor had entered the room, the old hag proceeded with her work for a few moments. At length, raising her head, she beheld Ellen Munro. She was not surprised, but as she gazed upon that fair, thin face, whose roundness had yielded to the hand of starvation, and that blue eye, whose fire was subdued by long and painful vigils, she said,
"And so you have come at last, and I have been expecting you every day."
"Expecting me, and why?" exclaimed Ellen, surprised at these words, which appeared to contain a sense of dark and mysterious import that was ominous to the young girl.
"Yes, I have expected you," repeated the old woman. "Did I not tell you that when you had no money, no work and no bread, and owed arrears of rent, you would come to me?"
"Alas, and you predicted truly," said Ellen, with a bitter sigh. "All the miseries which you have detailed have fallen upon me, and more, for my father lies ill upon the one mattress that remains to us."
"Poor creature!"
exclaimed the old woman, endeavouring to assume a soothing tone. Then, pointing to a footstool near her, she added,
"Come and sit near me, that we may talk together upon your sad condition."
Ellen really believed that she had excited a feeling of generous and disinterested sympathy in the heart of that hag, and she therefore seated herself confidently upon the stool, saying at the same time, "You told me that you could serve me. If you have still the power, in the name of heaven delay not, for we are starving." The old woman glanced round to assure herself that the door of her cupboard was closed, for in that cupboard were bread and meat and cheese. Then, turning her eyes upwards, the hag exclaimed,
"God bless us all, dear child. I am dying of misery myself, and have not a morsel to give you to eat."
But when she had uttered these words, she cast her eyes upon the young girl, who was now seated familiarly, as it were, by her side, and scanned her from head to foot, and from foot to head. In spite of the wretched and scanty garments which Ellen wore, the admirable symmetry of her shape was easily descried, and the old woman thought within herself how happy she should be to dress that sweet form in gay and gorgeous garments for her own unhallowed purposes. "You do not answer me," said Ellen. "Do not keep me in suspense, but tell me whether it is in your power to procure me work." The old hag's countenance wore a singular expression when these last words fell upon her ears. Then she began to talk to the poor starving girl in a manner which the latter could not comprehend, and which we dare not describe. Ellen listened for some time as if she were hearing a strange language, which she was endeavouring to make out, and then she cast a sudden look of doubt and alarm upon the old hag. The wretch grew somewhat more explicit, and the poor girl burst into an agony of tears, exclaiming, as she covered her blushing cheeks with her snow-white hands, "No, never, never!" Still she did not fly from that den, and from the presence of that accursed old hag, because she was so very, very wretched, and had no hope elsewhere. There was a long pause, and the old bag and the young girl sat close to each other, silent and musing. The harridan cast upon her pale and starving complexion a look of mingled anger and surprise. But the poor creature saw it not, for she was intent only on her own despair. Suddenly a thought struck the hag.
"I can do nothing for you, miss, since you will not follow my advice,"
she said after a while.
"And yet I am acquainted with a statuary who would pay you well for casts of your countenance, for his Madonnas, his actresses, his Esmeraldas, his queens, his princesses, and his angels."
These words sounded upon the ears of the unhappy girl like a dream, and parting with her wasted fingers the ringlets that clustered around her brow, she lifted up her large moist eyes in astonishment towards the face of the aged hag. But the old woman was serious in her offer.
"I repeat, will you sell your countenance to a statuary?" she said. "It is a good one, and you will obtain a handsome price for it."
Ellen was literally stupefied by this strange proposal, but when she had the power to collect her ideas into one focus, she saw her father pining upon a bed of sickness, and surrounded by all the horrors of want and privation, and she herself, the unhappy girl, had not tasted food for nearly 30 hours. Then, on the other side, was her innate modesty, but this was nothing in the balance compared to the poignancy of her own and her parents' sufferings. So she agreed to accompany the old hag to the house of the statuary in Leather Lane, Holborn. But first she hurried home to see if her father required anything. A vain act of filial tenderness, for if he did, she had nothing to give. The old man slept soundly, worn out with suffering, want, and sorrowful meditation, and the landlady of the house promised to attend to him while Ellen was absent. The young maiden then returned to the old woman, and they proceeded together to the house of the statuary. Up 2 flights of narrow and dark stairs, precipitate as ladders, did the trembling and almost heartbroken girl follow the hag. They then entered a spacious depository of statues, modelled in plaster of Paris. A strange assembly of images was that. Heathen gods seemed to fraternize with angels, Madonnas and Christian saints. Napoleon and Wellington stood motionless side by side. George IV and Greenacre occupied the same shelf. William Pitt and Cobbett appeared to be contemplating each other with silent admiration. Thomas Paine elbowed a bishop. Lord Castlereagh seemed to be extending his hand to welcome Jack Ketch. Cupid pointed his arrow at the bosom of a pope. In a word, that strange pell-mell of statues was calculated to awaken ideas of a most wild and ludicrous character in the imagination of one whose thoughts were not otherwise occupied. The statuary was an Italian, and as he spoke the English language imperfectly, he did not waste much time over the bargain. With the cool criticism of a sportsman examining a horse or a dog, the statuary gazed upon the young maiden. Then, taking a rule in his hand, he measured her head, and with a pair of blunt compasses he took the dimensions of her features. Giving a nod of approval, he consulted a large book which lay open upon a desk, and finding that he had orders for a queen, an opera dancer, and a Madonna, he declared that he would take 3 casts of his new model's countenance that very morning. The old woman whispered words of encouragement in Ellen's ear, as they all 3 repaired to the workshop, where upwards of 20 men were employed in making statues. Some were preparing the clay models over which the plaster of Paris was to be laid. Others joined legs and arms to trunks. Some polished the features of the countenances. Others effaced the seams that betrayed the various joints in the complete statues. One fixed wings to angels' backs, another swords to warriors' sides. A third repaired a limb that had been broken. A fourth stuck on a new nose in the place of an old one knocked off. Ellen was stretched at full length upon a table, and a wet cloth was placed over her face. The statuary then covered it with moist clay, and the process was only complete when she was ready to faint through difficulty of breathing. She rested a little while, and then the second cast was taken. Another interval to recover breath, and the third and last mould was formed. The statuary seemed well pleased with this trial of his new model, and placing a sovereign in the young maiden's hand, he desired her to return in 3 days, as he should require her services again. The poor trembling creature's eyes glistened with delight as she balanced the gold in her little hand, and she took her departure, accompanied by the hag, with a heart comparatively light.
"You would have plenty to do there," said the old woman as they proceeded homewards. "I have introduced you to a good thing. You must therefore divide your first day's earnings with me."
Ellen really felt grateful to the selfish harridan, and having changed her gold for silver coin at a shop where she stopped to buy provisions, she counted 10 shillings in the withered and sinewy hand which the hag thrust forth. Thus for 3 months did Ellen earn the means of a comfortable subsistence by selling her countenance to the statuary. And that countenance might be seen belonging to the statues of Madonnas in Catholic chapels, opera dancers and actresses in theatrical clubs, nymphs holding lamps in the halls of public institutions, and queens in the staircase windows of insurance offices. She never revealed to her father the secret spring of that improved condition which soon restored him to health, but assured him that she had found more needlework and was well paid for it. The old man had too good an opinion of his daughter to suspect her of crime or frailty, and he believed her innocent and well-meant falsehood the more readily, inasmuch as he saw her constantly engaged with her needle when he was at home. 3 months passed away, and already had a little air of comfort succeeded to the former dismal aspect of those 2 chambers which the father and daughter occupied, when the statuary died suddenly. Ellen's occupation was once more gone, and after vainly endeavouring to obtain needlework, for that which she did in the presence of her father was merely a pretence to make good her tale to him, she again repaired to the abode of the old hag who had introduced her to the statuary. The aged female was, if possible, more wrinkled and hideous than before. The contrast between her and her fair young visitant was the more striking, inasmuch as the cheeks of the latter had recovered their roundness, and her form its plumpness, by means of good and sufficient food.
"You have come to me again," said the hag. "Doubtless I should have never seen you more if you had not wanted my services."
"The statuary is dead," returned Ellen, "and has left behind him an immense fortune. His son has therefore declined the business, and has discharged everyone in the employment of his late father."
"And what would you have me do for you, miss?" demanded the old woman. "I am not acquainted with another statuary."
Ellen heaved a deep sigh. The hag contemplated her for some time in silence, and then exclaimed,
"Your appearance has improved. You have a tinge of the carnation upon your cheeks, and your eyes have recovered their brightness. I know an artist of great repute who will be glad of you as a copy for his shepherdesses, his huntresses, his sea-nymphs, and heathen goddesses. Let us lose no time in proceeding to his residence."
This proposal was far more agreeable to the maiden than the one which had led her into the service of the statuary, and she did not for a moment hesitate to accompany the old woman to the abode of the artist. The great painter was about 40 years of age, and dwelt in a splendid house in Bloomsbury Square. The rooms on the 3rd floor were his studio, as he required a clear and good light. He accepted the services of Ellen Munro as a copy, and remunerated the old woman out of his own pocket for the introduction. But he required the attendance of his copy every day from 10 till 4, and she was accordingly compelled to tell her father another story to account for these long intervals of absence. She now assured him that she was engaged to work at the residence of her family in Bloomsbury Square, and the old man believed her. Her countenance, having embellished statues, was now transferred to canvas. Her Grecian features and classic head appeared surmounted with the crescent of Diana, the helmet of Minerva, and the crown of Juno. The painter purchased dresses suitable to the characters which he wished her to adopt, and although she was frequently compelled to appear before him in a state which at first was strongly repugnant to her modesty, with naked bust, naked arms, and naked legs, the feeling of shame gradually wore away. Thus, though in body she remained pure and chaste, yet in soul she was gradually hardened to the sentiments of maiden delicacy and female reserve. It is true that she retained her virtue because it was not tempted. The artist saw not before him a lovely creature of warm flesh and blood. He beheld nothing but a beautiful and symmetrical statue which served as an original for his heathen divinities and pastoral heroines, and in this light did he treat her. He paid her handsomely, and her father and herself were enabled to remove to better lodgings, and in a more respectable neighbourhood than those which had been the scene of so much misery in Golden Lane. The artist whom Ellen served was a portrait painter as well as a delineator of classical subjects. When he was employed to paint the likeness of some vain and conceited West End daughter of the aristocracy, it was Ellen's hand, or Ellen's hair, or Ellen's eyes, or Ellen's bust, or some feature or peculiar beauty of the young maiden in which the fashionable lady somewhat resembled her, that figured upon the canvas. Then, when the portrait was finished, the artist would assemble his friends, at the same time that the lady and her friends called to see it, and the artist's friends, well tutored beforehand, would exclaim one, "How like is the eye!" another, "The very mouth!" a third,
"The hair to the life itself!"
a fourth, "The exact profile!" and so on. And all the while it was Ellen's eye, or Ellen's mouth, or Ellen's hair, or Ellen's profile which the enthusiasts admired. Then the lady, flattering herself that she alone was the original, and little suspecting that the charms of another had been called in to enhance the beauty of her portrait, persuaded her fond and uxorious husband to double the amount of the price bargained for, and have the picture set in a very costly frame, to hang in the most conspicuous place in her mansion. It happened one day that the artist obtained the favour of a marchioness of 46 by introducing into her portrait the nose, eyes, and mouth of that fair young maiden of 17. The great lady recommended him to the Russian ambassador as the greatest of English painters, and the ambassador immediately retained him to proceed to St. Petersburg to transfer to canvas the physiognomy of the Tsar. Ellen thus lost her employment once more, and again did she repair to the den of the old hag who had recommended her to the statuary and the artist. The step of the maiden was less timid than formerly, and her look was more confident. She was also dressed in a style which savoured of coquetry, for her occupation of the artist had taught her the value of her charms, and prompted her how to enhance them. She had imbibed the idea that her beauty was worth much, and should at least produce her a comfortable livelihood, even if it did not lay the foundation for a fortune. She therefore occupied all her leisure time in studying how to set it off to the greatest advantage. Thus, dire necessity had compelled that charming young creature to embrace occupations which awoke all the latent female vanity that had slumbered in her bosom throughout the period of her pinching poverty, and that now shone forth in her manner, her gait, her glance, her speech, and her attire. The old hag observed this change, and was not surprised, for she was a woman of the world, but she muttered to herself,
"A little while, my dear, and you will suit my purposes altogether."
"I am come again, you see," said Ellen, seating herself without waiting to be asked. "My artist has left England suddenly, and I am once more without occupation."
"Have you any money?"
demanded the old hag. "I have 3 sovereigns left," replied Ellen.
"You must give me 2, said the woman, "and you must promise me half your first week's earnings for the new introduction, which I shall presently give you."
Ellen placed 2 sovereigns in the hands of the belle dame, and the old wretch opened her table drawer to search for something which she required. That drawer contained a strange incongruity of articles: old Valentine letters, knots of faded ribbon, cards, prophetic almanacs, tooth-powder boxes, and scented oil bottles, all alike empty. The visiting cards of several noblemen and gentlemen, playbills, theatrical journals, masquerade tickets, never used, pieces of music, magazines of fashion, a volume of the memoirs of Harriet Wilson, immoral prints, a songbook, some leaves torn from the Newgate calendar, medical drugs wrapped up in papers, a child's call, pieces of poetry and manuscript, amatory epistles on sheets of various tints, writs from the courts of request, summonses from police courts, etc., etc. The contents of that filthy drawer furnished a complete history of that old hag's former life. The object of the old woman's search was a card, which, having found it, she handed to the young maiden, saying,
"Here is the address of an eminent sculptor. He requires a model of a bust for the statue of a great lady, who may be said to have no bust at all. You will suit him."
Ellen received the card and hastened to Hawkins Street, Belgrave Square, where the sculptor resided. She was shown first into a parlour upon the ground floor. Then, when the object of her visit was made known, she was requested to walk upstairs to the studio of the great man. She found him contemplating, with profound satisfaction, a head which he had already cut from the top part of a block of marble. He was an old man of 60, and he stooped in his gait, but his eyes were dark and piercing. A bargain between the sculptor and Ellen was soon terminated, and the next morning she entered upon her new employment. Stripped to the waist, she had to stand in a certain position for several hours each day, in the presence of the sculptor. The old man laboured diligently at his statue, and allowed her little rest, but he paid her munificently, and she was contented. The lady whose statue was thus supposed to be in progress called daily, and remained at the sculptor's house for hours. She always came alone, and sat in the studio the whole time during which her call lasted. It was therefore imagined by all her friends that she really formed the model of the statue which was to bear her name. But Ellen's neck, and Ellen's shoulders, and Ellen's bosom, and Ellen's arms were in truth the pattern of the bust of that statue, which was to be a great sculptor's masterpiece, and to hand down the name of a great lady to posterity. The very day upon which Ellen was to leave the sculptor's employments, her service as a model being no longer required, this great lady happened to observe that she was in want of a nursery governess for her 2 daughters. Ellen ventured to offer herself as a candidate for the situation. The lady raised her eyes and hands to heaven in astonishment, exclaiming, "You, miss, a companion for my children! A girl who gets her livelihood by standing half naked in the presence of anybody as a model?" And the lady was compelled to have recourse to her scent bottle to save herself from fainting. She forgot that she would have herself stood to the sculptor if she had possessed a good bust. The answer and the behaviour of this lady opened the eyes of Ellen to the nature of the opinion which the world must now form of her. She suddenly comprehended the real position which she occupied in society, about one remove above the unfortunate girls who were the avowed daughters of crime. Were she now to speak to the world of her virtue, that world would laugh insultingly in her face. Thus the dire necessity which had urged her upon this career began by destroying her sense of female delicacy and shame. It now destroyed, in her estimation, every inducement to pursue a virtuous career. Again she sought the dwelling of the old hag. For the 4th time she demanded the assistance of the beldam.
"It seems, my child," said the old woman, "that my advice has produced beneficial consequences. Each time that you cross my threshold, I observe that you are freer and lighter in step, and more choice in your apparel."
"You know that I am not detestably ugly, mother," answered Ellen with a smile of complacence. "And surely it is as cheap to have a gown well made as badly made, and a becoming bonnet as one altogether out of date."
"Ah, I see that you study the fashions,"
exclaimed the old woman with a sigh, for she recalled to mind the pleasures and pursuits of her own youthful days, over which she retrospected with regret,
Then, after a pause, she said,
"How old are you?"
18.5, replied Ellen.
"And with all that beauty, is your heart still unoccupied by the image of some favoured suitor?"
"Oh!" ejaculated Ellen, laughing heartily so as to display her brilliant teeth. "I have not thought of that yet. I have lately read a great deal about love in novels and romances, for I never do any needlework now, but I have not experienced the passion. I dare say my time will come, sooner or later," and again she laughed. "But hasten, mother, I'm losing my time. Tell me, do you know of farther employment for me?"
"I am acquainted with a French gentleman of science at the West End,"
answered the hag,
"who has invented a means of taking likenesses by the aid of the sun. I do not know what the process is. All that concerns me and you is that the Frenchman requires a beautiful woman to serve as a pattern for his experiments."
"Give me his address," said Ellen, "and if he engages me, I will pay you liberally. You know that you can rely upon me." The old woman once more had recourse to her filthy drawer, in which her present memoranda were mingled with the relics of the luxury of former days, and taking thence a letter, which she had only received that same morning, she tore off the address for the use of the young maiden. Ellen, who a few months previously had been accustomed to work for 17 or 18 hours without ceasing, now took a cab to proceed from the neighbourhood of St. Luke's to Leicester Square. The French scientific experimentalist was at home, and Ellen was conducted up 4 flights of stairs to a species of belvedere, or glass cabinet, built upon the roof of the house. The windows of this belvedere, and the paper with which the woodwork of the interior was covered, were of a dark blue, in order to mitigate the strength of the sun's rays. Within this belvedere the Frenchman was at work. He was a short, middle-aged, sallow-faced, sharp-featured person, entirely devoted to matters of science, and having no soul for love, pleasure, politics, or any kind of excitement, save his learned pursuits. He was now busily employed at a table, covered with copper plates coated with silver, phials of nitric acid, cotton wool, pumps, a camera obscure, several boxes, each of about 2 feet square, and other materials necessary for photography. The Frenchman spoke English tolerably well, and eyeing his fair visitant from head to foot, he expressed himself infinitely obliged to the person who had sent her. He then entered into particulars, and Ellen found to her surprise that the photographer was desirous of taking full-length female portraits in a state of nudity. She drew her veil over her countenance, and was about to retire in disgust and indignation when the Frenchman, who was examining a plate as he spoke, and therefore did not observe the effect his words had produced upon her, mentioned the price which he proposed to pay her. Now, the artist paid better than the statuary, the sculptor better than the artist, and the photographer better than the sculptor. She therefore hesitated no longer, but entered the service of the man of science. We shall not proceed to any details connected with this new avocation to which that lovely maiden lent herself. Suffice it to say that having sold her countenance to the statuary, her likeness to the artist, and her bust to the sculptor, she disposed of her whole body to the photographer. Thus her head embellished images white and bronzed, her features and her figure were perpetuated in divers paintings, her bust was immortalized in a splendid statue, and her entire form is preserved in all attitudes and on many plates in the private cabinet of a photographer at one of the metropolitan galleries of practical science. At length the photographer was satisfied with the results of his experiments regarding the action of light upon every part of the human frame, and Ellen's occupation was again gone. A tainted soul now resided in a pure body. Every remaining sentiment of decency and delicacy was crushed, obliterated, destroyed by this last service. Pure souls have frequently resided in tainted bodies. Witness Lucretia, after the outrage perpetrated upon her. But here was essentially a foul soul in a chaste and virgin form. And what dread cause had consummated this sad result? Not the will of the poor girl, for when we first saw her in her cold and cheerless chamber, her mind was spotless as the alpine snow, but dire necessity, that necessity which became an instrument in the old hag's hands to model the young maiden to her purposes. For it was with ulterior views that the designing harridan had introduced the poor girl to that career which, without being actually criminal, led step by step towards criminality. The wretch knew the world well, and was enabled to calculate the influence of exterior circumstances upon the mind and the passions. After the first conversation which she had had with Ellen, she perceived that the purity of the Virgin was not to be undermined by specious representations, nor by dazzling theories, nor by delusive sophistry, and the hag accordingly placed the confiding girl upon a path which, while it supplied her with the necessities of life, gradually presented to her mind scenes which were calculated to destroy her purity of thought and chastity of feeling for ever. When Ellen left the service of the photographer, she repaired for the 5th time to the dwelling of the hag. The old woman was seated as usual at her work, and she was humming to herself an opera air, which she remembered to have heard many, many years back. "The Frenchman requires my services no longer," said Ellen. "What next can you do for me?"
"Alas, my poor child," answered the old woman, "the times were never so bad as they are at present. What is to become of us? What is to become of us?" And the hag rocked herself backwards and forwards in her chair, as if overcome by painful reflections.
"You can, then, do nothing for me?" observed Ellen interrogatively. "That is a pity, for I have not a shilling left in the world. We have lived up to the income which my occupations produced. My poor old father fancies up to the present moment that I have been working at dressmaking and embroidery at the houses of great families, and he will wonder how all my engagements should so suddenly cease. Think, mother, are you not acquainted with another artist or sculptor?"
"Why, my child, do you pitch upon the artist and the sculptor?"
inquired the hag, regarding Ellen fixedly in the face. "Oh," answered the young maiden lightly, "because I do not like to have my countenance handled about by the dirty fingers of the statuary, and you cannot suppose that out of the 4 services I should voluntarily prefer that of the photographer." The old woman looked disappointed, and muttered to herself,
"Not quite yet, not quite yet."
"What did you say, mother?" inquired Ellen.
"I say,"
replied the hag, assuming a tone of kindness and conciliation,
"that you must come back to me in 10 days, and in the meantime I will see what is to be done for you."
"In 10 days," observed Ellen. "Be it so." And she took her departure, downcast and disappointed, from the old hag's abode. End of chapter 56. Recorded by Dave Wills. Chapter 57 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dave Wills. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 57. The Last Resource. Poverty once again returned, with all its hideous escort of miseries, to the abode of Monroe and his daughter. The articles of comfort which they had lately collected around them were sent to the pawnbroker. Necessities then followed to the same destination. Ellen no longer sought for needlework. She had for some time past led a life which incapacitated her for close application to monotonous toil, and she confidently reposed upon the hope that the old woman would procure her more employment with an artist or a sculptor. But at the expiration of the 10 days, the hag put her off for 10 days more, and then again for another 10 days. Thus a month passed away in idleness for both father and daughter, neither of whom earned a shilling. They could no longer retain the lodgings which they had occupied for some time in a respectable neighbourhood, and now behold them returning to the very same cold, miserable, and cheerless rooms which we saw them occupying in the first instance, in the court leading out of Golden Lane. What ups and downs constitute existence? 2 years had now passed away since we first introduced the reader to that destitute lodging in Golden Lane. We have therefore brought up this portion of our narrative, as well as all the other parts of it, to the close of the year 1838. Misery, more grinding, more pinching, and more acute than any which they had yet known, now surrounded the father and daughter. They had parted with everything which would produce the wherewith to purchase food. They lay upon straw at night, and for days and days they had not a spark of fire in the grate. They often went 36 hours together without tasting a morsel of food. They could not even pay the pittance of rent which was claimed for their 2 chambers, and if it had not been for their compassionate neighbours, they must have starved altogether. Munro could obtain no employment in the city. When he had failed during the time of Richard Markham's imprisonment, he lost all his friends, because they took no account of his misfortunes, and looked only to the fact that he had been compelled to give up business. Had he passed through the bankruptcy court, and then opened his counting-house again to commence affairs upon credit, he would have found admirers and supporters. But as he had paid his creditors every farthing, left himself a beggar, and spurned the idea of entering upon business without capital of his own, he had not a friend to whom he could apply for a shilling. At length the day came when the misery of the father and the daughter arrived at an extreme, when it became no longer tolerable. They had fasted for 48 hours, and their landlady threatened to turn them out of their empty rooms into the street, unless they paid her the arrears of rent which they owed. They had not an article upon which they could raise the price of a loaf. It was the depth of a cold and severe winter, and Ellen had already parted with all her undergarments.
"My dear child,"
said the heart-broken father, embracing his daughter affectionately on the morning when their misery thus reached its utmost limit,
"I have one resource left, a resource to which I shall never fly save in an extreme like this."
"What mean you?" inquired the daughter, anxiously glancing in the pale and haggard countenance of her sire.
"I mean that I will apply to Richard Markham," said the old man. "He does not suspect our appalling state of destitution, or he would seek us out. He would fly to our succour."
"And you will apply to him who has already suffered so much by you?" said the daughter, shaking her head. "Alas, he will refuse you the succour you require."
"No, no, not he,"
ejaculated the old man.
"Be of good cheer, Ellen. I shall not be long absent, and on my return thou shalt have food and fire and clothes."
"God grant that it may be so," cried Ellen, clasping her hands together.
"I have, moreover, a piece of news relative to that villain Montague to communicate to him," added Monro, "and for that reason, if for none other, should I have called at his residence today. While I was roving about in the city yesterday to endeavour to procure employment, I accidentally learnt that Montague is pursuing his old game at the West End under the name of Greenwood."
"Ah, why do you not rather call upon this man," cried Ellen, "and represent to him the misery to which his villainy has reduced us? He is doubtless wealthy, and might be inclined to give a few pounds to one whom he robbed thousands."
"Alas, my dear Ellen, you do not know the world as I know it. I have no means of convincing Montague or Greenwood that I lost money by him. He only knew Allen in the entire transaction. He never saw me in his life, nor I him, at least to my knowledge. Allen is dead. How then can I present myself to this man, whom villainy has no doubt rendered hard-hearted and selfish with mere assertions of losses through his instrumentality? He would eject me ignominiously from his abode. No, I shall repair to Richard Markham. He is my last and only hope."
With these words the old man embraced his daughter affectionately and left the room. The moment he was gone, Eliza said to herself, "My father has undertaken a hopeless task. It is not probable that Markham, whom he has reduced to a miserable pittance, will spare from that pittance aught to relieve our necessities. What is to be done?
There are no more artists or sculptors who require my services, no more statuaries or photographers who need my aid, and yet we cannot starve. When I last saw the old woman, she spoke out plainly. Her meaning could not be misunderstood. I rushed away from her presence as if she were a venomous reptile. Fool that I was! Starvation is undermining those charms which I have learned to value. Hunger is defacing that beauty which gave me bread for nearly 2 years, and which may give me bread again in the same way. I'm clothed in rags and shiver with the cold. My hands, once so white, are becoming red. My form, lately so round and plump, is losing its fullness and its freshness. My cheeks grow thin and hollow, and in a few hours my poor old father will return home, wasted with fatigue and overwhelmed with famine and disappointment. Oh, my God!" she continued, clasping her hands together in an evolution of intense agony. "Pardon, oh, pardon! I can hesitate no longer." And straightway she proceeded to the dwelling of the old hag. It was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Mr. Monroe returned to the court in Golden Lane. His countenance was animated with an expression of joy as he encountered the landlady upon the threshold of the house in which he resided.
"Miss Monroe is not come in yet," said the woman roughly. "Here is the key of your lodgings. Not that I think there is much worth the locking up. However, this key you don't have again till my rent is paid."
"Here, pay yourself, cried the old man, taking a handful of gold and silver from his pocket. The woman's manner instantly changed into cringing politeness. She was not now pressed for the rent. She could wait till it was convenient. She always knew that she had to deal with a gentleman. What did it matter to her when she was paid, since she felt convinced the money was safe? Monroe cut short her compliments by settling the arrears due and sending the landlady out to purchase some food. The old man was determined to be extravagant that day. He was so happy. Markham had declared that he and his daughter should never know want again, and then he had such a surprise for Ellen. They were to proceed next day to take up their abode with Richard. The young man had insisted upon it. Whittingham had supported the proposal, and so it was all resolved upon. No more poverty, no more cold, no more hunger. It was for this that the old gentleman was resolved to be extravagant. He was anxious to provide a delicate little treat for his daughter, and he was glad that she was not at home when he returned. He felt convinced that she had gone out to seek for work, and hoped that she would not be long ere she returned. By means of the landlady he procured a cold fowl, a piece of ham, and a bottle of cheap wine, and his own thin and meagre hands spread the dainties upon the table, while the landlady lighted a fire in the grate. When these arrangements were complete, Monroe dispatched the now obsequious mistress of the house to redeem from pledge the various articles which had been pawned during this latter period of destitution, and when she returned, laden with the necessaries and the comforts which had thus been temporarily disposed of, Monroe felt pleasure in arranging them in such a way that they might strike Ellen's eyes the moment she should return. The poor old man was so joyful, so happy, as he executed his task, that he did not observe the lapse of time. 6 o'clock struck, and the candle had been burning for some time upon the mantelpiece ere Monroe began to wonder what could keep his daughter so long away. Another half-hour passed, and her well-known step was heard ascending the stairs. The door opened, and Ellen rushed into the room, exclaiming, "My dear father, here is gold, here is gold!" "This, then, appears to be a day of good fortune," said the old man, glancing triumphantly around him. "I also have gold, and these are the fruits of the first use which I have made of it." "What!" exclaimed Ellen, gazing wildly upon the well-spread table and the various articles redeemed from the pawnbroker. "Richard Markham?"
"He's an angel,"
cried Monroe.
"He will never let us know want again."
"Oh, my God!" ejaculated Ellen, throwing herself upon a chair and burying her face in her hands. "Why did I not wait a few hours? Why did I not have patience and hope till you return?" Ellen, what mean those words? Demanded the old man. Speak, tell me.
Simply, my dear father, she answered, raising her head, and at the same time exercising an almost superhuman control over her inward emotion, that I have consented to receive work at a price which will scarcely find us in bread, and—
You shall not hold to your bargain, dearest, interrupted Monroe. The money which you may have received in advance, for you said I think you had money, shall be returned to those who would condemn you to a slavery more atrocious than that endured by the negroes in the West Indies. Take courage, my beloved Ellen. Take courage. A brighter day will yet dawn upon us.
Ellen made no reply, but her countenance wore so singular an expression that her father was alarmed.
My dearest daughter, he exclaimed, you have no longer any hope. I see by your looks that you despair. God knows that we have encountered enough to teach us to place but little reliance upon the smiles of fortune. Nevertheless, let us not banish hope altogether from our bosoms. Tomorrow we shall leave this dismal abode and repair to the house of our young benefactor, Markham.
Markham! cried Ellen, the very name appearing to arouse agonizing emotions in her mind. Have you promised Mr. Richard Markham that we will reside with him?
Yes, dearest Ellen, and in so doing I had hoped to give thee pleasure. You have known each other from infancy. Methinks I see thee now, a little child, climbing up that hill in company with Richard and his brother.
His brother! repeated Ellen, a cold shudder passing over her entire frame.
My dearest girl, you are not well,
said the old man, and pouring some wine into a glass, he added,
Drink this, Ellen, it will revive thee.
The young lady partook of the exhilarating beverage, and appeared refreshed. Her father and herself then seated themselves at the table, and partook of the meal. Ellen ate but little. She was pensive and melancholy, and every now and then her countenance wore an expression of supreme horror, which denoted intense agony of feeling within her bosom. She, however, contrived to veil from her father's eyes much of the anguish which she thus experienced, and the old man's features were animated with a gleam of joy as he sat by the cheerful fire and talked to his daughter of brighter prospects and happier days. On the following morning they took leave of those rooms in which they had experienced so much misery, and repaired to the dwelling of Richard Markham. End of chapter 57. Recording by Dave Wills.
Chapter 58 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 58. It was the 1st of January, 1839. The weather was cold and inclement. Nature and nakedness appeared to recline upon the turfless grave of summer. The ancient river which intersects the mightiest city upon the surface of the earth was swollen, and in the country through which it wound its way, the fields were flooded in many parts. The trees were stripped of their verdure. The singing of birds had ceased. Gloomy and mournful was the face of nature, sombre and lowering the aspect of the proud city. So pale, so faint were the beams of the midday sun, that the summit of St. Paul's, which a few months back was wont to glitter as if it were crowned with a diadem of gold, was now veiled in a murky cloud, and the mirrored pinnacles of the modern Babylon, which a few were each tipped as with a star, pointed upwards to a sky ominous and foreboding. Nevertheless, the ingenuity and wondrous perseverance of man had adopted all precautions to expel the cold from the palaces of the rich and powerful, and to surround the lordly owners of those splendid mansions with the most delicious wines and the most luxurious food indoors, to induce them to forget that winter reigned without. Soft carpets, thick curtains, satin and velvet and silk, downy beds beneath gorgeous canopies, warm clothing and cheerful fires, combined to defy the approach of winter, and to render the absence of genial summer a matter of small regret. Then, when the occupants of these palaces went abroad, there was no bold exertion required for them to face the nipping cold, for they stepped from their thresholds into carriages thickly lined with wool, and supplied with cushions, soft, luxurious, and warm. But that cold which thus expelled from the palaces of the rich took refuge in the dwellings of the poor, and there it remained, sharp as a razor, pitiless as an executioner, exorbitable as a judge, and keen as the northwestern wind that blows from the ice-bound coasts of Labrador. No silks, nor satins, nor velvets, nor carpets, nor canopies, nor curtains had the dwellings of the poor to defy, or even mitigate the freezing malady of that chill which engendered in the Arctic regions of eternal snow, and having swept over the frozen river and the mighty forests of America, had come to vent its collected spite upon the islands of Europe. Shivering, starving in their miserable hovels, the industrious many, by the sweat of whose brow the indolent few were supplied with their silks and their satins and their velvets, wept bitter, bitter tears over their suffering and famished children, and nursed the day on which their little ones were born. For the winter was a very hard one, and bread was very dear. Yes, bread which thou, Almighty God, hath given to feed those whom thou didst create after thine own image, and even bread was too dear for the starving poor to buy. How long, O Lord, wilt thou permit a few to wrest everything from the many, to monopolize, accumulate, and gripe, snatch, drag forth, cling to the fruits of the earth for their own behoof alone? How long shall there exist such spells on the privilege of birth? How long must all happiness and all misery be summed up in the words wealth and poverty? We said that it was New Year's Day, 1839. In the palaces of the great were rejoicings and music and festivity, and diamonds glittered, and feathers waved, and silks rustled. The elastic floors bent beneath the steps of the dancers. The wine flowed in crystal cups, and the fruits of summer were amongst the dainties spread to tempt the appetite of the aristocracy. Ah, there was happiness indeed in thus welcoming the new year, for those who there greeted its presence were well assured that it would teem with the joys and blandishments which had characterized the one that had just sunk into the grave of time. And how was it with the poor of this mighty metropolis, the imperial city, to whose marts whole navies waft the commerce of the world? The granaries were full, the pastures had surrendered up fat oxen to commemorate the season. The provision shops teemed with food of the most luxurious and humblest kinds alike. A stranger walking through this great city would have wondered where the mouths were that could consume such vast quantities of food, and yet thousands famished for want of the merest necessities of life. The hovels of the poor echoed not to the sounds of mirth and music, but to the wail of hunger and the cry of misery. In those sad abodes there was no jollity to welcome a new year, for a new year was a curse, a mere prolongation of the acute and poignant horrors of the one gone by. Alas! That New Year's Day was one of strange contrasts in the social sphere of London. And as London is the heart of this empire, the disease which prevails in the core is conveyed through every vein and artery over the entire national frame. The country that contains the greatest wealth of all the territories of the universe is that which also knows the greatest amount of hideous, revolting, heart-rending misery. In England, men and women die of starvation in the streets. In England, women murder their children to save them from a lingering death by famine. In England, the poor commit crimes to obtain an asylum in a jail. In England, aged females die by their own hands in order to avoid the workhouse. There is one cause of all these miseries and horrors, one fatal scourge invented by the rich to torture the poor, one infernal principle of mischief and of woe, which has taken root in the land, one element of a cruelty so keen and so refined that it outdoes the agonies endured in the Inquisition of the olden time. And this fertile source of misery and murder and suicide and crime is the treatment of the workhouse. Alas, when the bees have made the honey, the apiarist comes and takes all away, begrudging the industrious insects even a morsel of the wax. Let us examine for a moment the social scale of these realms. The sovereign, the aristocracy, the clergy, the middle class, the industrious classes. The lowest step in the ladder is occupied by that class which is the most numerous, the most useful, and which ought to be the most influential. The average annual incomes of the individuals of each class are as follows. The sovereign, £500,000. The member of the aristocracy, £30,000. The priest, £7,500. The member of the middle classes, £300. The member of the industrious class, £20. Is this reasonable? Is this just? Is this even consistent with common sense? It was New Year's Day, 1839. The rich man sat down to a table crowned with every luxury. The pauper in the workhouse had not enough to eat. The contrast may thus be represented. The aristocracy: turtle, venison, turkey, hare, pheasant, Perigord pie, plum pudding, mince pies, jellies, blank manager, trifle, preserves, cakes, fruits of all kinds, wines of every description. The industrious poor: 1/2 pound bread, 4 ounce bacon, 1/2 pound potatoes, 1½ pint of gruel. And this was New Year's Day, 1839. But to proceed. It was 5 o'clock in the evening. 3 persons were conversing together on Constitution Hill beneath the wall of the palace gardens. 2 of them, who were wrapped up in warm pilot coats, are well known to our readers. The third was a young lad of about 16 or 17 and very short in stature. He was dressed in a blue jacket, dark waistcoat of coarse materials, and corduroy trousers. His countenance was effeminate and by no means bad-looking. His eyes were dark and intelligent, his teeth good. The name of this youth was Henry Holford. "Well, my boy," said the Resurrection Man, for he was one of the lad's companions, the other being the redoubtable cracksman. "Well, my boy, do you feel equal to this undertaking?" "Quite," answered Holford in a decided tone. "If we succeed, you know," observed the cracksman, "it will be a jolly good thing for you, and if you happen to get nabbed, why, all the beaks can do to you will be to send you for a month or 2 upon the stepper. In that there case, Tony and me will take care of you when you come out, won't we, Tony?" "Certainly," replied the Resurrection Man. "But if you get scented, Harry," he continued, addressing himself to the lad, "as you approach the big house, you must have a run for it, and we shall stay here and leave the rope over the wall for 2 hours. If you don't come back by that time, we shall suppose that you either got into some quiet corner of the palace, or that you're taken, and then, whichever happens of these 2 events, we shan't be any service to you." "One thing I should like you to bear in mind, youngster," said the cracksman, "and that is, if you don't pluck up your courage well and prepare for all kinds of dangers and difficulties, you much better give up the thing at once. We don't want you to run neck and heels into a business that you're afraid of." "Afraid!" exclaimed the youth contemptuously. "I shall not fail for want of courage. I have made up my mind to risk the venture, and let the result be what it will, I shall go through with it." "That's what I call speaking like a man," said the burglar, "though you are but a boy. Take a drop of brandy before you begin." "Not a drop," answered Holford. "I require a clear head and quick eye, and dare not drink." "Well, as you will," said the cracksman, and he took a tolerably long draught from the case bottle which he had produced from his pocket. He then handed the bottle to the Resurrection Man, who also paid his respects to it with a hearty goodwill. "I am ready," said Holford. "There's no use in delay." "Not a bit," observed the cracksman. "Tony and me will help you over the wall in a jiffy." By the aid of the Resurrection Man and the burglar, the youth sealed the wall of the palace gardens, and ere he dropped upon the inner side, he said in a low but firm tone, "Good night." Holford was now within the enclosure of the royal demise. The evening was very dark, but at a distance the windows of the palace shone with effulgence. Thitherward did he proceed, advancing cautiously along, for he knew that there was a piece of water in the pleasure grounds. This small lake he soon left on his right hand, and he was shortly within 50 yards of the back part of Buckingham Palace. At that moment he was suddenly startled by hearing voices close to him. He stood still and listened. Steps approached, and he heard a gardener issue some instructions to a subordinate. There was a tuft of trees near at hand. Holford had not a moment to lose. He darted into the thicket of evergreens, where he concealed himself. "What was that?" said the gardener, stopping short. "I heard nothing," answered the man. "Yes, there was a rustling of those trees. A cat, perhaps, or one of the aquatic birds." All was still, and the gardener, accompanied by his man, proceeded on his way. The sounds of their footsteps were soon lost in the distance, and Holford emerged from his hiding place. Without any farther alarm, he reached the back premises of the palace. He now became involved in a maze of outhouses and offices, and was at a loss which direction to take. He was going cautiously along the wall of one of those buildings, when he suddenly ran against a man who was advancing rapidly in a contrary direction. "Hola! Who the devil is this?" cried the man, and clutching hold of Holford's collar, he dragged him a few paces until he brought him beneath a window whence streamed a powerful light. "I suppose you're the new boy that the head gardener hired this morning?" "Yes, sir," answered Holford, gladly availing himself of an excuse thus so conveniently suggested by the air of the man who had collared him. "Then mind which way you go in future, young broccoli sprout," exclaimed the other, and dismissing the youth with a slight cuff on the head, he passed on. Holford hastened away from the light of the window, and crossing a small court, reached a glass door opening into the back part of the palace. The adventurous lad laid his hand upon the latch. The door was not locked, and he hesitated not a moment to enter the royal abode. He was now in a low vestibule, well lighted, and at the extremity of which there was a staircase. In one corner of the vestibule was a marble table on which lay several cloaks, the skirts of which hung down to the ground. This circumstance was particularly fortunate for the safety of the intruder, inasmuch as he had scarcely entered the vestibule when the sound of footsteps rapidly descending the staircase fell upon his ears. He hastened to conceal himself beneath the table, the cloak serving effectively to veil his person. Two footmen in glorious liveries shortly made their appearance in the vestibule. "Where did you say Her Majesty is?" demanded one. "In the Roman drawing room," replied the other. "The sculpture gallery is to be lighted up this evening. You can attend to that duty at once, if you will." "Very well," said the first speaker, and he left the vestibule by means of a door on the right-hand side, but which door he neglected to close behind him. The other servant advanced straight up to the marble table, and sweeping off the cloaks, threw them all over his left arm. Holford's person was now exposed to the eyes of anyone who might happen to glance beneath the table. The domestic was, however, a tall and stately individual, and kept his head elevated. Having taken the cloaks from the table, he slowly retraced his steps up the stairs and disappeared from Holford's view. The young adventurer started from his hiding place. The door by which one of the servants had left the vestibule for the purpose of repairing to the sculpture gallery was open. It communicated with a long passage, only feebly lighted. Holford hesitated not a moment, and proceeded in this direction. He advanced to the end of the passage, and entered a narrow corridor, branching off to the right, and lighted by lamps sustained in the hands of two tall statues. Again the sound of footsteps fell upon Holford's ears, and he had scarcely time to slip behind one of these statues, when the domestic whom he had before seen enter that part of the building appeared at the end of the corridor. The servant passed without observing him, and the youthful intruder emerged from his lurking place. He now pursued his way without interruption through several passages and rooms, until he reached a magnificent marble hall, at the farther extremity of which were numerous dependents of the palace grouped together, and conversing in a low tone. Holford instantly shrank back into the passage by which he had reached the hall. Exactly opposite was the entrance to the sculpture gallery. To retrace his steps was useless. He determined to proceed, but how was he to cross the hall? A few moments' reflection suggested to him an expedient. He walked boldly across the hall, and his presence excited no suspicion, it being impossible for the dependents collected together at the other end to observe the nature of his garb at that distance. He now gained access to the sculpture gallery, but there he found no means of concealment. He determined to explore elsewhere, and speedily found himself in a magnificent saloon adjoining the library, and where he beheld sofas with the drapery hanging down to the carpet. It was beneath one of these downy sofas that the daring intruder into the royal dwelling took refuge, and there, comfortably extended at full length, he chuckled triumphantly at the success which had up to this moment attended his adventurous undertaking. We have before said that he was of very small stature, and he moreover thin and delicate, and easily packed away. Some time passed, and no one appeared to interrupt the reflections of Henry Holford. Hour after hour glided by, and at length the palace clock struck 9. Scarcely had the last chime died away when the folding doors were thrown open, and a gorgeous procession of nobles and ladies entered the apartment. The magnificence of the dresses worn by England's peeresses and high-born dames, the waving plumes, the glittering jewels, the sparkling diamonds, combined with a glorious assemblage of female loveliness, formed a spectacle at once awe-inspiring, ravishing, and delightful. A little in advance of that splendid cortege, conversing easily with the ladies who walked one pace behind her on either side, and embellished with precious stones of regal price, moved the sovereign of the mightiest empire in the universe. Upon her high and polished brow Victoria wore a tiara of diamonds, diamonds innumerable and of immense value, studded her stomacher. Diamond pendants adorned her ears, and diamonds also glistened upon her wrists. She walked with grace and dignity, and her noble bearing compensated for the shortness of her stature. The Queen advanced to the very sofa beneath which Holford lay concealed, and seated herself upon it. The ladies and nobles of the court, together with the guests present upon the occasion, stood at a respectful distance from the sovereign. The splendor of the scene was enhanced by the brilliant uniforms of several military officers of high rank, and the court dresses of the foreign ambassadors. The blaze of light in which the room was bathed was reflected from the diamonds on the ladies and the stars and orders which the nobles wore upon their breasts. At that time Victoria was yet a virgin queen. If not strictly beautiful, her countenance was very pleasing. Her light brown hair was worn quite plain, her blue eyes were animated with intellect, and when she smiled, her lips revealed a set of teeth white as oriental pearls. Her bust was magnificent, and her figure good in spite of the lowness of her stature. Her manner was distinguished by somewhat of the impatience which characterized all the family of George III, and which seemed to result from a slightly nervous temperament. She appeared to require answers to her questions more promptly than the court etiquette permitted those around her to respond to her inquiries. With regard to the condition of the humbler classes of her subjects, she was totally ignorant. She knew that they were suffering some distress, but the fearful amount of that misery was carefully concealed from her. She only read the journals favorable to the ministry, and they took care to report nothing which might offend or wound her. Thus, she who should have known everything relative to her people, in reality scarcely knew anything. Foremost amid the chiefs of foreign diplomacy was the ambassador from the court of Castelcicala. He was a man of advanced years, and on his breast glittered the stars of all the principal orders of knighthood in Europe: the Cross and Bath of England, the Legion of Honor of France, the Golden Fleece of Spain, the Black Eagle of Prussia, the Sword of Sweden, the Crescent of Turkey, Saint Nepomucus of Austria, and the Lion Rampant of Castelcicala. The ambassadors of France and Austria were also present upon this occasion. Count Sebastiani, the representative of Louis Philippe, being clad in the splendid uniform of a general in the French army, and wearing the grand cordon of the Legion of Honor, and Prince Esterhazy, the Austrian minister, and himself the possessor of estates more extensive than many a German principality, wearing a court dress covered with lace and glittering with stars. Several members of the English cabinet were also present. There was one whose good-tempered and handsome countenance, gentlemanly demeanour, stout and sturdy form, and complacent smile would hardly have induced a stranger to believe that this was Viscount Milborne, the Prime Minister of England. Next was a short personage with a refined and intelligent, though by no means an imposing air, a something sharp and cunning in the curl of the mouth and the flash of the eye, and a weak, disagreeable voice, frequently stammering and hesitating at a long sentence. This was Lord John Russell, the Secretary for the Home Department. Near Lord John Russell was a tall man of about 50, very good-looking, with dark and well-curled hocks, glossy whiskers, and an elegant figure, but excessively foppish in his attire, and somewhat affected in manner, and this was Lord Palmerston, Secretary of Foreign Affairs. Conversing with this nobleman was a personage with pale and shallow cheeks, luxuriant and naturally curling locks, dark and interesting in appearance, and in the prime of life, whose conversation denoted him to be a man of elegant taste, and whose manners were those of a finished gentleman, but who little suited the idea which a stranger would have formed of a great viceroy or a responsible minister. Nevertheless, this was the Marquis of Normandy, lately Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, and the time in which we are speaking, Secretary for the Colonies. The conversation turned upon the specimens of art in the gallery of sculpture which the noble company had just visited. In this manner an hour passed away, and at the expiration of that period, the Queen and her numerous guests repaired to the drawing-rooms on the first floor, where arrangements had been made for a grand musical entertainment. The entire progeny was viewed with ease, and the conversation plainly heard by the plebeian intruder upon that scene of patrician splendour and glory and wealth. The musical tones of the Queen's voice had fallen upon his ears. He had listened to the words of great lords and high-born ladies. At that moment, how little, how contemptible did he feel himself to be! Never had he entertained so humble an opinion of his own worth and value in society as he did at that period. He, a common pot-boy in a public-house, had for an hour been the unseen companion of a queen and her mightiest plebeians and loveliest dames. And had he been discovered in his retreat, he would have been turned ignominiously forth, like the man in the parable who went to the marriage feast without a wedding garment. For 2 more mortal hours did Holford remain beneath the sofa, cramped by his recumbent and uneasy position, and already more than half inclined to regret the adventure upon which he had so precipitately entered. At length the palace grew quiet, and servants entered the room in which Holford was concealed to extinguish the lights. The moment that this duty was performed and the domestics had withdrawn, Holford emerged from beneath the sofa and seated himself upon it. He was proud to think that now he occupied the place where the royalty had so lately been. The voice of the Queen still seemed to ring in his ears, and he felt an unknown and unaccountable species of happiness in recalling to mind and pondering upon all that had fallen from her lips. At that moment, how he envied those peers and high-born dames who were privileged to approach the royal presence and bask beneath the smile of the sovereign. How he wished that his lot had been cast in a different sphere. But no, it was useless to regret what could not be remedied, and although he was now in a palace, and seated upon the very cushion which a few hours previously had been pressed by royalty, he was not one atom less Henry Holford the pot-boy. The revelry of this extraordinary youth was long. Visions, the most wild and fantastical, sustained a powerful excitement in his imagination. At length the clock struck 2. Holford awoke from his strange meditations and collected his scattered ideas. He now felt the cravings of hunger, and determined to explore the palace in search of food. He had already seen enough of its geography to be enabled to guess the precise position of the servants' offices, and thither he now directed his steps. He reached the grand marble hall, which was lighted by lamps. There was no one there. He crossed it, and proceeded along those passages which he had already threaded a few hours before. After wandering about for some time, and to his infinite surprise and joy, without encountering a soul, he reached the servants' offices. A short search conducted him to a well-stored larder. Some of the dishes had evidently been put away in a hurry, for silver spoons and forks had been left in them. Holford might have possessed himself of property of considerable value, but such an idea never for a moment entered his head. He moreover contented himself with the simplest foods he could find. Then, remembering that 24 hours might elapse ere he should be enabled to return to the larder, he supplied himself with a sufficient amount of provender to last during that interval. Having adopted this precaution, he stole back again to the room where the friendly sofa had already afforded a secure hiding-place. He once more crept beneath the costly drapery, extended himself upon his back, and fell asleep. End of chapter 58. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 59 of the Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 59. Holford awoke with a start. At that moment the timepiece upon the mantel struck 5. It was still quite dark. The young man felt cold and nervous. He had dreamt that he was discovered and ejected from the palace amidst the jeers and taunts of the servants. He now suddenly recollected that the domestics would most probably soon arrive to cleanse and arrange the apartment, and detection in that case must be certain. It struck him that he had better endeavour to escape at once from the royal dwelling. Then he thought and fondly flattered himself that the same good fortune which had hitherto attended him in this adventure would still follow him. This idea has caused many a hesitating mind to decide upon pursuing a career of crime or folly or peril. So it was with Holford, and he resolved to remain in the palace at least a short time longer. But he perceived the absolute necessity of seeking out a secure place of concealment, and it struck him that the highest stories of the building were those best calculated for this purpose. Leaving the apartment in which he had availed himself of the friendly sofa, and which, as before stated, was in the immediate vicinity of the sculpture gallery upon the ground floor, he passed through the library and returned to the great hall. Ascending a magnificent marble staircase, he reached the picture gallery. Every here and there lamps were burning, and thus he was enabled to inspect all the scenes of magnificence and splendour through which he passed. The picture gallery in Buckingham Palace is immediately over the sculpture gallery, and forms a wide passage separating the green drawing-room, the throne-room, and other state apartments from the Roman, the yellow, and the little drawing-rooms. The yellow drawing-room is the largest and most splendid of the suite. The furniture is all richly carved, and is overlaid with burnished gilding, and covered with yellow satin. The wall is surrounded by polished pillars of syenite marble, and on each panel is painted a portrait of some royal personage. The dining-room also leads out of the picture gallery. This gallery itself is decorated and adorned upon classic models. The frames of the pictures are very plain, but neat, and appropriated to the style of the architecture. There is nothing gorgeous in this gallery, everything is in good taste, and yet the mouldings and fretwork of the ceiling are the most elaborate description. The pictures in the gallery are all originals by eminent masters, and are the private property of the sovereign. It may here be observed that the Queen is passionately attached to the fine arts, in which indeed she is a proficient. In every room of the palace there are some excellent paintings, and each apartment occupied by the Queen, with the exception of the throne-room, there is a grand pianoforte. With a lamp in his hand, Henry Holford proceeded through those magnificent apartments which communicated with the picture gallery. He was astonished at the assemblage of wealth and splendour that met his eye on every side. From time to time he seated himself upon the softest ottomans, and in the gilded chairs, in every place where he deemed it probable that the Queen might have rested. At length he reached the throne-room. The imperial seat itself was covered over with a velvet cloth to protect it against the dust. Holford removed the cloth, and the splendours of the throne were revealed to him. He hesitated for a moment. He felt as if he were committing a species of sacrilege. Then, triumphing over his feeling, a feeling which had appeared like remorse, he ascended the steps of the throne. He placed himself in the seat of England's monarch. Had the sceptre been there, he would have grasped it. Had the crown been within his reach, he would have placed it upon his head. But time pressed, and he was compelled to leave those apartments in which a strange and unaccountable fascination induced him to linger. He ascended a staircase leading to another story, and now he proceeded with extreme caution, for he conceived that he must be in the immediate vicinity of the royal sleeping apartments. He hastened up to the highest story he could reach, and entered several passages from which doors opened on either side. One of these doors was ajar. The light of a lamp in the passage enabled him to ascertain that the chamber into which it led was full of old furniture, trunks, boxes, bedding, and other lumber. This was precisely the place which suited the adventurous pot-boy, and he hastened to conceal himself amidst a pile of mattresses which formed a secure, warm, and comfortable berth. Here he again fell asleep, and when he awoke the sun was shining brightly. He partook of his provisions with a good appetite, and then deliberated within himself what course he should pursue. He felt madly anxious to be near the person of the Queen once more. He longed to hear her voice again. He resolved to risk everything to gratify these inclinations. He began to understand that the vast extent of the palace, and many different ways of reaching the various floors and suites of apartments, constituted the elements of his safety, and greatly diminished the risk of encountering any of the inmates of the royal dwelling. He was insane enough, moreover, to believe that some good genius or a special favour of fortune protected him, and these impressions were sufficiently powerful to induce him to attempt any fresh enterprise within the walls of the palace. While he was debating within himself how he should proceed in order to satisfy his enthusiastic curiosity, the door suddenly opened, and two female servants of the royal household entered the lumber room. Holford's heart sank within him, his limbs seemed paralyzed, his breath failed him. "The entertainment takes place in the yellow and Roman drawing-rooms this evening," said one. "The prince is expected at 5 o'clock," observed the other. "He and his father, the Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, are to land at Woolworth between 2 and 3. "So I heard. The royal carriages have already left to meet Her Majesty's guests. Have you ever seen the prince?" "Once. He was in England, I remember, a short time previous to the accession of Her Majesty." "Is he good looking?" "Very. Of course you believe, as I do, and as everyone else does, that Prince Albert Saxe-Coburg will soon be Prince of England. Hush! The walls have ears." The servants, having discovered the article of furniture which was the object of their search, left the room, greatly to the relief of Henry Holford, whose presence they never for a moment suspected. Holford had thus accidentally learnt some information which served to guide his plans. The evening's entertainment was to take place in the yellow drawing-room, an apartment which he could not fail to recognize by the colour as one which he had visited before daybreak that morning. He had heard of Prince Albert, whom rumour had already mentioned as the happy being who had attracted the Queen's favour. Every circumstance now lent its aid to induce the enthusiastic lad to resolve upon penetrating into the yellow drawing-room by some means or another during the afternoon. It struck the intruder that if the Queen intended to receive company in the yellow drawing-room in the evening, she would most probably welcome her illustrious guests from Germany in some other apartment. He knew from the conversation of the two female servants that the Grand Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha and Prince Albert were to arrive at 5. He presumed that the inmates of the palace would assemble in those points where they could command a view of the ducal cottage, and he came to the conclusion that the coast would be most clear for his purposes at 5 o'clock. Nor was he wrong in his conjectures, for scarcely had 2 minutes elapsed after the clock had proclaimed the hour of 5, when Henry Holford was safely ensconced beneath a sofa in the yellow drawing-room. At 8 o'clock the servants entered and lighted the lamps. The colour of the paper and the satin of the furniture enhanced the splendour of the effulgence thus created in that magnificent salon. At 9:30 the door opened again, and Holford's heart beat quickly, for he now expected the appearance of the sovereign and her guests. But no, not yet. 2 ladies attached to the court entered the drawing-room and seated themselves upon the sofa beneath which Holford had lain concealed. "Well, what do you think of the young prince?" said one. "Your Grace was seated next to him." "Very handsome and so assuming," was the reply. "Does your Grace really believe that Her Majesty is smitten?" "No doubt of it. How fortunate for the family of the Grand Duke of Saxe-Coburg." "Yes, fortunate on that score of alliance, and in a pecuniary point of view, not so much as your Grace thinks. There has been an absurd report in circulation that the Grand Duke's revenues are so small, none of his family could venture to appear at the court of Vienna, and also that the means of education for the younger branches were always excessively restricted." "And are not these reports correct, Countess?" "By no means. Your Grace probably is aware that the Earl and myself visited Germany the year before last, and we remained 6 weeks at Gotha. The Duke of Saxe-Coburg possesses a considerable civil list and a large private fortune. His brother Ferdinand espoused the wealthy Princess Cori of Hungary, and another brother, Leopold, married our lamented Princess Charlotte. It has been stated that the Prince Leopold himself was a simple major in the Austrian service, with nothing but his pay, when he was fortunate enough to obtain the favour of the Princess Charlotte. This is so far from being correct that he never was in the Austrian service at all, but was a general officer in the Russian army, enjoying, in addition to his full pay, a princely allowance from his country. Your ladyship has greatly pleased me with these elucidations. Your Grace honours me with this mark of satisfaction. Prince Albert was educated at Bonn on the Rhine. His mental qualifications are said to be of a very high order. His disposition is admirable, and he has obtained the affections of all who know him in Germany. It is to be hoped that Her Most Gracious Majesty will enjoy a long, prosperous, and happy reign, said the Duchess in a tone of unfeigned sincerity. Long and prosperous it may be, returned the Countess with a strange solemnity of voice and manner, but happy for her, happy for the sovereign, whom we all so much love. No, that is impossible. Alas! I know to what you allude, observed the Duchess, her tone also changing. Merciful heavens! Is there then no perfect happiness in this world? "Where shall perfect happiness be found?" exclaimed the Countess in a voice of deep melancholy, with a profound sigh. Never did any sovereign ascend the throne under more favourable circumstances than Victoria. Enshrined in a nation's heart, beloved by millions of human beings, wearing the proudest diadem in the universe, and swaying the sceptre of dominion extensive as that of Rome in her most glorious days. Oh, why should not Victoria be completely happy? Alas, she can command the affections of her people by her conduct. The valour of her subjects, the prowess of her generals, the dauntless courage of her admirals can preserve her empire from all encroachment, all peril. Wealth can surround her with every luxury, and all the potentates of the earth may seek her friendship. But no power, no dominion, no wealth, no luxury, no love can exterminate the seeds. "Ah, Countess, for God's sake, talk not in this manner," ejaculated the Duchess. "You make me melancholy, so melancholy that I shall be dispirited the entire evening." "Pardon me, my dear friend, but I know not how our discourse gradually turned upon so sad a subject. And yet the transition must have been natural," added the Countess in mournful and plaintive voice, "for most assuredly I should not have voluntarily sought to converse upon so sad a theme." "Sad!" cried the Duchess. "It is sufficient to make one's heart bleed. To think that a young creature whom millions and millions of beings idolize, and a young creature whose name is upon every lip, whose virtues and qualifications are the theme of every pen, whose slightest wish amounts to a command. Oh, to think that this envied and admirable being should be haunted day and night, alone, or when surrounded by all that is most noble or most lovely in England's aristocracy, haunted by that dread fear, that appalling alarm, that dismal apprehension. Oh, it is intolerable." "Alas," said the Countess, "what poor, what miserable creatures we are! The hand of the Deity mingles gall with the cup of nectar which is drunk by his elect. There is no situation in life without its vexations." "Yes, vexations of all kinds," echoed the Duchess, "for those annoyances which are mere trifles to the lower classes are grievous afflictions to us. But—" At that moment the timepiece upon the mantel proclaimed the half hour after 10, and the two ladies arose from the sofa, observing to each other that it was time to hasten to attend upon the person of their royal mistress. They then withdrew. It may be supposed that Holford had not lost one word of the above conversation. He had greedily drunk in every word, but the concluding portion of it had filled him with the most anxious curiosity and with wonder. To what did those dark, mysterious hints bear reference, and how could the happiness of the sovereign be incomplete? Those two noble ladies had detailed all the elements of felicity which formed the basis of the Queen's position, and surely sufficient had been enumerated to prove the perfection of her happiness. And yet allusion was made to one source of perpetual fear, one cause of unmixed alarm, one object of ever-present dread, by which the Queen was haunted on all occasions. What could this be? Conjecture was vain. Imagination could suggest nothing calculated to explain this strange mystery. Shortly after 11 o'clock the doors were thrown open, and the royal train made its appearance. On the Queen's right hand walked Prince Albert, the sovereign leaning gently upon his arm. He was dressed in a court garb, and wore a foreign order upon his breast. Of slight form and slender make, his figure was wanting in manliness, but his deportment was graceful. His eyes beamed kindness, and there was something peculiarly sweet and pleasant in his smile. His countenance was expressive of intellect. His conversation was amusing. He was evidently a very pleasant companion, and when Victoria and Albert walked down the saloon together, there appeared a certain fitness in their union, which was calculated to strike the most common beholder. The Queen and Prince seated themselves upon the sofa beneath which the potboy was concealed, and their conversation was plainly overheard by him. The noble and beauteous guests, the lords and ladies of the court, withdrew to a distance, and the royal lovers, for such already were Victoria and Albert, enjoyed the pleasures of tete-a-tete. We shall not record any portion of their discourse, animated, interesting, and tender though it were. Suffice to say that for a short time they seemed to forget their high rank, and to throw aside the trammels of court etiquette, in order to give vent to those natural feelings which the sovereign has in common with the peasant. This tete-a-tete lasted for nearly an hour. Music and dancing then ensued, and the entertainment continued until 2 o'clock in the morning. The company retired, and the lights were extinguished in the state apartments, and profound silence once more reigned throughout the palace. Holford paid another visit to the larder and then retraced his steps unobserved to the lumber room, where he slept until a late hour in the morning. End of chapter 59. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 60 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 60. From the very first moment that Victoria was called to the throne, she manifested a strict determination to exact a scrupulous observance of all rules, regulations, sat precedents, which related to court etiquette and official dignity. The presence chamber is never entered by anyone who is not fully conversant with the laws of the court, and the mode of conduct and demeanour which they enforce. The rigid maintenance of these rules is nevertheless calculated to render the Queen an isolated being, as it were, amidst her court, for no one is permitted to commence a conversation nor make a remark until first addressed by Her Majesty. Then every word must be so measured, every syllable so weighed, that the mere fact of conversing with royalty would be deemed a complete labour, and even a perilous undertaking by those not conversant with the routine of the court. Holford had seen much to surprise and astonish him. The image of the Queen ever haunted his imagination. Her voice ever rang in his ears. He disliked Prince Albert, that low, vulgar, uneducated, despised, obscure pot-boy, entertained feelings of animosity, he scarcely knew wherefore, against the young German who was evidently destined to become the husband of England's Queen. Again and again did he ponder upon the mysterious conversation between the two ladies of the court which he had overheard, and he felt an ardent and insuperable longing to fathom their meaning to the bottom. But how was this to be done? He determined to obtain access to the drawing-room once more, and trust to the chapter of accidents to elucidate the mystery. Accordingly, he contrived that same afternoon to obtain access to the royal apartments without detection once more, and once more also did he conceal himself beneath the sofa. Fortune appeared to favour his views and wishes. Not many minutes had elapsed after he had ensconced himself in his hiding-place, when the two ladies, whose conversation had so much interested him on the preceding day, slowly entered the yellow drawing-room. The following dialogue then took place. "How very awkward the Viscount was last evening, my dear Duchess! He would insist upon turning the pages for me when I sat at the grand pianoforte, and he was always too soon or too late, although he pretended to read the fantasia which I played bar by bar." "That is very provoking," said the Duchess. "I believe there is to be a drawing-room tomorrow at St. James's." "Yes, your Grace must have forgotten that Her Majesty decided last evening upon holding one." "How many a young heart is fluttering now with anxiety and eager anticipation of tomorrow," observed the Duchess. "A drawing-room is most formidable to the novice in court affairs, but the most entertaining portion of the embarrassment of the novice is the fear that the gentleman who bears the name of the court circular, and who is invariably stationed in the presence chamber, may omit to mention her presence in the report which he draws up for the newspapers." "George III and his consort held drawing-rooms weekly for many years," said the Countess. "George IV held drawing-rooms but very seldom. William and Adelaide usually held about 5 or 6 in a season. And after all, what can be more magnificent, what more eminently calculated to sustain the honour and dignity of the crown, than a British court drawing-room? The tasteful dresses of the ladies, the blaze of diamonds, the waving ostrich plumes and lappets, and gold net, and costly tulle, constitute rather the characteristics of an Oriental fiction than the reality of the present day. The most magnificent drawing-rooms, in my opinion," observed the Duchess, "are those which are called Collar Days. The appearance of the Knights of the Garter, St. Patrick, the Thistle, the Cross and Bath, and all English orders in their respective collars and jewels, in the presence of the sovereign, is splendid in the extreme." "And how crowded upon drawing-room days are the passages and corridors of St. James's Palace," continued the Countess. "On the last occasion, many of the peers and peeresses of the highest rank were compelled thus to wait for nearly 3 hours before their carriages could reach the palace gates. The most beautiful view of splendid equipage is found in a glance upon the ambassador's court at St. James's, the carriages of the foreign ministers being decidedly the finest and most tasteful that are seen in the vicinity of the palace on those occasions. "Of a truth, this must be the most splendid court in the world," said the Countess, "since France became half republican, and since Spain was compelled to copy France." "Yes, our court is the most splendid in the world," echoed the Duchess in a tone of triumph, as if her Grace were well aware of that court she herself formed a brilliant ornament, "and more splendid still will it be when the Queen shall have conferred her hand upon the interesting young prince who arrived yesterday. Have you heard when the royal intentions to conduct an union with His Serene Highness Prince Albert will be communicated to the country? Not until the close of the year, and the marriage will therefore take place at the commencement of 1840. The prince will pay but a short visit upon this occasion, and then return to Germany until within a short period of the happy day." "God send that union may be a happy one," ejaculated the Countess, "but—" "Oh, my dear, do not relapse again into those gloomy forebodings which rendered me melancholy all yesterday evening," interrupted the Duchess. "Alas! your Grace is well aware of my devoted attachment to our royal mistress, and if there be times when I tremble for the consequences of—" "Breathe it not, give not utterance to the bare idea," cried the Duchess in a tone of the most unfeigned horror. "Providence will never permit an entire empire to experience so great a misfortune as this." "Maladies of that kind are hereditary," said the Countess, solemnly. "Maladies of that species descend through generations, unsparing, pitiless, regardless of rank, power, or position. Oh, it is horrible to contemplate!" "Horrible, most horrible," echoed the Duchess. "The mind that thus labours under constant terror of the approach of that fearful malady requires insistent excitement, perpetual change of scene, and this restlessness which we have observed on the part of our beloved sovereign, and those intervals of deep gloom and depression of spirits, when the craving after variety and bustle is not indulged, are all— Oh, I comprehend you too well. And marriage in such a case perpetuates the disease. Yes, yes, we must surround our sovereign with all our love, all our affection, all our devotion, for bitter, bitter are the moments of solitary meditation experienced at intervals by our adored mistress." "Such is our duty, such our desire," said the Countess. "The entire family of George III has inherited the seeds of disease, physical and mental." "Scrofula and insanity," said the Duchess with a cold shudder. "Which were inherent in that monarch," added the Countess. "Did your Grace ever hear the real cause and spring of that development of mental alienation in George III?" "I know not precisely to what incident your ladyship alludes," said the Duchess. "That unhappy sovereign," resumed the Countess, "when Prince of Wales fell in love with a beautiful young Quakeress, whose name was Hannah Lightfoot, and whom he first beheld at the window of a house in St. James's Street. For some time his Royal Highness and the young lady met in secret, and enjoyed each other's society. At length the passion of the prince arrived at that point when he discovered that his happiness entirely depended upon his union with Hannah Lightfoot. His Royal Highness confided his secret to his next brother Edward, to Dr. Wilmot, and to my mother. Those personages were the only witnesses of the legal marriage of the Prince of Wales with Hannah Lightfoot, which was solemnized by Dr. Wilmot in Curzon Street Chapel, Mayfair, on the year 1759. "I have heard that such a connection existed," said the Duchess, "but I never thought until now that it was of so serious and solemn a nature. Your Grace may rely upon the truth of which I now tell you. Not long after the prince came to the throne, the ministers discovered his connection with the Quakeress. The Royal Marriage Act was ultimately framed to prevent such occurrences with regard to future princes, but it did not annul the union between George III and Hannah Lightfoot." "Was there any issue from this marriage?" inquired the Duchess. "There was issue," answered the Countess solemnly, a deep gloom suddenly passing over her countenance. "At my mother's death I discovered certain papers which revealed to me many, many strange events connected with the court of George III, and in which she was a confidant. But the history of Hannah Lightfoot is a sad one, a very melancholy one, and positively can I assert that it led to the subsequent mental aberration of the king." "And there was issue resulting from that union, your ladyship says?" exclaimed the Duchess, deeply interested in these disclosures. "Yes, there was, returned the Countess, but do not question me any more at present. On a future occasion I will place in the hands of your Grace the papers which my deceased mother left behind her, and which I have carefully treasured up in secret, unknown even to my husband." "And are the revelations so very interesting?" demanded the Duchess. "The events which have taken place in the family of George III would make your hair stand on end," replied the Countess, sinking her voice almost to a whisper. "But pray question me no more at present. Another time," she added hastily, "you shall know all that I know. There was something so exceedingly mysterious and exciting in the tone and manner of the Countess that the Duchess evidently burned with curiosity to make further inquiries. But her fair companion avoided the subject with terror and disgust, and the conversation accordingly reverted to the engagement existing between Prince Albert and Queen Victoria. Nothing more was, however, said which we deem it necessary to record. But when the two ladies had retired from the apartment, Holford had plenty of food for mental digestion. He had discovered the fatal drawback to the perfect happiness of his sovereign, and he now perceived that those who dwell in palaces and wear diadems upon their brows are not beyond the reach of the sharpest arrows of misfortune. During the remainder of that evening, Holford was the uninterrupted possessor of the yellow drawing-room. There was a grand ball in another suite of apartments, but it was not until between 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning that the pot-boy considered it safe to quit his hiding-place. He was now undecided whether to beat a retreat from the royal dwelling or to favour it with his presence a little longer. The last conversation which he had overheard between the Duchess and the Countess had excited him in the most lively interest, and he was anxious to hear more of those strange revelations connected with the family of George III, a continuation of which the Countess had appeared to promise her noble friend. He was, moreover, emboldened by the success which had hitherto attended his adventures in the palace, and he consequently resolved upon prolonging his stay in a place where the morbid taste for the romantic encountered such welcome food. Upon leaving the yellow drawing-room at about 3:30 in the morning, as before stated, Holford proceeded to the pantry to lay in a supply of provender as usual. He was so pressed with hunger upon this occasion that he commenced an immediate attack upon provisions, and was thus pleasantly engaged when, to his horror and dismay, he beheld a shadow of a human form suddenly pass along the wall, for he was standing with his back to the lamp that was burning in the passage. He turned around, and his eyes encountered the cadaverous and sinister countenance of the Resurrection Man. "Well, this is fortunate," said the latter. "What! You here?" ejaculated Holford, trembling from head to foot. "Yes, certainly, why not?" said the Resurrection Man. "It struck me that as you never came near me and the cracksman, you must be still in the royal crib, and I considered that to be a sign that all was right. So I mustered up my courage and came to look after you. The cracksman is waiting on the hill." "Then let us leave this place immediately," cried Holford. "We can do nothing at present. I was going to take my departure within an hour. Come, let us go, and I will tell you everything when we are in a place of security." "What is the meaning of this?" demanded the Resurrection Man. "You can't have been here all this while without having found out where the plate is kept." "Listen for one moment," said Holford, a sudden idea striking him. "The Queen leaves for Windsor the day after tomorrow, and then will be the time to do what you require, and I can give you all the information you will want. At present nothing can be done, nothing, and if we stay here much longer we will be discovered." "Well," said the Resurrection Man, "provided that some good will result from your visit." "There will, there will." "Then I must follow your advice, for of course you are better able to judge of what can be done and what can't in this crib than me." The Resurrection Man glanced around him, but fortunately there was no plate left upon the shelves on this occasion. Holford felt inwardly pleased at this circumstance, for the idea of abstracting anything beyond a morsel of food from the palace was abhorrent to his mind. The Resurrection Man intimated that he was ready to depart, and the pot-boy was only too glad to be the means of hurrying him away. They left the palace and entered the gardens, which they treaded in safety. A profound silence reigned around. The morning air was chill and piercing. The fresh atmosphere was nevertheless most welcome and cheering to the young pot-boy, who had passed so many hours in close and heated rooms. They reached the wall on Constitution Hill in safety, and in a few moments were beyond the enclosure of the royal domains. End of chapter 60. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 61 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 61. Morning dawned upon the great metropolis. The landlord and landlady of the boozing kin on Saffron Hill were busily employed, as we have seen them upon a former occasion, in dispensing glasses of all sorts to their numerous customers. The bar was surrounded by everything the most revolting, the most hideous, and the most repulsive in human shape. "Well, Joe," said the landlord to a man dressed like a butcher, and whose clothes emitted a greasy and carrion-like smell, "what news down at Cow Cross?" "Nothing particular," answered the man, who followed the pleasant and agreeable calling of a journeyman knacker. "We have been precious full of work lately, and that's all I knows or cares about. 79 horses I see knocked down yesterday, and out of them 53 were so awful diseased and glandered when they was brought in that we was obleeged to kill 'em and cut 'em up with masks and gloves on. It was but 3 weeks ago that we lost our best man, Ben Biddle. You rec'lects Ben Biddle?" "I knowed him well," said the landlord. "He took his mourning here regular for 16 years and never owed a penny." "But do you know how he died?" demanded the knacker, staring the landlord significantly in the face. "Can't say that I do. He died of a fearful disease which is getting more and more amongst human critters every day," continued the knacker. "He died of the glanders." "The glanders!" ejaculated the landlady with a shudder, and all the persons who were taking their mourning at the bar crowded around the knacker to hear the particulars of Ben Biddle's death. "You see," resumed the knacker, now putting on a very solemn and important air, "there's more diseased horses sold in Smithfield Market than sound. The art of doctoring a dying horse so that he looks as lively and sound as possible to any one which ain't very knowing in them matters is come to such a pitch that I'm blowing off if the wises ain't taken in at times. We have horses come into our yard that was bought the same morning in Smithfield and seemed slap-up animals, but in a few hours the effects of the stimulants given to them goes off, the plugs falls out of their noses, and there they are at the point of death. Why, if a horse has got 4 white feet, they'll paint 3, or perhaps all of 'em black, and that part of the deception isn't never found till they're frayed in our yard." "But about poor Biddle," said the landlord. "Well, in comes a horse one day," continued the knacker, "and although we saw he was dead lame and although done up, we never suspected that he had the glanders. So Ben Biddle had the killing on him. He drives a pole-axe into the animal's skull, and he takes the wire and thrusts it into the brain as businesslike as possible. While he was stooping over the beast, his hat falls off his head, and his handkerchief, which is always carried on his hat, fell just upon the horse's mouth. The brute snorted out the last groan at the very moment that Ben picks up his handkerchief. So Ben puts the handkerchief again into his hat and puts his hat on his head, and away we goes to the public house to have a drop of half and half." "Very right, too," said the landlord, who no doubt spoke feelingly. "Well," proceeded the knacker, "Ben drinks his share, and presently he takes his handkerchief out of his hat, quite promiscuous-like, and wipes his face. In a few minutes he feels strange pain in the eyes, just as some dust had got in, but he didn't think much of it, and so on he goes back to the yard. In a few hours Ben was taken so bad he was obliged to give up work, and by 8 or 9 o'clock he was forced to take him to Bartholomew's Hospital. He was seized with dreadful fits of vomiting, and matter come out of his nose, eyes, and mouth. By the morning his face was all covered over with sores, holes appeared in his eyes, just for all the world as if they had gotten the most tremendous smallpox in 'em, and his nose fell off. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon he was a dead man, and I heard say that he died the most awful agonies." "And that was the glanders?" said the landlady. "Yes, he got 'em by wiping his face with the pocket handkerchief that had fallen on the horse's nostrils." "How shocking!" ejaculated several voices. "And is the glanders increasing?" asked the landlord. "The glanders is increasing," answered the knacker, "and I feel convinced that it will soon become a disease as regular among human beings as the smallpox or measles, 'cause the authorities doesn't do their duty in preventing the sale of diseased animals." "And how would you remedy the evil?" "I would have the Lord Mayor and Corporation appoint a proper veterinary surgeon as inspector in Smithfield Market, a man of great experience and knowledge, who won't let himself be humbugged or gammered by any of those infernal thieves that gets a living, aye, and makes fortunes too, by selling diseased animals doctored up for the occasion." "Yes, that's certainly a capital plan of yours," said the landlord approvingly, "but what becomes of all the flesh of the horses that go to your yards?" "You may divide the horses that's killed by the knackers into 3 sorts," answered the man. "That is, first, those horses that is quite healthy, but that has met with accidents in their limbs; second, those that perhaps the least thing diseased or in the very last stage through old age; and third, those that is altogether rotten. The flesh of the first is bought by men whose business it is to boil it carefully and sell it to the sausage makers. It makes the sausages firm, and is much better than beef. There isn't a sausage shop in London that don't use it. Then the tongues of the first-rate animals goes to the butchers who salts and pickles them, and I'm blowed if any of them could tell from the best ox tongues." "Well, I'll never eat sausages or tongues again," cried the landlady. Oh, nonsense, it's all fancy, exclaimed the knacker. Half the tongues that is sold for ox tongues is horses' tongues. A knowing hand may always tell 'em, 'cause they're rather longer and thinner. For my part, I like 'em just as well, every bit. And the flesh of the second sort of horses? That goes to supply the cat's meat men in the swells neighborhoods, and the third sort, that is altogether putrid and rotten, is taken up by the cat's meat men in the poor neighborhoods. And do you mean to say that there's a difference even in cat's meat between the rich and the poor customers? Demanded the landlord. Do I mean to say so? Repeated the knacker, in a tone which showed that he was surprised at the question being asked. Why, of course I do. The poor may be poisoned, and very often is too, for what the rich cares a fig. I can tell you more too. Some of the first-class horses' meat, and sound and good, remember, is made into what's called hung beef. Some is potted, some is sold to boarding-houses around London, where they takes in young gentlemen and ladies at very low rate, and some is disposed of, but no, I don't dare tell you. Yes, do tell us, said the landlady in a coaxing tone. Do, that's a good fellow, cried the landlord. Come, tell us, exclaimed a dozen voices. No, no, I can't. I should get myself into a scrape, perhaps, said the knacker, who was only putting a more keen edge upon the curiosity which he had excited, for he intended to yield all the time. We won't say a word, observed the landlady. And I'll stand a quart of blue ruin, added the landlord, with 3 outs, you know, me and the missus. Well, if I must, I must, said the knacker, with affected reluctance. The fact is, he continued slowly, as if he were weighing every word he uttered, some of the primest bits of the first-rate flesh that goes out of the knackers' yards of this west metropolis is sent to the workhouses. The workhouses, ejaculated the landlady. Oh, what a horror! An abomination, cried the landlord, filling 3 wine-glasses with gin. It's God's truth, and now that I've said it, I'll stick to it, said the knacker. It's a shame, a burning shame, screamed a female voice. My poor old mother's in the Union after having paid rates and taxes for 42 years, and if they make her eat horse's flesh, I'd like to know whether this country is governed by savages or not. And my brother's in a workus, too, said the poor decrepit old man, and he once kept his carriage and dined in company with George III at Guildhall, where he'd no end of turtle and venison. But lack-a-daisy, this is sad falling off, is he to come down to horse-flesh in his old age. What the use of all this here whining and nonsense? Oh, exclaimed the knacker. Don't I tell you that good horse-flesh answers all the purposes of beef and is eaten by the rich in the shape of sausages and tongues? What a use, then, of making a fuss about it? How do you suppose the sausage shops can afford to sell solid meat without bone at the price they do if they didn't mix it with horse's flesh? They pays 2 pence a pound for the first-class flesh, and so it must be good. Never mind, ejaculated a voice. It's a shame to give paupers only a few ounces of meat a week, and let that be horse's flesh. It's high time these things were put to an end. Why don't the people take their own affairs in their own hands? Come now, said the knacker, assuming a dictatorial air and placing his arms akimbo. Perhaps you ain't aware of good first-class horse flesh is better than half the meat that's sold in certain markets. I shan't say which, for the benefit of the poor. Now you toddle out on Sunday night on the Holloway, Liverpool, Mile End, and Hackney roads, and see the sheep and oxen and calves coming into London for the next morning's market. Numbers of the poor beasts fall down and die through sheer fatigue. They're flayed and cut up all the same for the butcher's market. And what do you think becomes of all the beasts that die of disease and so on in the fields? Do you suppose they're wasted? No such thing. They are all cut up for consumption. Just take a walk on Saturday night through a certain market after the gas is lighted, not before, mind, and look at the meat which is marked cheap. You'll see beef at 2 pence halfpenny a pound, and veal at 3 pence. But what sort of stuff is this? Diseased, rotten. The butchers rub it over with fresh suet or fat, and that gives it a brighter appearance and a better smell. Howsoever, they can't prevent the meat from being quite thin, shrunk, poor, and flabby upon the bone. I'll bear witness to the truth of all what you've been saying this last time, said the butcher's lad, stepping forward. Of course you can, exclaimed the knacker, casting a triumphant glance around him. And do you know, he continued, that half the diseases and illnesses which takes hold of us without any visible cause, and which sometimes puzzles the doctors themselves, comes from eating this bad meat that I've been talking about? Now tell me, ain't a bit out of good healthy horse that was killed in a regular way with the blood flowing better than a joint off an old cow that dropped down dead of the yellows in a field during the night and wasn't found so till the morning? With these words the knacker took his departure, leaving his hearers disgusted, indignant, and astonished at what they heard. As the clock struck 9, the Resurrection Man and the Cracksman entered the boozing ken. They repaired straight into the parlor, and seemed disappointed at not finding there someone whom they evidently expected. "He ain't come yet, the young spark," said the cracksman, "and yet he had plenty of time to go home and get a change of linen and that like." "Maybe he has turned into bed and had a good snooze," observed the Resurrection Man. "He is not so accustomed to remain up all night as we are. I think his head is regular turned with what he has seen in the great crib yonder. He seemed to give such exceeding vague answers to the questions we put to him as we walked through the park this morning. I heard say that the conversation of great people is very gammoning, and that they can't always understand each other. So if young Holford has been listening to their fine talk, it's no wonder he got cranky." "Humbug!" ejaculated the Resurrection Man sulkily. "Let us have some egg flip, and we'll wait for him. If he comes, he shall give us all the information we want, and if he doesn't, we will lay wait for him, carry him off to the crib, and let the mummy take care of him till he chooses to speak." "Yes, that'll be the best plan," said the cracksman. "But don't you think it a very wise thing that he wants to have the whole business to himself?" "That's just what I do think," answered the Resurrection Man. "He'll find himself mistaken, though, I rather fancy." "So do I," echoed the cracksman. "But let's have this egg flip." With these words he ordered the beverage, and in due time a quart pot filled with the inviting compound, with a foaming head and exhaling a strong odor of spices, was brought in by a paralytic waiter who had succeeded the shipshot girl mentioned on a former occasion. "Good stuff this," said the cracksman, smacking his lips. "I wonder whether poor Buffer has got anything half so good this morning." "What's today? Oh, Friday," mused the Resurrection Man as he sipped the quantum of flip from the tumbler with a relish equal to that evinced by his companion. "Let's see, what's the fare today in Clerkenwell Prison?" "Lord, don't you recollect all that?" cried the cracksman, and taking a piece of chalk from his pocket, he wrote the dietary table of Clerkenwell New Prison upon the wall. "That's a nice allowance for a strong, healthy fellow," exclaimed the Resurrection Man contemptuously. "1 month upon that will make his flesh as soft and flabby as possible. It's a shame, by heavens, to kill human beings by inches in that way." "What a precious fool the Buffer has made of himself," said the cracksman after a pause. "The Buffer!" ejaculated the paralytic waiter, who had been affecting to dust a table as an excuse to linger in the room with the chance of obtaining an invitation to partake of the flip. "Is anything wrong with the Buffer?" "Safe in lavender," answered the cracksman woolly, "and 10 to 1 he'll swing for it." "My eyes, I'm very sorry to hear that," cried the waiter. "He was a capital fellow, and never took the change when he gave me a joy, to pay for his 3 penn'orth of rum of the morning." "Well, he's done it brown at last, in all events," continued the cracksman. "What has he done?" asked the waiter. "Why, what he isn't likely to have a chance of doing again," answered the cracksman. "I suppose you know that he married Moll Fair, the sister of him as was killed by Bill Bolter at the old house in Chick Lane 3 years or so ago. Well, he had a child by Moll, and a very pretty little critter it was. Even a fellow like me that can't be supposed to have much feeling for that kind of thing used to love to play with that little child. It was a girl, and I never did see such sweet blue eyes and soft flaxy hair. The moment she was born, off goes the Buffer and subscribes to half a dozen burying clubs. The secretaries and treasurers all was exceeding glad to see him, took his tin and put down his name. This was about 2 years ago. He kept up all his payments regular, and he was also precious regular in keeping up such a system of ill treatment that the poor little thing seemed sinking under it. Now, as I said before, I'm not the most remarkablest man in London for feeling, but I'm blowed if I couldn't have cried sometimes to see the way in which the Buffer and Moll would use that child. I've seen it standing in a pail of cold water, stark naked, in the middle of winter, with the ice was floating on the top, and because it cried, its mother would take a rope half an inch thick and belabour the poor back. Then they half starved it and made it sleep on the bare boards. But the little thing loved its parents for all that, and when the Buffer beat Moll, I've seen that poor child creep up to her and say in such a soft tone, 'Don't cry, mother,' perhaps all the reward it got for that good weltering. How the child stood it all so long I can't say. The Buffer thought she never would die, so he determined to put an end to it at once. And yet he didn't want money, for we had had some good things lately, with what one thing of another. All I know is that he first takes the little child and flings it down the stairs. He then puts it to bed and sends his wife to the doctor's for some medicine, and into the medicine he pours some laudanum. The little creature went to sleep smiling at him and never woke no more. This was 2 days ago. Yesterday the buffer goes around to all the bearing clubs and gives notice of the death of the child. But somehow or another the thing got wind. One of the secretaries of a club takes a surgeon along with him to the buffer's lodgings, and it's all blown. Well, I never heard of such a rig as that before, exclaimed the waiter. As for the rig, observed the cracksman coolly, that is common enough. Ever since the burial societies and funeral clubs come into existence, no think has been more common than these child murders. A man in full work can very well afford to pay a few halfpence a week to each club that he subscribes to, even supposing he puts his name down to a dozen. Then those who don't kill their children right out do so by means of exposure, neglect, and all kinds of horrible treatment. And so it is easy enough for a man to get 40 or 50 pounds this way at one sweep. So it is, said the waiter. Burial clubs afford a regular premium upon the murder of young children. Oh, London is a wonderful place. Everything of that kind is invented and got up first in London. I really do think that London beats all other cities in the world for matters of that sort. Look, for instance, what a blessed thing it is that the authorities seldom or never attempt to alter what they call low neighborhoods. Why, it's the low neighborhoods that make such gentlemen as you two and affords you the means of concealment and existence and occupation and everything else. Supposing there was no boozing kins and padded cribs like this, how would such gentlemen as you two get on? Oh, London is a fine place, a very fine place, and I hope I never shall live to see the day when it will be spoiled by improvement. Come, there's a good deal of reason in all that, exclaimed the Resurrection Man. Here, my good fellow, he added, turning to the waiter, drink this tumbler of egg hot for your fine speech. The waiter did not require to be asked twice, but imbibed the smoking beverage with an infinite satisfaction to himself. I never heard anything more true than what this fellow has just said, observed the Resurrection Man to his companion in iniquity. Only suppose now that All Saints Giles, Clerkenwell, Bethnal Green, and the Mint were improved, as they call it, where the devil would crime take refuge. For no one knows better than you and me that we should uncommon soon have give up business if we hadn't dark and narrow streets to operate in, cribs like this kin to meet and plan in, and the low courts and alleys to conceal ourselves in. Lord, what indeed would London be to us if it was all like the West End? And so the fact is that the authorities very kindly leave in existence and undisturbed those very places which give birth to you gentlemen in the first instance, said the waiter, and sustain you afterwards. Well, you ain't very far wrong, old fellow, exclaimed the cracksman, but blow me if this ever struck me before. Nor me either, said the Resurrection Man, till the flunkey started the subject. Ah, there's a many things that has struck me since I've been in the waiter line in flash houses of this kind, observed the paralytic attendant, shaking his head solemnly. But one curious fact I've noticed, which is that in 9 cases out of 10 the laws themselves make men take to bad ways and then punish them for acting under their influence. I don't understand that, said the cracksman. I do, though, exclaimed the Resurrection Man, and I mean to say that the flunkey is quite right. We ain't born bad. Something then must have made us bad. If I've been in the Duke of Wellington's place, I should be an honorable and upright man like him, and if he had been in my place, he would be what I am. Of course he would, echoed the waiter. Now I understand, cried the cracksman. I tell you what we'll do, said the Resurrection Man after a few moments' reflection. This devil of a Holford doesn't appear to hurry himself, and the rain has just begun to fall in torrents. So we'll have another quart of flip, and the flunkey shall sit down with us and enjoy it, and I'll just tell you the history of my own life by way of passing away the time. Perhaps you may find, added the Resurrection Man, that it helps to bear out the flunkey's remark, that in 9 cases out of 10 the laws themselves make us take to bad ways and then punish us for acting under their influence. The second supply of flip was procured, the door of the parlor was shut, room was made for the paralytic waiter near the fire, and the Resurrection Man commenced his narrative in the following manner. End of chapter 61. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 62 of the Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 62. I was born 38 years ago near the village of Walmer in Kent. My father and mother occupied a small cottage, or rather hovel, made of the wreck of a ship upon the sea-coast. Their ostensible employment was that of fishing, but it would appear that smuggling and body-snatching also formed a portion of my father's avocations. The rich inhabitants of Walmer and Deal encouraged him in his contraband pursuits by purchasing French silks, gloves, and the scents of him. The gentlemen, moreover, were excellent customers for French brandy, and the ladies for dresses and perfumes. The clergyman of Walmer and his wife were our best patrons in this way, and in consequence of the frequent visits they paid our cottage, they took a sort of liking to me. The parson made me attend the national school regularly every Sunday, and when I was 9 years old, he took me into his service to clean the boot and knives, brush the clothes, and so forth. I was then very fond of reading, and used to pass all my leisure time in studying books which he allowed me to take out of his library. This lasted till I was 12 years old, when my father was one morning arrested on a charge of smuggling and taken to Dover Castle. The whole neighborhood expressed their surprise that a man who appeared to be so respectable could turn out such a villain. The gentleman who used to buy brandy of him talked loudly of the necessity of making an example of him. The ladies who were accustomed to purchase gloves, silks, and eau de cologne wondered that such a desperate ruffian should have allowed them to sleep safe in their bed. And, of course, the clergyman and his wife kicked me ignominiously out the door. As all things of this nature create a sensation in a small community, the parson preached a sermon upon the subject on the following Sunday, choosing for its text, "Render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's," and earnestly enjoining all his congregation to unite in deprecating the conduct of a man who had brought disgrace upon a neighborhood till then famed for its loyalty, its morality, and its devotion to the laws of the country. My father was acquitted for want of evidence, and returned home after having been in prison 6 months waiting for his trial. In the meantime, my mother and myself were compelled to receive parish relief. Not one of the fine ladies and gentlemen who had been the indirect means of getting my father into a scrape by encouraging him in his illegal pursuits would notice us. My mother called upon several, but their doors were banged in her face. When I appeared at Sunday school, the parson expelled me, declaring that I was only calculated to pollute honest and good boys, and the beadle thrashed me soundly for daring to attempt to enter the church. All this gave me a very strange idea of human nature, and set me a-thinking upon the state of society. Just at that period a baronet in the neighbourhood was proved to be the owner of a smuggling vessel, and to be pretty deep in the contraband business himself. He was compelled to run away, an exchequer process, I think they call it, issued against his property, and everything he possessed was swept away. It appeared that he had been smuggling for years, and he had defrauded the revenue to an immense amount. He was a widower, but he had 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, at school in the neighbourhood. Oh, then, what sympathy was created for these poor, dear, bereaved little ones, as the parson called them in a charity sermon which he preached for their benefit. And there they were, marshalled into the parson's own pew by the beadle, and the parson's wife wept over them. Subscriptions were got up for them. The mayor of Deal took 1 boy, the banker another, and the clergyman's wife took charge of the girl, and never was seen so much weeping and consoling and compassion before. Well, at that time my mother had got so thin and weak and ill through want and affliction that her neighbours gave her the name of Mummy, which she has kept ever since. My father came home and was shunned by everybody. The baronet's uncle happened to die at that period, and left his nephew an immense fortune. The baronet paid all the fines, settled the exchequer matters, and returned to Walmer. A triumphal reception awaited him, balls, parties, concerts, the routs took place in honour of the event, and the mayor, the banker, and the clergyman and his wife were held up as the patterns of philanthropy and humanity. Of course the baronet rewarded them liberally for having taken care of his children in the hour of need. This business again set me a-thinking, and I began to comprehend that birth and station made an immense difference in the views that the world adopted of men's actions. My father, who had only higgled and figgled with smuggling affairs upon a miserably small scale, was set down as the most atrocious monster unhung, because he was one of the common herd. But the baronet, who had carried on a systematic contraband trade to an immense amount, was looked upon as a martyr to tyrannical laws, because he was one of the upper classes, and possessed a title. So my disposition was soured by these proofs of human injustice at my very entrance upon life. Up to this period, in spite of the contemplation of the lawless trade carried on by my father, I had been a regular attendant at church and at the Sunday school. and I declare most solemnly that I never went to sleep at night, nor commenced my morning avocations without saying my prayers. But when my father got into trouble, the beadle kicked me out of the church, and the parson drove me out of the school, and so I began to think that if my religion was only serviceable and available as long as my father remained unharmed by the law, it could not be worth much. From that moment I never said another prayer and never opened a Bible or prayer book. Still I was inclined to labor to obtain an honest livelihood, and I implored my father upon my knees not to force me to assist in his proceedings of smuggling and body-snatching, to both which he was compelled by dire necessity to return the moment he was released from jail. He told me I was a fool to think of living honestly, as the world would not let me, but he added that I might make the trial. Pleased with this permission, and sincerely hoping that I might obtain some occupation, however menial, which would enable me to eat the bread of honest toil, I went round to all the farmers in the neighbourhood, and offered to enter their service as a ploughboy or stable-boy. The moment they found out who I was, they one and all turned me away from their doors. One said, like father, like son. Another asked if I was mad to think that I could thus thrust myself into an honest family. A third laughed in my face. A fourth threatened to have me taken up for wanting to get into his house to commit a felony. A fifth swore that there was gallows written upon my countenance. A sixth ordered his men to loosen the bulldog at me, and a seventh would have had me ducked in his horse pond if I had not run away. Dispirited, but not altogether despairing, I returned home. The following day I walked into Deal, which almost joins Walmer, and called at several tradesmen's shops to inquire if they wanted an errand boy. My reception by these individuals was worse than which I had met at the hands of the farmers. One asked me if I thought he would run the risk of having his house indicted as a receptacle for thieves and vagabonds. A second pointed to his children and said, "Do you suppose I want to bring them up in the road to the gallows?" A third locked up his till in a fright and threatened to call a constable, and a fourth lashed me severely with a horsewhip. Still I was not totally disheartened. I determined to call upon some of those ladies and gentlemen who had been my father's best customers for his contraband articles. One lady, upon hearing my business, seized hold of the poker with one hand and her salts bottles with the other. A second was nearly fainting and rang the bell for her maid to bring her some eau de cologne, the very eau de cologne which my father had smuggled for her. A third begged me, with tears in her eyes, to retire, or my very suspicious appearance would frighten her lapdog into fits. And a fourth, an old lady who was my father's best customer for French brandy, held up her hands to heaven and implored the Lord to protect her from all Sabbath breakers, profane swearers, and drunkards. Finding that I had nothing to expect from the ladies, I tried the gentlemen who had been accustomed to patronize my father previous to his misfortune. The first swore at me like a trooper, and assured me that he had always prophesied I should go wrong. The second spoke civilly, and regretted that his excellent advice had been thrown away upon my father, whom he had vainly endeavored to avert from his wicked courses. It was for smuggling things for this gentleman that my father had been arrested. And the third made no direct answer, but shook his head solemnly, and wondered what the world was coming to. I was now really reduced to despair. I, however, resolved to try some of the very poorest tradesmen in the town. By these miserable creatures I was received with compassion and interest, and my case was fully comprehended by them. Some even gave me a few halfpence, and one made me sit down and dine with him, his wife, and his children. They, however, one and all declared that they could not take me into their service, for if they did, they would be sure to offend all their customers. Thus was it that the overbearing conduct and atrocious tyranny of the more wealthy part of the community compelled the poorer portions to smother all sympathy in my behalf. A sudden thought now struck me. I resolved to call next day upon the very baronet who had himself suffered so much in consequence of the customs laws. Accelerated by the new hope awakened within me, I repaired on the following morning to the splendid mansion which he now inhabited. I was shown into a magnificent room, which he received me lounging before a cheerful fire. He listened very patiently to my tale, and then spoke, as nearly as I can recollect, as follows. "My good lad, I have not the slightest doubt that you are anxious to eat the bread of honesty, as you very properly express it. But that bread is not within the reach of everybody, and if we were all to pick and choose in this world, my God, what would become of us? My dear young man, I occupy a prominent position amidst the gentry in these parts, and I have also a duty to fulfill towards society. Society has condemned you, unheard, I grant you. Nevertheless, society has condemned you. Under these circumstances I have no alternative but to decline taking you into my service, and I must moreover request you to remember that if you are ever found loitering upon my grounds, I shall have you put in the stocks. I regret that my duty to society sunspots me thus to act." You may conceive with what feelings I heard this long tirade. I was literally confounded, and retired without venturing upon a remonstrance. I knew not what course to adopt. To return home and inform my parents that I could obtain no work was to lay myself under the necessity of becoming a smuggler and body snatcher at once. As a desperate resource, I thought of calling upon the clergyman and explaining all my sentiments to him. I hoped to be able to convince him that although my father was bad, or supposed to be bad, yet I abhorred vice in all its shapes and was anxious only to pursue honest courses. As a Christian minister, he could not, I imagine, be so uncharitable as to infer my guilt in consequence of that of my parent, and accordingly to him did I repair. He had just returned to his own house from a funeral and was in a hurry to be off on a shooting excursion, for he had on his sporting garb beneath his surplice. He listened to me with great impatience and asked if my father still pursued his contraband trade. Seeing that I hesitated how to reply, he exclaimed, turning his eyes up to heaven, "Speak the truth, young man, and shame the devil." I answered in the affirmative, and he then said carelessly, "Well, go and speak to my wife. She will act in the matter as she chooses." Rejoiced at this hopeful turn in the proceeding, I sought his lady as I was desired. She heard all I had to say, and then observed, "Not for worlds could I receive you into my house again. But if your father has any silks and gloves, very cheap and very good, I do not mind purchasing them. And remember," she added, as I was about to depart, "I do not want these things. I only offer to take them for the purpose of doing you a service. My motive is purely a Christian one." I returned home. "Well," said my father, "what luck this morning?" "None," I replied. "And what do you mean to do, lad?" "To become a smuggler, a body snatcher, or anything else that you choose," was my reply, "and the sooner we begin the better, for I am sick and tired of being good." So I became a smuggler and a resurrection man. You have heard, perhaps, that Deal is famous for its boatsmen and pilots. It is also renowned for the beauty of the sailors' daughters. One of those lovely creatures captivated my heart, for I can even talk sentimentally when I think of those times, and she seemed to like me in return. Her name was Catherine Price, Kate Price as she was called by her acquaintance, and a prettier creature the sun never shone upon. She was good and virtuous too, and she alone understood my real disposition, which even now that I bad embarked in lawless pursuits still panted to be good and virtuous also. At this time I was 19 and she was 1 year younger. We loved in secret and we met in secret, for her parents would not for one moment have listened to the idea of our union. My hope was to obtain a good sum of money by one desperate venture in the contraband line, and run away with Kate to some distant part of the country, where we could enter upon some way of business that would produce us an honest livelihood. This hope sustained us. At this time there were a great many sick sailors in Deal Hospital, and numerous funerals took place in the burial ground of that establishment. My father and I determined to have up a few of the corpses, for we always knew where to dispose of as many subjects as we could obtain. By these means I proposed to raise enough money to purchase in France the articles that I meant to smuggle into England, and thereby obtain the necessary funds for carrying out the plans upon which Kate and myself were resolved. Good luck attended upon my father and myself in respect to the body-snatching business. We raised £30, and with that we set sail for France in the boat that we always hired for our smuggling expeditions. We landed in Calais and made our purchases. We bought an immense quantity of brandy at 10 pence a quart, gloves at 8 pence a pair, and 3 watches at £2 10 each, and some eau de cologne proportionately cheap. Our £30 we calculated would produce us 120. We put out to sea again, and about 10 o'clock at night the wind was blowing stiff from the northeast, and by the time we had been an hour at sea it increased to a perfect hurricane. Never shall I forget that awful night. The entire ocean was white with foam, but the sky above was as black as pitch. We weathered the tempest until we reached the shore about a mile to the southward of Wilmer, a place called Kingston. We touched the beach. I thought everything was safe. A huge bellow broke over the stern of the lugger, and in a moment the boat was a complete wreck. My father leapt on shore from the bow at the instant this catastrophe took place. I was swallowed up along with the ill-fated bark. I was, however, an excellent swimmer, and I combated and fought and struggled with the ocean as a man would wrestle with a savage animal that held him in his grasp. I succeeded in gaining the beach, but so weak and enfeebled was I that my father was compelled to carry me to our hovel close by. I was put to bed. A violent fever seized upon me. I became delirious, and for 6 weeks I lay tossing upon a bed of sickness. At length I got well, but what hope remained for me? We were totally ruined, so was the poor fisherman whose boat was wrecked upon that eventful night. I wrote a note to Kate to tell her all that had happened, and to make an appointment for the following Sunday evening, that we might meet and talk over the altered aspect of affairs. Scarcely had I dispatched the letter to the care of Kate's sister-in-law, who was in our secret and managed our little correspondence, when my father came in and asked me if I felt myself well enough to accompany him on a little expedition that evening. I replied in the affirmative. He then told me that a certain surgeon for whom we did business, and who resided in Deal, required a particular subject for which had been buried that morning in Walmer churchyard. I did not ask my father any more questions, but that night I accompanied him to the burial ground between 11 and 12 o'clock. The surgeon had shown my father the grave in the afternoon, and we had a cart waiting in the lane close by. The church is in a secluded part, surrounded by trees, and some little distance from any habitations. There was no danger of being meddled with. Moreover, we had often operated in the same ground before. To work we went in the usual manner. We shovelled out the soil, broke open the coffin, thrust the corpse into a sack, filled up the grave once more, and carried our prize safe off to the cart. We then set off at a round pace toward Deal, and arrived at the back door of the surgeon's house by 2 o'clock. He was up and waiting for us. We carried the corpse into the surgery and laid it upon a table. "You are sure it's the right one?" said the surgeon. "It is the body from the grave that you pointed out," answered my father. "The fact is," resumed the surgeon, "that this is a very peculiar case. 6 days ago a young female rose in the morning in perfect health. That evening she was a corpse. I opened her and found no traces of poison, but her family would not permit me to carry the examination any further. They did not wish her to be hacked about. Since her death came, some love letters have been found in her drawer, but there was no name attached to any of them. I began to feel interested. I scarcely knew why, but this was the manner in which I was accustomed to write to Kate." The surgeon continued, "I am therefore anxious to make another and more searching investigation than on the former occasion into the cause of death, but I will soon satisfy myself that this is indeed the corpse I mean." With these words the surgeon tore away the shroud from the face of the corpse. I cast an anxious glance upon the pale, cold, marble countenance. My blood ran cold, my legs trembled, my strength seemed to have failed me. Was I mistaken? Could it be the beloved of my heart? "Yes, that is Miss Price," said the surgeon coolly. All doubt on my part was now removed. I had exhumed the body of her whom 1,000 times I had pressed to my sorrowful breast, whom I had clasped to my aching heart. I felt as if I had committed some horrible crime, a murder, or some other deadly deed. The surgeon and my father did not notice my emotions, but settled their accounts. The medical man then offered us each a glass of brandy. I drank mine with avidity, and then accompanied my father from the spot, uncertain whether to rush back and claim the body or not. But I did not do so. For some days I wandered about, scarcely knowing what I did, and certainly not caring what became of me. One morning I was roving amidst the fields when I heard a loud voice exclaim, "I say, you fellow there, open the gate, will you?" I turned round and recognized the baronet on horseback. He had a large hunting whip in his hand. "Open the gate?" said I. "And whom for?" "Whom for?" repeated the baronet. "Why, for me, to be sure, fellow." "Then open it yourself," said I. The baronet was near enough to me to reach me with his whip, and he dealt me a stinging blow across my face. Maddened with pain and soured with vexation, I leapt over the gate and attacked the baronet with a stout ash stick which I carried in my hand. I dragged him from his horse and thrashed him without mercy. When I was tired, I walked quietly away, he roaring after me that he would be avenged upon me as sure as I was born. The next day I was arrested and taken before a magistrate. The baronet appeared against me, and to my surprise swore that I had assaulted him with view to rob him, and that he had the greatest difficulty in protecting his person watch. I told my story and showed the mark of the baronet's whip across my face. The justice asked me if I could bring forward any witnesses to character. The baronet exclaimed, "How can he? He has just been in Dover Castle for smuggling." "Never!" I cried emphatically. "Well, your father has, then," said the baronet. This I could not deny. "Oh, that's just the same thing," cried the magistrate, and I was committed to jail for the trial at the next Maidstone assizes. For 3 months I lay in prison. I was not, however, completely hardened yet. nor did I associate with those who drank and sang and swore. I detested vice in all its shapes, and I longed for an opportunity to be good. It may seem strange to you, who know me now, to hear me speak thus, but you are not aware of what I was then. I was tried and found guilty. The next 2 years of my life I passed at the hulks at Woolwich, dressed in dark grey and wearing a chain round my leg. Even then I did not grow so corrupted, but that I sought for work the moment I was set at liberty again. I resolved not to return home to my parents, for I detested the ways into which they had led me. Turned away from the hulks one fine morning at 10 o'clock without a farthing in my pocket, nor the means of obtaining a morsel of bread, my prospects were miserable enough. I could not obtain any employment at Woolworth. Evening was coming on, and I was hungry. Suddenly I thought of enlisting. Pleased with this idea, I went to the barracks and offered myself as a recruit. The regiment stationed there was about to embark for the East Indies in a few days and wanted men. Although certain of being banished, as it were, to the most unhealthy climate for 21 years, I preferred that to the life of a vagabond or criminal in England. The sergeant was delighted with me because I could read and write well, but the surgeon would not pass me. He said to me, "You have either been half-starved for a length of time, or you have undergone a long imprisonment, for your flesh is as flabby as possible." Thus was this hope destroyed. Now, what pains had the law taken to make me good, even supposing that I was really bad at the time of my condemnation? The law locked me up for 2 years, half-starved me, and yet exacted from me much more labor as a strong, healthy man could have performed. Then the law turned me out into the wide world, so weak, reduced, and feeble that even the last resource of the most wretched, namely enlisting in the regiment bound for India, was closed against me. Well, that night I wandered into the country and slept under a hedge. On the following morning I was compelled to satisfy the ravenous cravings of my hunger with Swedish turnips plucked from the fields. This food lay so cold upon my stomach that I felt ready to drop with illness, misery, and fatigue. And yet, in this Christian land, even that morsel, against which my heart literally heaved, was begrudged me. I was not permitted to satisfy my hunger with the food of beasts. A constable came up and took me into custody for robbing the turnip field. I was conducted before a neighbouring justice of the peace. He asked me what I meant by stealing the turnips. I told him that I had fasted for 24 hours and was hungry. "Nonsense! Hungry!" he exclaimed. "I'd give £5 to know what hunger is. You kind of fellows eat turnips by way of luxury, you do, and not because you're hungry." I assured him that I spoke the truth. "Well, why don't you go to work?" he demanded. "So I will, sir, with pleasure, if you will give me employment," I replied. "Me give you employment?" he shouted. "I wouldn't have such a fellow about me if he'd work for nothing. Where did you sleep last night?" "Under a hedge, sir," was my answer. "Ah, I thought so," he exclaimed. "A rogue and a vagabond, evidently." And this excellent specimen of the great unpaid committed me forthwith to the treadmill for 1 month as a rogue and vagabond. The treadmill is a horrible punishment. It is too bad even for those that are really rogues and vagabonds. The weak and the strong take the same turn without any distinction, and I have seen men fall down fainting upon the platform, with the risk of having their legs or arms smashed by the wheel through their sheer exhaustion. Then the miserable fare that one receives in prison renders him more fit for a hospital than for the violent labour of the treadmill. I had been 2 years at the hulks, and was not hardened. I had been a smuggler and a body snatcher, and was not hardened. But this 1 month's imprisonment and spell at the treadmill did harden me, and hardened me completely. I could not see any advantage in being good. I could not find out any inducement to be honest. As for a desire to lead an honourable life, that was absurd. How I laughed the idea to scorn, and I swore within myself that whenever I did commence a course of crime, I would not be an unsparing demon at my work. Oh, how I then detested the very name of virtue! The rich look upon the poor as degraded reptiles that are born in infamy and cannot possibly possess a good instinct. I reasoned within myself, let a rich man accuse a poor man before a justice, a jury, or a judge, and see how quick the poor wretch is condemned. The aristocracy hold the lower classes in horror and abhorrence. The legislature thinks that if it does not make the most grinding laws to keep down the poor will rise up and commit the most unheard atrocities. In fact, the rich are prepared to believe any infamy which is imputed to the poor. It was thus that I reasoned, and I looked forward to the day of my release with a burning, maddening, drunken joy. That day came. I was turned adrift as before, without a shilling, without a crust. That alone was as bad as branding the words rogue and vagabond upon my forehead. How could I remain honest, even if I had any longer been inclined to do so, when I could not get work, and had no money, no bread, no lodging? The legislature does not think of all this. It fancies that all its duty consists in punishing men for crimes, and never dreams of adopting measures to prevent them from committing crimes at all. But I now no more thought of honesty. I went out of prison a confirmed ruffian. I had no money, no conscience, no fear, no hope, no love, no friendship, no sympathy, no kindly feeling of any sort. My soul had turned to the blackness of hell. The very first thing I did was to cut myself a good tough ash stick with a heavy knob at one end. The next thing I did was to break into the house of the very justice who had sentenced me to the treadmill for eating a raw turnip, and I feasted jovially upon the cold fowl and ham which I found in his larder. I also drank success to my new career in a bumper of his fine old wine. This compliment was due him. He had made me what I was. I carried off a small quantity of plate, all that I could find, you may be sure, and took my departure from the house of the justice. As I was hurrying away from this scene of my first exploit, I passed by a fine large barn, also belonging to my friend the magistrate. I did not hesitate a moment what to do. I owed him a recompense for my month at the treadmill, and I thought I might as well add incendiary to my other titles of rogue and vagabond. Besides, I longed for mischief. The world had persecuted me long enough. The hour of retaliation had arrived. I fired the barn and scampered away as hard as I could. I halted at a distance of about half a mile, and turned to look. A bright column of flame was shooting up to heaven. Oh, how happy did feel at that moment! Happy, this is not the word. I was mad, intoxicated, delirious with joy. I literally danced as I saw the barn burning. I was avenged on the man who would not allow me to eat a cold turnip to save me from starving. That one cold turnip cost him dear. The fire spread and communicated with his dwelling house, and there was no adequate supply of water. The barn, the stacks, the outhouses, the mansion were all destroyed. But that was not all. The only daughter of the justice, a lovely girl of 19, was burnt to death. I read the entire account in the newspapers a few days afterwards. And the upper classes wonder that there are so many incendiary fires. My only surprise is that there are so few. All the lucifer match is a fearful weapon in the hands of the man whom the laws, the aristocracy, and the present state of society have ground down to the very dust. I felt all my power. I knew all my strength. I was aware of all my importance as a man. When I read of the awful extent of the misery and desolation which I had thus caused, oh, I was singly avenged. I now bethought me of punishing the baronet in the same manner. He had been the means of sending me for 2 years to the hulks at Woolwich. Pleased with this idea, I jogged merrily on towards Walmer. It was late at night when I reached home. I found my mother watching by my father's death-bed, and arrived just in time to behold him breathe his last. My mother spoke to me about decent interment for him. I laughed in her face. Had he ever allowed anyone to sleep quietly in his grave? No. How could he then hope for repose in the tomb? My mother remonstrated. I threatened to dash out her brains with my stout ash-stick, and on the following night I sold my father's body to the surgeon who had anatomized poor Kate Price. This was another vengeance on my part. Not many hours elapsed before I set fire to the largest barn upon the baronet's estate. I waited in the neighbourhood and glutted myself with a view of the conflagration. The damage was immense. The next day I composed a song upon the subject which I have never since forgotten. You may laugh at the idea of me becoming a poet, but you know well enough that I received some trifle of education, that I was not a fool by nature, and that in early life I was fond of reading. The lines were these, the incendiary song. The lucifer match, 'tis a weapon for us to wield. How bonnily burns up rick and thatch, and the crop just housed from the field. The proud may oppress, the rich distress, and drive us from their door, but they cannot snatch the lucifer match from the hand of the desperate poor. The perch-proud squire and the tyrant peer and keep their game laws still, and the very glance of the overseer may continue to freeze and kill. The wealthy and great and the chiefs of state may tyrannize more and more, but they cannot snatch the lucifer match from the hand of the desperate poor. Oh, give us bread is a piteous wail that is murmured far and wide. An echo takes up and repeats the tale, but the rich man turns aside. The justice of peace may send his police to scour the country o'er, but they cannot snatch the lucifer match from the hand of the desperate poor. Then hurrah, hurrah for the lucifer match, 'tis a weapon of despair. How bonnily blaze up barn and thatch, the poor man's revenge is there. For the worm will turn on the feet that spurn, and surely a man is more. Oh, none can e'er snatch the lucifer match from the hand of the desperate poor. The baronet suspected that I was the cause of the fire, as I had just returned to the neighbourhood, and he had me arrested and taken before a justice. But there was not a shadow of proof against me, nor a pretence to keep me in custody. I was accordingly discharged with the admonition to take care of myself, which was as much to say, if I can find an opportunity of sending you to prison, I will. Walmer and its neighbourhood grew loathsome to me. The image of Kate Price constantly haunted me, and I was moreover shunned by everyone who knew that I had been at the hulks. I accordingly sold off all the fishing tackle and other traps, and came up to London with old Mummy. I need say no more. "And there's enough of your history to set a man a-thinking," exclaimed the waiter of the boozing kin. "There is, indeed." "Ah, I believe you, there is," observed the cracksman, draining the pot which had contained the egg flip. The clock struck midday when Holford entered the parlour of the boozing kin. End of chapter 62. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 63 of the Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 63. "Well, young blade," cried the cracksman, "you haven't kept us waiting at all, I suppose." "And do you fancy that I could wake myself up again in a minute when I had once laid down?" demanded the lad sulkily. "Oh, bother to the laying down, Harry," said the cracksman. "Don't you think me and Tony wants to sleep as well as a strong, hearty young feller like you? And we haven't put Buff in Downy since night before last." "Well, never mind shafting about that," cried the Resurrection Man impatiently. Then, having dismissed the waiter, he continued, "Now about this business at the palace. We must have no delay, and when we make appointments in future, they must be better kept. But I won't speak of this one now, because there is some allowance to be made for you, as you were up to the best part of the night, and you ain't accustomed to it as we are. But to the point, how is this affair to be managed?" "I don't see how it is to be managed at all," answered Holford firmly. "The devil you don't!" cried the cracksman. "Then what was you doing all that time in the palace?" "Running 1,000 risks of being found out every minute." "So we all do at times." "And sneaking about at night time to find food." "I think you managed to discover the right place for the grist," said the Resurrection Man, his cadaverous countenance wearing an ironical smile, "for you must recollect that I found you in the pantry." "And the pantry's a good neighbourhood. It can't be far from where the plate's kept," observed the cracksman. "The plate is kept where no one can get at it," said Holford. "How do you know that, youngster?" "I overheard the servants count it, lock it up in a chest, and take it to the apartments of the Lord Steward, I think they call him." "The deuce!" ejaculated the cracksman, in a tone of deep disappointment. "Now I tell you what it is, young fellow," said the Resurrection Man. "I think that for some reason or another you're deceiving us." "You think so?" cried the lad. "And why should you fancy that I am deceiving you?" "Because your manners tell me so." "In that case," said Holford, rising from his seat, "it is not of any use for us to talk any more upon the subject." "By God, it is of use, though!" exclaimed the cracksman. "You shall tell us the truth by fair means or foul." And he produced from his pocket a clasp knife, the murderous blade of which flew open by means of a spring which was pressed at the back. Holford turned pale and resumed his seat. "Now you see that it is of no use to humbug us," said the Resurrection Man. "Tell us the whole truth, and you will of course get your regulars out of the swag. You told me that the Queen was going to Windsor in a day or two, and that was as much to say that the affair would come off then." "I told you the Queen was going to Windsor, and I tell you so again," replied Holford. "But I can't help it if they lock up the plate, and I don't know what else there is for you to carry off." The Resurrection Man and the cracksman exchanged glances of mingled rage and disappointment. They did not precisely believe what the lad told them, and yet they could not see any motive which he was likely to have for misleading them, unless it were to retain all the profits of his discoveries in the palace for his own sole behoof. "Now, Holford, my good fellow," said the cracksman, shutting up his clasp knife, and returning it to his pocket. "If you fancy that you are able to go through this business alone and without any help, you are deucedly mistaken." "I imagine no such thing," returned Holford, "and to prove to you that I am convinced there is nothing to be got by the affair in any shape or way, do you and Tidkins attempt it alone together." He found his way to the pantry as well as I did, and can tell you what he saw there. "That a true," said the Resurrection Man, apparently struck by his observation. "So I suppose we must give the thing up as a bad job." "I suppose we must," added the cracksman, grinding his teeth. "But by God, if I thought this younker was humbugging us, I'd plant 3 inches of gold steel in him, come what would." "Thank you for your kindness," said Holford, not without a shudder. "Another time, get some person to act for you whose word you will believe. And now," he continued, turning to the Resurrection Man, "please to recollect the terms we agreed upon. 1/3 of all we could get if successful, or £5 for me in case of failure." "Well, I shall keep my word," returned the Resurrection Man. "Blow me if I would, though," exclaimed the cracksman fiercely. "Yes, fair play's a jewel," said the Resurrection Man, darting a significant glance at his companion. Then, feeling in his pocket, he added, "Holford is entitled to his £5, and he shall have them. But curse me if I have enough in my pocket to pay him. I tell you what it is, my lad," he continued, turning towards the young man. "You must meet me somewhere this evening, and I'll give you the money." "That will do," cried Holford. "Where shall I meet you?" "Where?" repeated the Resurrection Man, affecting to muse upon the question. "Oh, I will tell you. You know the Dark Horse in Brick Lane, Spitalfields?" "I have heard of it, but was never there." "Well, meet me there tonight at 9 o'clock, Harry," said the Resurrection Man in a kind tone as he could assume, "and I'll tip you the 5 counters." "At 9 punctually," returned Holford. "I would not press you, but I have lost my place in consequence of being absent all this time without being able to give any account of myself, and so I'm regularly hard up. I'm going to look after a situation up somewhere beyond Camden Town this afternoon, that I heard of by accident. But I'm afraid I shall not get it, as I shall give no reference for character, and even if I could, it would be to the public house where I was a pot boy, and a place I'm going to try for it is to clean boots and knives, and make myself generally useful in a gentleman's house. So I'm afraid that I'm not likely to get the situation." "I hope you may, my lad, for your sake," cried the Resurrection Man. "At all events, the 5 quids will keep you from starving for the next 2 months to come, so mind and be punctual this evening at 9. "I shall not fail," answered Holford, and with these words he departed. "Well, blow me if I can make out now what you're up to," exclaimed the cracksman, as soon as he and his companion in infamy were alone together. "You never thought that I should be fool enough to give him 5 coulters for doing nothing but humour us," said the Resurrection Man. "No, no, catch a weasel asleep, but not Tony Tidkins. Don't you see that he has been making fools of us? I remember what a devil of a hurry he was in to get me away from the palace, when I lighted upon him in the pantry, and altogether I'm convinced he has been doing his best to stall us off from the business." "So I think," said the cracksman. "Well," resumed the Resurrection Man, "we'll just try what a few days in the pit under the staircase in my crib will do for him. I have mended up the hole that opens into the saw pit next door, and there is no chance of his escaping. We must make him drink a glass at the Dark Horse, and drug the grog well, and we needn't fear about being able to get him up into my street." "Ah, now I understand you," observed the cracksman. "Only see what it is to have a head like yourn. The pit will soon make him tell us the real truth." "And if not, if he remains obstinate," mused the Resurrection Man aloud, "why, in that case—" "We shall know what to do with him," added the cracksman, and the 2 miscreants exchanged glances of horrible significancy. End of chapter 63. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 64 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 64. On the same day that the above conversation took place in the parlour of the Boozing Kin on Saffron Hill, Markham was seated in his library, with several books before him. His countenance was pale, and bore the traces of recent illness, and an air of profound melancholy reigned upon his handsome features. He endeavored to fix his attention on the volume beneath his eyes, but his thoughts were evidently far away from the subject of his studies. At length, as if to compose his mind, he turned abruptly towards his writing desk, and took thence a note which he had already perused 1,000 times, and every word of which was indelibly stamped upon his memory. We shall suppose a traveller upon Sarah's burning desert, sinking beneath fatigue, and oppressed by thirst, the agony of which becomes maddening. Presently he reaches a well. It is deep and difficult of access. Nevertheless, the traveller's life or death reposes at the bottom of that well. In like manner did Markham's only hope lie in that letter. No wonder, then, that he read it so often. No marvel that he referred to it when his mind was afflicted, and when the wing of his spirit was oppressed by the dense atmosphere of despair. And yet the contents of that letter were simple and laconic enough. Richmond. The Countess Alteroni presents her compliments to Mr. Markham, and begs to acknowledge Mr. Markham's letter of yesterday's date. The Countess expresses her most sincere thanks for a communication which prevented an arrangement that, under the circumstances disclosed, would have proved a serious family calamity. "Yes, Isabella is saved," said Markham to himself, as his eyes wandered over the contents of that most welcome note, which he had received some days previously. "It is impossible to mistake the meaning of that last sentence. She is saved, and I have been the instrument of her salvation. I have rescued her from a union with a profligate, an adventurer, a man of infamous heart. Surely, surely, her parents will admit that I have paid back a portion of the debt of gratitude which their kindness imposed upon me. Yes, the Countess herself seems to hold out a hope of reconciliation. That note bids me hope. It is more than coldly polite, it is confidential. It gives me to understand the results of my own letter, denouncing the miscreant, George Montague Greenwood." Richard's countenance brightened as he reasoned thus within himself, but in a few moments a dark cloud again displaced that gleam of happiness. "Enthusiastic visionary that I am," he murmured to himself, "I construe common politeness into a ground of hope. I fancy that every bird I see, however ill-omened, is a dove of promise, with an olive branch in its mouth. Alas, mine is a luckless fate, and God alone can tell what strange destinies yet await me." He rose from his chair and walked to the window. The rain, which had poured down in torrents all morning, had ceased, and the afternoon was fine and unusually warm for the early part of January. He glanced towards the hill whereupon 2 trees stood, and thought of his brother, that much-loved brother of whose fate he was kept so cruelly ignorant. While he was standing at the window, buried in profound thought, and with his eyes fixed upon the hill, he heard a light step near him, and in a moment Ellen Munro was by his side. "Do I intrude, Richard?" she exclaimed. "I knocked twice at the door, and not receiving any reply, I imagined that there was no one here. I came to change a book, but you are thoughtful and depressed." "I was meditating upon a topic which to me is always fraught with distressing ideas," answered Markham. "I was thinking of my brother." "Your brother!" ejaculated Ellen, and her countenance became ashy pale. "Yes," continued Richard, not observing her emotion. "I would rather know the worst, if misfortunes have really overtaken him, than remain in this painful state of suspense. If he be prosperous, why would he stay away? If poor, why does he not seek consolation with me?" "Perhaps," said Ellen hesitantly, "perhaps he is, in reality, much better off than anyone who feels interested in him." "Heaven knows," ejaculated Markham. "But are now you observed that I was melancholy and dispirited, and I have told you wherefore. Ellen, I must make the same charge against you." "Against me?" cried the young lady with a start, while at the same time a deep blush suffused her cheeks. "Yes, against you," continued Richard, now glancing towards her. "You may think that I am joking, but I never was more serious in my life. For the few days that you have been in this house, you have been subject to intervals of profound depression." "I?" repeated Ellen, the hue of her blushes becoming more intensely crimson as her glances sank confusedly beneath those of Markham. "Alas, Ellen," answered Richard, "I have myself been too deeply initiated in the mysteries of adversity and sorrow. I have drunk too deeply of the cup of affliction. I have experienced too much bitter, bitter anguish not to be able to detect the presence of unhappiness in others. And by many signs, Ellen, I have discovered that you are unhappy. I speak to you as a friend. I do not wish to penetrate into your secrets. But if there be anything in which I can aid you, if there be aught within my poor services or my counsels may be rendered available, speak, command me." "Oh, Richard," cried Ellen, tears starting into her eyes, "how kind, how generous of you to think of me, you who have already done so much for my father and myself. Were you not the companion of my childhood, Ellen, and should I not be you as a brother and you to me as a sister? Let me be your brother, then, and tell me how I can alleviate the weight of that unhappiness which is crushing your young heart." "A brother?" exclaimed Ellen most wildly. "Yes, you shall. You must be a brother to me, and I will be your sister. Ah, there is consolation in that idea." Then, after a moment's pause, she added, "But the time is not yet come when I as a sister shall appeal to you as a brother for that aid which a brother alone can give, and until then, ask me no more, speak to me no farther upon the subject, I implore you." Ellen pressed Richard's hand convulsively, and then hurried from the room. Markham had scarcely recovered from the astonishment into which these last words had thrown him, words which, coming from the lips of a young and beautiful girl, were fraught with additional mystery and interest, when Whittingham entered the library. "A young lad, Master Richard," said the old butler, "has called about the situation which is vacated in our household. I took the precaution of leaving word yesterday with the people at a public of most dubitable respectability called the Servants' Arms, where I call now and then when I go into town, and it appears that this young lad, having called in there quite perspicuously this morning, heard of the place." "Let him step in, Whittingham," said Markham. "I will speak to him, although, to tell you the truth, I do not admire a public-house recommendation." Whittingham made no reply, but opening the door, exclaimed, "Step in here, young man, step in here." And Henry Holford stood in the presence of Richard Markham. Whittingham retired. "I believe you are in want of a young lad, sir," said Holford, "to assist in the house." "I am," answered Markham. "Have you ever served in that capacity before?" "No, sir. If you would take me and give me a trial, I should feel very much obliged. I have neither father or mother, and am totally dependent upon my own exertions." These words were quite sufficient to command the attention and sympathy of the generous-hearted Richard. The lad was moreover of superior manners, and well spoken, and there was something in his appeal to Markham which was very touching. "What have you been before, my good lad?" "To tell you the truth, sir," was the reply, "I have been a simple pot-boy in a public-house." "And of course the landlord will give you a character?" "Yes, for honesty and industry, sir, but—" "But what?" "I do not think it is of any use to apply to the landlord for a character, because—" "Because what?" demanded Markham, seeing the young man again hesitated. "If you can have a character for honesty and industry, you need not be afraid of anything else that could be said of you." "The truth is, sir," answered Holford, "I absented myself without leave, and remained away for 2 or 3 days. Then, when I returned this morning at a very early hour, I refused to give an account of my proceedings. That is the whole truth, sir, and if you would only give me a trial—" "There is something very straightforward and ingenuous about you," said Markham. "Perhaps you would have no objection to tell me how you were occupied during your absence?" "That, sir, is impossible. But I declare most solemnly that I did nothing for which I can reproach myself, unless," added Holford, "it was in leading a couple of villains to believe that I would do a certain thing which I never once intended to do." "Really, your answers are so strange," cried Richard, "that I know not what to say to you. It, however, appears from your last observation that 2 villains tempted you to do something wrong, that you led them to believe you would fall into their plans, and that you never meant to fulfill your promise." "It is all perfectly true, sir. They proposed a certain scheme in which I was to be an agent. I accepted the office they assigned to me, because it suited my disposition, and promised to gratify my curiosity in a way where it was deeply interested." "And how did you explain your conduct to the 2 men whom you speak of?" inquired Richard, not knowing what to think of the young lad, but half inclining to believe that his brain was affected. "I invented certain excuses, sir," was Holford's reply, "which completely dampened their ardour in the matter alluded to. And now, sir, will you give me a trial? I feel convinced you will, and I not thought so from the very beginning. I should not have spoken so freely as I have done." "I am disposed to assist you. I am desirous to meet your wishes," said Markham. "Still, your representations are rather calculated to awaken fears than clear up doubts concerning you." "What guarantee can you offer that you will never see those 2 villains again? What security?" "Sir," said Holford, Your own manner is so frank and kind, so very condescending, indeed, to a poor lad like me, that I would not deceive you for the world. I had promised to meet those two men tonight for the last time." "To meet them again?" "Yes, sir, to receive the reward promised for the service which I undertook." "Ah, young man," cried Markham, "this is most imprudent, if not actually criminal. And where was this precious interview to take place?" "At the Dark House, sir." "The Dark House!" ejaculated Markham. "What, a low tavern in Brick Lane, Spitalfields?" "The same, sir." "And the names of the two men?" demanded Richard hastily. "Their right names and those by which they are commonly known amongst their own set are very different," said Holford. "How are they known? What are they called in their own infamous sphere?" cried Markham, his impatience amounting almost to a fever. "Speak!" "I do not know whether I shall be doing right," said Holford hesitantly. "Perhaps I have already told you too much." "Speak, I say!" cried Richard, taking Holford by the collar of his jacket. "Speak! You do not know, you cannot guess, how necessary it is for me to have my present suspicions cleared up. Speak! I swear no harm shall happen to you. On the contrary, I will reward you, if it should turn out as I suppose. Once more, who are these villains?" "They are called—" "What? Speak, speak!" "The Resurrection Man." "Ah, and the Cracksman. Then I am right. My suspicions are confirmed," ejaculated Markham, relinquishing his hold upon Holford's jacket, and throwing himself upon a chair. "Sit down, my good lad, sit down. You and I have not done with each other yet." The young man appeared alarmed by Richard's exclamations and manners, and seemed undecided whether to remain where he was or attempt to escape. Richard divined what was passing in the lad's bosom, and hastened to reassure him. "Sit down and fear nothing. I swear most solemnly that no harm shall happen to you, be you who or what you may, for I cannot suppose that you are a participator in the crimes of these miscreants." "You would not have come to me to tell me all this?" "Oh, no, Providence has sent you hither this day." Holford took a seat, wondering how this extraordinary scene was to terminate. "Are you aware of the pursuits of those two men whom you have named? I mean the full extent of the atrocity of their pursuits?" demanded Richard, after a few moments' pause. "I know that they are body snatchers and burglars, sir," answered Holford. "Indeed, it was a burglary of which they would have me be the instrument. But, oh, sir, believe me, I am incapable of such a crime, and the representations I have made to them have induced them to abandon all idea of it." "And you are not aware, then," continued Richard, "and they are more than body snatchers and burglars?" "More, sir?" repeated Holford, in a tone of unfeigned surprise. "Oh, no, sir. How can they be more than that?" "They are more, far more," rejoined Markham with a shudder. "They are murderers." "Murderers!" ejaculated Holford, starting from his chair with the mingled emotions of horror and alarm. "Yes, murderers of the most diabolical and cold-blooded description," said Markham. "But it is too long a tale to tell you now. Let it suffice for you to know that I was myself upon the point of becoming a victim to that most infernal of miscreants, the Resurrection Man, and I should conceive that the other whom you named is in all aspects as bad as he." "Murderers!" repeated Holford, his mental eyes fixed by a horrible and snake-like fascination upon the fearful idea now suddenly engendered in his imagination. "Murderers!" echoed Markham solemnly. "And through you they must be surrendered up justice." "Through me?" cried Holford. "Yes, through you. If you be really imbued with such honourable feelings as you ere now professed, you will not hesitate for one moment in discharging this duty towards society." "But it would be an odious act of treachery on my part," said Holford, "let the men be what they may." "If you manifest such a reluctance to rid the metropolis of two murderers," cried Markham angrily, "I shall conceive that you are more intimately connected with them than you choose to admit. But if you imagine that these villains are more innocent than I describe them, if you fancy that some motive prompts me to exaggerate their infamy, I will tell you that no language can enhance their guilt, no vengeance be too severe. Have you not heard that men have disappeared in a most strange and mysterious manner within the last year, at the eastern end of the metropolis? Disappeared without leaving a trace behind them? Men who were not in the situation which hurries the despairing wretch on to suicide? You must have heard of this. If not, learn the dismal fact now from my lips. But the assassins, the dark and secret assassins of these numerous victims, are the wretches whom we shall this night lodge in the grasp of justice." "As you will, sir," said Holford, awe-inspired by the solemnity of Markham's voice and the impressiveness of his manner. "I was to meet them at the Dark House at 9 o'clock. Do you take measures to secure them." "Most assuredly I will," returned Markham emphatically. "And when I think of all that you have told me, my good lad," continued Richard, "I am inclined to believe that you yourself would have been a victim to those wretches." "Me!" exclaimed Holford, horror-struck at the mere idea. "Yes, such is now my conviction. They made an appointment with you at the Dark House to give you a sum of money, you say?" "Yes, sir." "Foolish boy! Do such men pay their agents or accomplices who fail to fulfill their designs or who deceive them? Do such men part with their money so readily, that money which they encounter so many perils to obtain? And that Dark House, the place of your appointment, that Dark House is in the immediate neighbourhood of the headquarters of their crimes. Yes, there cannot be a doubt you also were to be a victim." "My God, what a fearful danger have I incurred!" ejaculated Holford, shuddering from head to foot, as Markham thus addressed him. Then, when he called to mind the ferocity with which the cracksman menaced him with his knife, and the coaxing manner in which the Resurrection Man had engaged him to form the appointment for the evening, he felt convinced that the dread suspicion was a correct one. "You say that the hour of meeting is fixed for 9?" cried Markham, after a few minutes' reflection. "Yes, sir. And now let me thank you with the most unfeigned sincerity for having thus saved me from a dreadful death. Your kindness and condescension have led to a lengthy conversation between us. An accident has made me reveal to you those particulars which have led you to form the conclusion relative to the fate destined for myself. You must not imagine for a moment that I would league with such villains in any of their diabolical plans. No, sir, I would sooner be led forth to the place of execution this minute. Although I consented to do their bidding in one respect, I repeat that I had mine own curiosity to gratify, that is, my own inclinations to serve. But when they wished to make me their instrument and tool in forwarding their unholy motives, I shrank back in dismay. Oh, yes, sir, now I comprehend the entire infamy of those men's characters. I see what a fearful abyss I have escaped." There was again something so sincere and so natural in the manner and emphasis of this young lad, that Markham surveyed him with sentiments of mingled interest and surprise. Then all the thoughts of our hero were directed towards the one grand object he had in view, that of delivering a horde of ruffians ever to justice. "The gang may be more numerous than I imagined," said Markham. "Indeed, I know that there are a third man, and a hideous woman connected with those two assassins, whom you have already named. It will therefore be advisable to lay such a trap that will lead to the capture of them all." "Oh, by all means, sir," exclaimed Holford enthusiastically. "I do not wish to show them any mercy now." "We have no time to lose. It is now 4 o'clock," said Markham, "and we must arrange the plan of proceeding with the police. You will accompany me on this enterprise." "Mr. Markham," returned Holford respectfully but firmly, "I have no objection to aid you in any shape or way in capturing these miscreants and rooting out their headquarters. But I must beg of you not to place me in a position where I shall be questioned how I came to make this appointment for tonight with those two wretches. It would compel me to make a revelation of the manner in which I employed my time during the last few days, and that, for certain reasons, I could not do." Markham appeared to reflect profoundly. "I do not see how your presence can be dispensed with," he observed, at the expiration of some minutes. "In order to discover the exact spot where the murderers dwell, it will be advisable for you to allow yourself to be inveigled thither, and myself and the police would be close behind you." "Oh, never, never, sir," cried Holford, turning deadly pale. "Were you to miss us only for a moment, or were you to force an entrance a single instant too late, my life would be sacrificed to those wretches." "True, true," said Markham. "It would be too great a risk in a dark night in narrow streets, and with such desperadoes as those. No, I must devise some other means to detect the din of this vile gang. But first of all I must communicate with the police. You can remain here until my return. Tomorrow inquiry will be made relative to your honesty and industry, and those points satisfactorily ascertained, I will take you into my service, without asking any farther questions." Holford expressed his gratitude for this kindness on the part of Markham, and was then handed over to the care of Whittingham. Having partaken of some hasty refreshment, and armed himself with a brace of pistols in preparation for his enterprise, Richard proceeded with all possible speed into London. End of chapter 64. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 65 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 65. The parlour of the dark house was as usual filled with a very tolerable sprinkle of queer-looking customers. One would have thought, to look at their beards, that there was not a barber in the whole district of the Tower Hamlets, and yet it appears to be a social peculiarity that the lower the neighbourhood, the more numerous the shaving shops. Amongst the very rich classes, nobles and gentlemen are shaved by their valets. The males of the middle grade shave themselves, and the men of the lower orders are shaved at barber shops. Hence the immense number of party-coloured poles projecting over the pavement of miserable and dirty streets, and the total absence of those signs in wealthy districts. The guests in the dark house parlour formed about as pleasant an assemblage of scamps as one could wish to behold. The establishment was a notorious resort for thieves and persons of the worst character, and no one who frequented it thought it worth while to shroud his real occupation beneath an air of false modesty. The conversation in the parlour, therefore, usually turned upon the tricks and exploits of the thieves frequenting the place, and many entertaining autobiographical sketches were in this way delivered. Women often constituted a portion of the company in the parlour, and they were invariably the most noisy and quarrelsome of all the guests. Whenever the landlord was compelled to call in the police to have a clearance of the house, a proceeding to which he only had recourse when his guests were drunk and penniless, and demanded supplies of liquor upon credit, a woman was sure to be at the bottom of the row, and a virago of Spitalfields would think no more of smashing every window in the house, or dashing out the landlord's brains with one of his own pewter pots, than tossing off a tumbler of raw gin without winking. On the evening of which we are writing, there were several women in the parlour of the dark house. These horrible females were the blow-bins of the thieves frequently in the house, and the principal means of disposing of the property stolen by their paramours. They usually ended by betraying their lovers to the police in fits of jealousy, and yet, by some strange infatuation on the part of those lawless men, the women who acted in this way speedily obtained fresh husbands upon the Morganic system. For the most part, these females were disfigured by intemperance, and their conversation is far more revolting than that of the males. Oh, there is no barbarism in the whole world so truly horrible and ferocious, so obscene and shameless, as that which is found in the poor districts of London. Alas, what a wretched mockery it is to hold grand meetings in Exeter Hall, and proclaim, with all due pomp and ceremony, how many savages in the far-off islands of the globe have been converted to Christianity, when here at home, under our very eyes, even London itself swarms with infidels of a more dangerous character. How detestable it is for philanthropy to be exercised in clothing negroes or red men thousands of miles distant, while our own poor are cold and naked at our very doors. How monstrously absurd to erect 12 new churches in Bethnal Green, and withhold the education that would alone enable the poor to appreciate the doctrines enunciated from the dozen of freshly built pulpits. But to return to the parlour of the dark house, in one corner sat the Resurrection Man and the Cracksman, each with a smoking glass of gin and water before him. They mingled but little in the conversation, contenting themselves with laughing and approval at anything good that fell upon their ears, and listening to the discourse that took place around them. "Now come, tell us, Joe," said a woman with eyes like saucers, hair like a bundle of tow, and teeth like dominoes, and addressing herself to a man who was dressed like a coal-heaver. "Tell us, Joe, how you come to be a prig." "Ah, do, Joe, they're a good fellow," echoed a dozen voices, male and female. "Lor, it's simple enough," cried the man thus appealed to. "Every poor devil must become a thief in time." "That's what you say, Tony," whispered the Cracksman to the Resurrection Man. "Of course he must," continued the coal-heaver, "more particular than as follows my old trade. For though I've got on the togs of a whipper, I ain't one no longer. The dress is convenient, that's all." "The blue bottles don't twig, eh?" cried the woman with the domino teeth. "That's it. But you asked me how I come to be a prig. I'll tell you. My father was a coal whipper, and had 3 sons. He brought us all up to be coal whippers also. My eldest brother was drowned in the pool one night when he was drunk, after only drinking about 2 pots of the publican's beer. My other brother died of hunger in Coldbath Fields Prison, where he was sent there 3 months for taking home a bit of coal one night to his family, when he couldn't get his wages paid him by the publicans that hired the gang in which he worked. My father died when he was 40, and any one to have seen him would have fancied he was 65 at least, so broke down was he with hard work and drinking. But no coal whipper lives to an old age. They all die off at 40, old men in the very prime of life. And why's that? Demanded the large-toothed lady. Why not? Repeated the man. Because a coal whipper isn't a human being, or if he isn't treated as such, and so I've always thought he must be different from the rest of the world. How isn't he treated like anyone else? In the first place, he doesn't get paid for his labor in a proper way. Wapping swarms with low public houses, the landlords of which act as middlemen between the owners of the colliers and the men that are hired to unload 'em. A coal whipper ain't got employment direct from the captain of the collier. The working of the collier is farmed by them landlords I speak of, and the whipper must apply at their houses. Those whippers as drinks the most always gets employment first, and whether a whipper chooses to drink beer or not is always sent there 3 times a day on board the colliers for the gangs. And my eye, what stuff it is! Often and often we have throwed it away, 'cause we couldn't possibly drink it, and must be queer liquor that a coal whipper won't drink. I should think so too, but go on. Well, I used to earn from 15 to 18 shillings a week, and out of that 8 was always stopped for the beer. And if I didn't spend another 2 on Saturday night when I received the balance, the landlord set me down as a stingy fellow and put a cross agin my name in his book. What was that for? Why, not to give me any more work till he was either forced to due to want of hands, or I made it up with him by standing a crown bowl of punch. So what with one thing and another, I had to keep myself, my wife, and 3 children on about 7 or 8 shillings a week, after working from light to dark. And now your wife and children is better purited for, said the woman with the huge teeth. Yes, indeed, in the workus, answered the man sharply. So now you see what a coal whipper's life is. He can't be a sober man, if he wishes to, because he must pay for a certain quantity of beer, and so of course he won't throw it away unless it's so bad he can't keep it on his stomach. And was that often the case? Often and often. Well, he can't be a saving man, because he had no chance of getting his wages under his own management. He is the publican's slave, the publican's tool and instrument. Negro slavery is nothing to it. No tyranny is equal to the tyranny of them publicans. And why isn't the plan altered? Ah, why? Who do the owners of the colliers or the people that the cargo's consigned to care about the poor devils that unload? The publicans takes the unloading on contract and employs the whippers in such a way to get an enormous profit. Talk of appealing to the owners. What do they care? There has been meetings got up to change the system, and what's the consequence? Why, them whippers as attended them became marked men, never got no more employment, and drowned themselves in despair, or turned prigs like me. Ah, that's better than suicide. Well, I don't know now. But them meetings as I was a-speaking of got up deputations to the court of Ataman, and the matter was referred to the Coal and Corn Committee, and there was, as usual, a great talk, and no thing done. Then an application was made to some minister, I don't know which, and he sent back a letter with a seal as big as a crown piece, just to say that he'd received the application and would give it his earliest attention. Some time passed away, and no notice ever was taken of it in that quarter, and so I suppose the minister's earliest attention meant 10 or dozen years. What a shame to treat people so. It's only the poor that's treated so, and now I think I've said enough to show why I turned prig. Like a many more whippers from the port of London, there isn't a more degraded, oppressed, and brutalized set of men in the world than the whippers. They are born with examples of drunken fathers afore their eyes, and drunken fathers makes drunken mothers, and drunken parents makes sons turn out thieves, and daughters prostitutes, and that the existence of the coal whippers of Wapping. It ain't their fault. They have an education and self-command to refuse the drink that's forced upon them, and that they must pay for, and their sons and daughters shouldn't be blamed for turning out bad. How can they help it? And yet one reads in the papers that the upper class is always a-crying about the dreadful immorality of the poor. the laws, you see, Tony," whispered the cracksman to his companion. "Of course," answered the Resurrection Man. "Here we are in this room, upwards of 20 thieves and prostitutes. I'll be bound to say that the laws of the state of society made 18 of them what they are." "Nobody knows the miseries of a coal-whipper's life," continued the orator of the evening, "but him that's been in hisself. He's always dirty, always lurking about public houses when not at work, always ready to drink, always in debt, and always dissatisfied with his own way of living, which isn't, however, his fault. There's no hope for coal-whippers or their families. The sons that don't turn out thieves must lead the same terrible life of cart-horse labor and constant drinking, with the certainty of dying old men at 40, and the daughters that don't turn out prostitutes marry whippers, and draw down upon their heads all the horrors and sorrows of the life I have been describing." "Well, I never knowed all this before." "No, and there's a deal of misery of each kind in London that isn't known to them as dwells on the other kinds of wretchedness. And if these things gets represented in Parliament, the cry is, 'Oh, the people's always complaining, they're never satisfied.'" "Well, you speak of each person knowing his own species of misery and being ignorant of the nature of the misery next door," said the young and somewhat prepossessing woman, but upon whose face intemperance and licentiousness had made sad havoc. "All I can say is that people see girls like us laughing and joking always in public, but they little know how we weep and moan in private." "Drink gin, then, as I do," cried the woman with the large teeth. "Ah, you know well enough," continued the young female who had previously spoken, "that we do drink a great deal too much of that. My father used to sell jiggered gin in George Yard, Whitecastle." "And what the devil is jiggered gin?" demanded one of the male guests. "It is made from molasses, beer, and vitriol. Lor, everyone knows what jiggered gin is. 3 wine glasses of it will make the strongest man mad drunk. I'll tell you one thing," continued the young woman, "which you do not seem to know, that is, that the very, very poor people who are driven almost to despair and suicide by their sorrows are glad to drink this jiggered gin, which is all they can afford. For 3 halfpence they may have enough to send them raving, and then what do they think or care about their miseries?" "Ah, very true," said the coal-whipper. "I've heard this before." "Well, my father sold that horrid stuff," resumed the young woman, "and though he was constantly getting into trouble for it, he didn't mind, but the moment he came out of prison he took to his old trade again. I was his only child, and my mother died when I was about 9 years old. She was always drunk with the jiggered gin, and one day she fell into the fire and was burnt to death. I had no one then who cared a thing for me, but used to run about in the streets with all the boys in the neighbourhood. My father took in lodgers, 16 or 17 of us, boys and girls, all huddled together, used to sleep in one room not near so big as this. There was 15 lodging houses of the same kind in George Yard at that time, and it was supposed to be about 275 persons used to sleep in those houses every night, male and female lodgers all pigging together. Every sheet, blanket, and bolster in my father's house was marked with 'Stop Thief' in large letters. Well, at 11 years old I went upon the town, and if I didn't bring home so much money every Saturday night to my father, I used to be well thrashed with a rope's end on my bare back." "Serve you right, too, a pretty girl like you." "Ah, you may joke about it, but it was no joke to me. I would gladly have done anything in an honest way to get my livelihood." "Like me when I was young," whispered the Resurrection Man to his companion. "Exactly. Let's hear what the gal has to say for herself," resumed the cracksman. "The lush has made her sentimental. She'll soon be crying drunk." "But I was doomed, it seemed," continued the young woman, "to live in this horrible manner. When I was 13 or 14 my father died, and I was then left to shift for myself. I moved down into Wapping, and frequented the long rooms belonging to the public houses there. I was then pretty well off, because the sailors that went to these places always had plenty of money, and was very generous. But I was one night suspected of hocussing and robbing a sailor, and though, if I was on my deathbed, I could swear I never had a hand in the affair at all, I was so blown upon that I was forced to shift my quarters. So I went to a dress house in Ada Street, Hackney Road. All the remuneration I received there was board and lodging, and I was actually a slave to the old woman that kept it. I was forced to walk the streets at night with a little girl following me to see that I did not run away, and all the money I received I was forced to give up to the old woman. While I was there, several other girls were turned out of doors and left to die in ditches or on dunghills because they were no longer serviceable. All this frightened me, and then I was so ill-used and more than half-starved, I was forced to turn out in all weathers, wet or dry, hot or cold, well or ill. Sometimes I have hardly been able to drag myself out of bed with sickness and fatigue, but no matter, out I must go. The rain perhaps pouring in torrents, or the roads knee-deep in snow, and nothing but a thin cotton gown to wear. Winter and summer, always flaunting dresses, yellow, green, and red, wet or dry, always silk stockings and thin shoes. Cold or warm, always short skirts and low body, with strict orders not to fasten the miserable scanty shawl over the bosom. And then the little girl that followed me about was a spy, with wits as sharp as needles. Impossible to deceive her. At length I grew completely tired of this kind of life, and so I gave the little spy the slip one fine evening. I was then 16, and I came back to this neighborhood. But one day I met the old woman who kept the dress-house, and she gave me in charge for stealing wearing apparel, the clothes I had on my back when I ran away from her. Always the police, the police, the police, when the poor and miserable are concerned, whispered the Resurrection Man to the cracksman. But did the inspector take the charge? Demanded the coal heaver. He not only took the charge, answered the unfortunate girl, but the magistrate next morning committed me for trial, although I proved to him that the clothes were bought with the wages of my own prostitution. Well, I was tried at the Central Criminal Court. And of course acquitted? No, found guilty. What, by an English jury? I can show you the newspaper. I have kept the report of the trial ever since. Then, by God, things are 1,000 times worse than I thought they was, ejaculated the coal-whipper, striking his clenched fist violently upon the table at which he was seated. But the jury recommended me to mercy, continued the unfortunate young woman, and so the recorder only sentenced me to 21 days' imprisonment. His lordship also read me a long lecture about the errors of my ways, and advised me to enter upon a new course of life. But he did not offer to give me a character, nor did he tell me how I was to obtain honest employment without one. That's the way with them beaks, cried one of the male inmates of the parlour. They can talk for an hour, but supposing you said to the recorder, "My lord, will your wife take me into her service as a scullery girl?" he would have stared in astonishment at your impertinence. When I got out of prison, resumed the girl, who was thus sketching the adventures of her wretched life, I went into Great Titchfield Street. My new abode was a dress-house kept by French people. Every year the husband went over to France and returned with a famous supply of French girls, and in the meantime his wife decoyed young English women up from the country under pretence of obtaining situations as nursery governess and ladies' maids for them. Many of these poor creatures were the daughters of clergymen and half-pay officers in the Marines. The moment a new supply was obtained by these means, circulars was sent around to all persons that was in the habit of using the house. Different sums from 20 to 100 pounds. Ah, I understand, said the coal-whipper. But did you ever hear say how many unfortunate girls there was in London? 80,000. From Titchfield Street I went into the Almery, Westminster. The houses there are all occupied by fences, prigs, and gals of the town. And the parsons of Westminster Abbey, who is the landlords of the houses, does no think to put 'em down, said the coal-whipper. Not a bit, echoed the young girl with a laugh. We had capital fun in the house where I lived. Dog fighting, badger biting, and drinking all day long. The police never visits the Almany. Of course not, 'cause it's the property of the parsons. They wouldn't be so rude. This coarse jest was received with a shout of laughter, and the health of the Dean and Chapter of Westminster was drunk amongst uproarious applause by the thieves and loose women assembled in the dark house parlour. The causes which produce prostitution are as follows. Natural causes: lecherous of inclination, irritability of temper, pride and love of dress, dishonesty and desire of property, indolence. Accidental causes: seduction, inconsiderate and ill-sorted marriages, inadequate remuneration for female work, want of employment, intemperance, poverty, want of proper looking after their servants on the part of masters and mistresses, ignorance, bad example of parents, harsh and unkind treatment by parents and other relations, attendance on evening dancing schools and dancing parties, theatre-going, the publication of improper works and obscene prints, the continence and reward given to vice, the small encouragement given to virtue. The proportions amongst those females who have derided from the path of virtue may be quoted as follows: 1/4 from being servants in taverns and public houses, where they have been seduced by men frequenting these places of dissipation and temptation. 1/4 from the intermixture of sexes in factories and those employed in workhouses and shops, etc. 1/4 by procuresses or females who visit country towns, markets, and places of worship for the purpose of decoying good-looking girls of all classes. 1/4 may be divided into 4 classes, such as being indolent or possessing bad tempers, leaving their situations, those who are driven to that awful course by young men making false promises, children who have been urged by their mothers to become prostitutes for a livelihood, daughters of clergymen, half-pay officers, etc., who are left portionless orphans. "Well, go on, my dear," said the coal-whipper, when order was somewhat restored. "I never was in a sentimental humor before tonight, not for many, many years," resumed the young woman, "and I don't know what's making me talk as I am now." "'Cause you haven't had enough gin, my dear," interrupted a coarse-looking fellow, winking to his companions. Scarcely was the laughter promoted by this sally beginning to subside, when a short, thick-set, middle-aged man, enveloped in a huge great-coat, with most capacious pockets at the sides, entered the parlour, took his seat near the door, and called for a glass of hot gin and water. End of chapter 65. Recording by Judy Guinan. Chapter 66 of The Mysteries of London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Mysteries of London by George Reynolds. Chapter 66. The reader at all acquainted with German literature may probably remember some of those old tales of demonology and witchcraft in which assemblies of jovial revellers are frequently dismayed and overawed by the sudden entrance of some mysterious stranger, perhaps a knight in black armour with his visor closed, or a monk with his cowl drawn over his countenance. If the recollection of such an episode in the sphere of romance recur to the reader's mind, he will have no difficulty in comprehending as when we state that the presence of the short, thick-set, middle-aged stranger caused an immediate damp to fall upon the spirits of the company in the dark house parlour. The stranger seemed to take no notice of anyone present, but drank his grog, lighted his cigar, and settled himself in his seat, apparently with the view of making himself very comfortable. Still, there was something sinister and mysterious about this man, which did not exactly please the other inmates of the room. And as we cannot suppose that the consciences of these persons were over pure, the least appearance of ambiguity to them was an instantaneous omen of danger. Like the dog that scents the corpse of the murdered victim even when buried deep in the earth, those wretches possessed an instinct marvellously sensitive and acute in perceiving the approach or presence of peril. And yet, to a common beholder, there was nothing very remarkable about that stranger. He was a plain-looking, quiet, shabbily dressed person, and one who seemed anxious to smoke his cigar in peace, and neither speak nor be spoken to. Good reader, it was the reserve of this man, his staid and serious demeanour, his tranquil countenance, and his exclusive manner altogether that created the unpleasant impression we have described. Had he entered the room with a swagger, banged the door behind him, sworn at the waiter, or nodded to one single individual present, he would have produced no embarrassing sensation whatever. But he was unknown. What, then, could he do there, where all were well known to each other? However, he continued to smoke, with his eyes intently fixed upon the bluish wreaths that ascended slowly and fantastically from the end of his cigar, and for 5 minutes after his entrance not a word was spoken. At length the coal-whipper broke silence. "Well, my dear," he said, addressing himself to the unfortunate girl who had already narrated a portion of her adventures, "you haven't done your story yet." "Oh, I do not feel in the humour to go on with it tonight," she exclaimed, glancing uneasily toward the stranger. "Indeed, I recollect I have an appointment close by." She hesitated, then, apparently mustering up her courage, cried "Good night, all," and left the room. "Who the dunce is that feller, Tony?" demanded the cracksman in a whisper of his companion. "I can't say I like his appearance at all." "Oh, nonsense," answered the Resurrection Man. "He is some quiet chap that doesn't like to smoke and talk at the same time." "But don't it seem as how he'd throw a damp on the whole party?" continued the cracksman in the same subdued tone. "Do you take me for a child that's frightened at a shadow?" said the Resurrection Man savagely. "I suppose you're afraid that this young Holford will play us false. Why, what could he do to us? Anything he revealed would only implicate himself. He knows nothing about our games up by the birdcage walk there." "I forgot that. No more he doesn't," cried the cracksman. "There a nobody can do us any harm that I know on." "One and one only," answered the Resurrection Man, sinking his already subdued tone to the lowest possible whisper. "One only, I say, it can injure us, and he will not dare to do it." "Who the devil do you mean?" demanded the cracksman. "I mean the only man that ever escaped out of the crib up by the walk after he'd received a blow from my stick," answered the Resurrection Man. "You don't mean to say, Tony," whispered the cracksman, his countenance giving the most unequivocal signs of alarm, "that there's a breathing soul which ever went in the door of that crib, an intended victim, and come out alive again?" "Never do you mind now. We shall make all the people stare at us if we go on whispering in this way. Supposing anyone did mean to nose upon its haven't we got our bankers in our pocket?" "Ah, Tony," said the cracksman, in whose mind these words of his companion seemed to rouse a sudden and most disagreeable idea, "talking about nosing makes us remember some of what was told a few days ago at Rat's Castle in the Rookery." "And what was that?" asked the Resurrection Man, surveying his friend with his serpent-like eyes in a manner that made him actually quail beneath his glance. "What was it?" repeated the cracksman, who appeared to hesitate whether he should proceed or not. "Why, I heard a magsman say that you nosed upon poor Crankney Jim, and that was the reason he got lagged and you was acquitted 3 year ago at Old Bailey." "And what did you say to that?" demanded the Resurrection Man, looking from beneath his bushy brows at the cracksman, as the ghoul in Eastern mythology may be supposed to gaze on the countenance of him who he marks for his victim. "What did I say?" answered the cracksman in a hoarse whisper. "Why, I knocked the fellow down, to be sure." "And you did what you ought to do, and what I should have done if any had told me that of you," said the Resurrection Man, in a tone of the most perfect composure. While this conversation took place, hurriedly and in whispers, the mysterious stranger continued to smoke his cigar without once glancing around him, and the other inmates of the dark house parlour, recovering a little from their panic at the entrance of that individual, made a faint attempt to renew the discourse. But although the eyes of the stranger were apparently occupied in watching the wreaths of smoke as they curled upwards to the ceiling, they were in reality intent upon the parlour window, the lower part of which alone was darkened by the sliding shutter that lifted up and down. There was a bright lamp over the front door of the public house, and thus the heads of all the passengers in the street might be described, as they passed the window, by the inmates of the parlour. "I say, Ben," exclaimed one reveller to another, "have you heard that they're going to lay out a park by Boner's Road and Hackney Wick?" "Yes, the Victoria Park," was the reply. "Only fancy giving them poor devils of Spitalfields weavers a park to walk in instead of filling their bellies, but I suppose they'll make a precious deep pond in it." "What for?" demanded the first speaker. "Why, for the poor creatures to drown theirselves in, to be sure." At this moment the countenance of a man in the street peered for a single instant over the shutter, and was then immediately withdrawn, but not before a significant glance had been exchanged with the stranger sitting in the neighbourhood of the door. All this, however, remained entirely unnoticed by the male and female revellers in the parlour. "Well, it's gone 9," whispered the cracksman to his companion, "and this fellow Holford don't come. It's my opinion he ain't a-going to." "We'll give him a half-hour's grace," returned the Resurrection Man. "The young fool is hard up, and won't let the hope of 5 coulters slip through his brain quite so easily." "Half an hour's grace, as you say, Tony," whispered the cracksman, "and then if he don't come, we'll be off, eh?" "Oh, just as you like," growled the Resurrection Man. "You seem quite chicken-hearted tonight, Tom." "I don't know how it is," answered the cracksman, "but I've got a presentiment, as they calls it, of evil. The sight of that there feller there," and he nodded towards the stranger. "Humbug!" interrupted the Resurrection Man. You haven't had grog enough, that's it." He accordingly ordered the waiter to supply fresh tumblers of hot liquor, and the next half hour slipped away rapidly enough, but no Henry Holford made his appearance. At 9:45 the two villains rose, and having settled their score, departed. Scarcely had the parlour door closed behind them, when the short, thick-set stranger also retreated precipitately from the room. Disappointed and in an ill humour, the Resurrection Man and the cracksman hurried away from the dark house towards the den situated in the immediate vicinity of the birdcage walk. The streets were ankle-deep in mud, a thin mizzling rain was falling, and neither moon nor stars appeared upon the dark and murky field of heaven. The two men walked one a little in advance of the other until they reached the top of Brick Lane, where they separated for the purpose of proceeding by different routes toward the same point, a precaution they invariably adopted after quitting any public house in each other's company. But so well were the arrangements of the police concocted, that while the Resurrection Man continued his way along Tyson Street, and the cracksman turned to the right in Church Street until he reached Samuel Street, up which he proceeded, an active officer followed each, while in the neighbourhood of Virginia Street and the Birdcage Walk, numerous policemen were concealed in dark alleys, lone courts, and obscure nooks, ready to hasten to any point whence the spring of rattles might presently emanate. Also concealed in a convenient hiding-place and anxiously awaiting the result of the various combinations effected to discover the den of murderers, Richard Markham was prepared to aid in the operations of the night. Meantime, the Resurrection Man pursued one route and the cracksman another, both converging towards the same point, but neither individual suspected that danger was on every side. They advanced as confidently as the flies that work their way amidst the tangled web of the spider. At length the Resurrection Man reached his house, and almost at the same moment the other ruffian arrived at the door. "All right, Tom." "All right, Tony." And the Resurrection Man opened the door, he simply pressing his foot forcibly against it in a peculiar manner. He entered the passage, followed by the cracksman, which later individual turned to close the door, when it was burst wide open and a half-dozen policemen rushed into the house. "Damnation!" cried the Resurrection Man. "We are sold!" And darting down the passage, he rushed into the little back room, the door of which he succeeded in closing and fastening against the officers. But the cracksman had fallen into the hands of the police and was immediately secured. Rattles were sprung, and the sudden and unexpected din, breaking upon the solemn silence of the place and hour, startled the poor and the guilty in their wretched abodes. "Break open the door there," cried the sergeant who commanded the police, and who was no other than the mysterious stranger of the dark house parlour. "Break open that door, and two of you run upstairs this moment." As he spoke, a strong light shone from the top of the staircase. The officers cast their eyes in that direction, and beheld a hideous old woman scowling down upon them. In her hand she carried a candle, the light of which was thrown forward in a vivid flood by the reflection of the large bright tin shade. This horrible old woman was the mummy. Already were two of the officers halfway up the staircase. Already was the door of the back room on the ground floor yielding to the strength of the constable. Already were Richard Markham and several officers hurrying down the street towards the spot, obedient to the signal conveyed by the springing of the rattles, when a terrific explosion took place. "Good God!" ejaculated Markham. "What can that mean?" "There, there!" cried a policeman near him. "It's all over with the sergeant and my poor comrades." Immediately after the explosion, and while Markham and the officer were yet speaking, a bright column of fire shot up into the air. Millions and millions of sparks, glistening vividly, showered down upon the scene of havoc. For a moment, a single moment, the very heavens seemed on fire. Then all was black and silent, and doubly sombre. The den of the assailants had ceased to exist. It had been destroyed by gunpowder. The blackened remains and dismembered relics of mortality were discovered on the following morning amidst the ruins, or in the immediate neighbourhood, but it was impossible to ascertain how many persons had perished on this dreadful occasion. End of chapter 66. Recording by Judy Guinan.